All right, friends, I think we're live on YouTube. 1 second. We're about to be live on TikTok. We should be live on Twitch. All right, we're live on TikTok. Let me double check the streams, make sure stream health is good. We're live on the horizontal. Let me check the vertical. Welcome in, friends. Welcome in. Should be started here in just a moment. Looks like we're live on all the streams. So we should be ready to rock and roll, friends. Great to see everyone. Welcome in for our Monday night. I think this topic is kind of a variant, like a rewording of of God is not good or God is evil, or the possible other versions of this. So we'll see what we could do with this. Duncan threatened that you had to come watch you. Please tell. Oh shit! What? He threatened? I mean, I'm pretty much okay with that. I feel like a threat that I can get behind. Speaking of which, I think Duncan's here.
Hey, bud.
What's up, Duncan?
You is it just me, or did you've got your screen set up now to where you're a tiny little square?
Me?
Or is this that thing that TikTok keeps doing where for some reason whenever a guest comes on it makes it look like everyone's tiny little squares?
Yeah, it's got to be a glitch on your end, buddy.
Oh well, it doesn't matter as long as everyone else can see what's it is. Anyways, Bible guy raid.
Welcome in. We're gonna grab. I got one super chat. We'll grab that, and then I'm gonna grab Marcy, and then I'm gonna grab Tim's. I don't know if Tim's is opposition or not, but they look like opposition. And then after that, looks like Robo Rainbow, and hopefully we'll get some discussion started soon. So cool, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says add Darkness of Christ and Disciple by Slayer to the deconstruction playlist. Also, hello friends. It's been a while since I've been here. Was it cool? You're never forgotten. Welcome back. Always good to have you. And thanks for the new suggestion. Also from Deep Burrito, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says $10 for the charcoal. I really appreciate that. We're gonna try to keep the fire stoked. We'll see what happens. This topic tends to bring out some negative emotions. Some people are gonna have some big feelings, is usually how this one works. So it should be interesting to see how things shake out. But that being said, let me grab our friend Marcy, and then we're going to grab Tim's here in just a second. Welcome in, Marcy.
Hello.
All right, 1 second. Make sure you're on the screen. Make sure the screens are straight. And we should be ready to rock and roll. I'm going to grab one last super chat, then we'll get Tim's in here. Hey, Glitterlock, good to see you, friend. Says if we're doing music recs, oh boy, we're doing music recs again. There is a Discord thread for this, by the way. You can just put them in the Discord thread. Machine did a soundtrack to The Apocalypse, based on biblical text that was ambitious as fuck. It might be interesting to you. Legend parts 1, 2, and 3. Well, I don't know. Oh, Savior Machine. Sorry, I'm the band Savior Machine. It's actually been a hot minute since I've listened to Savior Machine. I actually do like them. I forget. Ooh, fuck, it's been a while actually. I'll have to check back. Thanks, Glitterlock. I appreciate that recommendation. It's actually been a while since I listened to Savior Machine, but I used to jam out to them all the time. I'll definitely have to revisit them and give them a listen. I do recommend if y'all like that kind of music, if you're into some metal, I definitely do recommend Savior Machine. It's a dope band. All right, well, let's bring in Tim's, and we'll get some conversation started right away. How you doing, Tim's? Are you at least 18? Tim's? Tim's? Can you hear us? Can you hear me? I can see you now. How you doing, Tim's?
Hello?
I think
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I think your connection is really, really slow. I'm showing that you've got 3 red bars right now.
Holy smokes. Can you hear me now? Is it working any good?
Maybe you might have to turn your video off for this to go smoothly because I don't think you have enough bandwidth.
Okay,
We'll
I
see.
turned off the video. See what.
It seems to be a little bit better, yeah.
So, so I was an atheist for 2-3 years already, and two
Uh-huh.
days ago I was talking to a deacon, aka the angel. He uh he is the messenger, right? The messenger of God, the angel. And I asked
I'm
him, I was like,
sorry.
"Hey,
Who are you talking to?
to you, Justin, you there?"
Me? You're talking to me.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got some confusion. Go on.
Uh, so, so I don't know. So I asked him, I was like, "What's your evidence that there
When
was
he asks who you're
once?"
talking, when Justin asks who you're talking to, he means to say, "Who is this D angel person?"
Yeah.
Oh, a deacon from the church.
You're talking to a church deacon, and your church deacon.
And
Okay.
yeah, and so basically, uh, he does a lot of missionary work, and so a another pastor said that he met angel of God, which is this deacon, right? I know it's the look on your face looks confusing.
Yeah, I have no idea what
But
any of this
so
means, but go on.
so I was talking to him, and I started asking him like, "Hey, what's the evidence that there was once a Garden of Eden where it was all perfect?" And his response was, and it probably convinced me almost, was the moment when a person repents and gives his life to Jesus. That moment, that second, that split moment when he does, that is the Garden of Eden.
That's crazy. The Garden of Eden in the
What?
Bible has a location.
Yeah, it's in like
but
Mesopotamia.
but that was his evidence for the existence that there once was a Garden of Eden.
That's not really good evidence. I could just say that Never Never Land is the moment when you decide that you're never going to grow up. I mean, if we're just making feelings places, I mean, there's no limit to what we can do here.
I was gonna
Well,
say the
well,
Garden of
I
Eden is a geographical location, not like some
Hey,
mind state.
hey, Marcy, I think you're a little bit away from your microphone. We're having trouble hearing you.
What? I
I couldn't
literally
hear
have
you.
headphones on. What?
It sounded like you were across the room.
All right, well, I'll just shut up for a little bit. I'll come back in a sec.
No, it sounds good right now. Whatever you just changed, I can hear you good now.
and
Nope.
so he didn't convince me. I just wanted to share this. It was I because I've been listening to you for over 2-3 years, and what you're doing is it's awesome. It's amazing. And then I try to confront him like and the things that I talked to him about later on, he takes it and turns it into sermons, and then I could hear him on the church service. He's talking about that stuff, but he's twisting it, and I call him out. I was like, "Hey, dude, you're lying. You're lying on the scriptures." And I,
Well,
show him the scriptures and all this good
yeah.
stuff.
Well, keep them honest. Thanks for letting us know. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not opposition, but
Right.
it was nice talking to you.
Good to hear from you, friend. Be
Cheers.
safe.
Anyone who's got the chutzpah to refer to themselves as the messenger of God.
That to me is why I love it when people include in their title like prophet of God, messenger of God, apostle, prophets. I mean, unless they're Hadassah, only Hadassah gets to call herself the Queen
I was about to say, what was that
prophetess.
lady's name?
She's special. She is special. I keep meaning. I think I need to buy some of her God smut books and do a live reading of her smut books on stream. We'll see how that goes. Nevertheless, we'll try our next guest, Robo Rainbow, and then we'll grab a couple super chats after that. How you doing, Robo?
Good, yourself?
I'm doing well. Robo, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, Jesus Christ is Lord.
Cool. And my claim here on the board, I think is simple enough. I think your God's a monster. I think the Christian God's a bit of a monster. Do you agree or no?
I don't agree. And just real quick,
Hmm.
that last guy's point to where Garden of Eden is, it's the 4 islands surrounded by the rock in the center of Earth. That's where the magnetic north is pointed to. That's why it's militarized the more north you go to. I mean,
Yeah.
So it's not in Mesopotamia like what the Bible says?
that would be the middle of Earth where the black rock was.
It would not be. The middle of the
Okay.
Earth is so hot that you would like turn molten.
Yeah, remember, Earth is not a globe in outer space, dude. It's a flat, motionless plane with the firmament above. and the sun
Right.
above.
Yeah. Yeah. The Earth is flat like your brain. I got it.
Well, it's
Okay.
called sea level. I mean,
I'm sure it
airplane.
is.
You never see curve.
The
Yeah,
word
you do.
plane, airplane doesn't come from the word plane meaning a flat plane. It comes from
You
planetus.
don't get when I
which-
say airplane, dude.
Airplane comes from the word planetus meaning wandering. So
Yeah, autopilot on airplanes uses
Yeah,
an AZ
definitely,
map, an azimuthal equidistant map, which is a flat Earth map, by the way.
And you'd be wrong, but also not relevant. So let's talk about your fictional deity. I think your fictional deity is kind of a POS. You don't. So let me ask you a couple questions. How do you feel about concubines?
I don't know what concubines are.
A concubine is someone who is uh, essentially no more than like a sex slave. So you can like kidnap a woman in war, and she can become your concubine. Now sometimes they get like semi-wife status, but the wife status doesn't really get you much. It just makes sure that you got a roof over your head and food to eat. But the goal of the concubinage, obviously, is to have babies and serve as a sex slave.
So,
Do you think?
so you're
do you
telling me
think these are good
after
things?
I win a battle, I get a woman to make my wife? Sounds amazing.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's imagine right now that
And she's a virgin, right?
no,
She
that's
hasn't. She's not a whore like today, right?
that's not a requirement. So let's just imagine
Oh,
for a
those are the
second
parts of the
that
Bible.
the USA goes to war with Canada. Now, obviously, I don't think we want to go to war with our neighbors, but if
Canada
we
would
did,
get smoked.
yeah, I'm sure. So if we went to war with Canada, do you think it would be okay for us to march into Canada, kidnap their women, make them prisoners, and then make them war brides?
That wouldn't be my approach to Canada.
Yeah, but would it be okay?
I mean, it depends, man. I don't think it would. There's Christians in Canada.
Why? I mean, just assume they weren't Christians. I mean, I don't think it matters if they're Christian or not. Also, welcome in everybody from the Ian raid. So I'm just asking if it would be wrong. I'm not asking you if you would do it.
I would not do that.
Yeah, again, I didn't ask you if you would do it. I asked, would it be wrong?
Oh, I thought you did. I don't
Nope.
know. Sure, it's
You
probably
know.
wrong.
Well, in the Bible, you're allowed to do it. You're given explicit permission to do it in Deuteronomy 21. Have you read Deuteronomy before?
No, I'm still on Genesis.
Yeah, I do believe that. Let me read it for you, and then maybe you can tell me what you think about it.
Perfect.
In verse 10 says, when you
Can we
go out
go
to
to,
war against
the
your enemies,
King
and the Lord
James
your God
version?
hands them over to you, and you take them captive.
Ginger.
Suppose did you think ginger's an insult?
Well, they don't have souls.
Neither do you. No one has souls. They don't exist.
No, people know gingers don't have souls. Come on now.
Nobody
don't have a
has
soul.
souls. Anyways,
We all have souls.
suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. So you bring her to your home, to your house, and you shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for father and mother. After that, you may go into her, be her husband, and she shall be your wife. So you would be okay with this?
Yeah, going and winning a wife after wars.
I don't think you know what winning a wife means here. Winning a wife means kidnapping them.
Well, what if she'll want to come with me, man? I'm Dylan Zollers.
They're not going to want to come with you. I can guarantee that.
Okay, if you say so.
Even free women don't want to come with you.
Okay.
Women prefer men who are smart
Ginger
and have
who spill their
brains.
seed probably every other week.
You bet I do, for sure. But anyways,
Yeah,
and I'm not a ginger.
You definitely need to hit the gym and come to Jesus Christ and stop being a faggot.
Buddy, how about you turn your camera?
I don't need to.
Oh, you don't need to.
Oh.
Oh,
I've already
go
said
over
my
and
full name.
show everybody
Look at all
how
these-
much you've been hitting the gym, buddy.
Look at
I
all
have
these fruits.
before.
Of,
I've been
look
300
at all
pounds
these
before and went to
fru-
170.
all these fruits of the Holy Spirit. I'm loving it.
I've
Robo,
lost 130 pounds
Yeah, I
on
was
like
gonna-
Robo,
I was
Robo,
gonna
come up and
say,
flex
you
for us,
can't
buddy.
really say slurs on here.
my muscles aren't pumped right now. I haven't hit the gym yet.
Yeah, I bet that's the case.
Maybe you should hit the gym then, bud.
So
I do
just
hit
to,
the
Yeah,
gym.
and
I'm like
stop
you.
just to
You
be
literally have a
sure,
double chin.
slurs.
what we've got here then, we've got a flat Earth. Who's got background noise? Hold on. Also, Rob, you've just been violated by TikTok for using the F slur,
Gang shit. That's how I know.
so you can get the fuck out. Let's see. All right.
The slightest pushback, and they just absolutely lose their shit.
And they cave hard. I think the background noise is coming from your mic, Dalton.
My mic is right now.
Yeah.
Here, how's this?
Turn it down until it's a little bit better, but I still hear it. That's better right
Here,
there.
I'll just.
Oh.
There you go, right there.
Good enough. I
All
can
right,
still
I'll
hear
just
it
stay
though.
muted if I'm not talking.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Well, hey, we got one person up already that, I mean, to be fair, I guess he's as good as his God is. I don't even know what to put down for notes on here. I would say Flurf, King James Version onlyist, thinks war brides would want to bone him. Somehow I find that to be a doubtful assessment of the situation, but Brent, I'm
Also
gonna grab-
uses slurs because
yeah,
because it makes sense that, like, you know, gay people are, it's too far, but going out and kidnapping women, perfectly okay.
yeah, it's weird. I'm always baffled by the poor insults that they give me. Like, they'll call me gay or they'll call me a ginger, like as if these things are supposed to hurt my feelings. Like, I don't think you understand our position very well. These aren't actually insults.
Also, you're not a. Your hair is brown. I don't. Where they?
My beard has got some red in it.
Maybe
so
it's
I
the
guess
beard?
That was, yeah. Oh well, it is what it is. Klein, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says try Omni plus David's wives and Absalom plus perfectly just a trash god. Couldn't agree more. If you pair Deuteronomy 32:4 with the rest of the Bible, it's like all of God's characteristics are just a direct contradiction of what he actually does in the Bible. Tired of liars. Hey, I'm with you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. It says for the lighter fluid, we got charcoal, we got lighter fluid, we got fire, y'all. And Gary, thank you so much for the 666 tip money for your date tonight. Fuck yeah. That's why you're looking so crispy? If not, put this in the Rivian fund. Go Sabers. Actually, I've got a Rivian, not a Rivian, I've actually got a Lucid Air now. It's on the wall behind me, but I'll definitely put it into the date fund. I appreciate that, Gary. And Base to Shara, good to see you. And we got more anime suggestions. Spy X Family. Actually, we were just talking about this today. It's a funny, heartwarming show about a family with an espionage and 1940s era flavor. I actually think I would enjoy that. I'll have to look into it. I appreciate that, Ashera. I do like a good movie that can be watched by all members of the family. Brian, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friends. There's nothing better than a username of Yahawashitrusis 420 Prophet 69 Blazing Bush 360 no scope. If you get one of those callers, you know it's gonna be game on. It's just gonna be a blast. We do have Jesus Warrior dying to get in though, and we know Jesus Warrior always defends his God well. Space Lord says Slayer. Insert the meme of the billboard that said Jesus listens, and someone spray painted to Slayer at the end. I could go for that billboard. I would it would kind of be fun to have an atheist billboard like all the Jesus billboards. I think I could get on board with this. Wink wink. Godwin, hey, thanks for the super chat, friends. Says Doug separated the stalagmites from the stalactites, and he saw that it was geode. Hope you're well, Justin. I am, Godwin. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for all your hard work. Is there any reason we can't call God a demon? I mean, theoretically, that seems to be the case. If the Spirit of God possesses people, and it certainly does, then it can only mean that it's like demonic possession. I don't know how else we could rephrase that. And Travi666, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, just curious what your thoughts are on the 1996 Eucharist miracle. Someone brought it up to me recently, and I wasn't sure how to respond. Seems sketchy and fabricated, but I don't know. Rock hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, Gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Travi. So this is probably the one where the Eucharist supposedly bled, and they said it grew flesh. But let me double check. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say after these super chats, I wanted to ask a question about the Bible too.
Absolutely, yeah. So that was the right one where it supposedly developed flesh. This was never sent to a single investigative lab. Nothing. Not a single person outside of the Catholic Church ever analyzed this. And this particular miracle looks like it was. I mean, if you just do the timeline of the miracle, it just looks like it was fabricated. In fact, if I had to guess, I'd say some type of a mold was growing on this this Eucharist. It certainly wasn't blood. It was never analyzed, by the way. So it's just an old wives' tale. There are a number of websites. I haven't looked into this in a long time, but there are a number of websites, even Catholic websites, that are like, this is stupid and dubious, and here's why. In fact, I bet if you just look at ChatGPT, it'll give you some of the resources. Give me a second. I'll say, why was the Eucharistic miracle born in Aries a fraud? And I'm sure it'll come up with some resources. The reality is, if there was a Eucharist that actually grew some kind of flesh and was bleeding, some sort of independent laboratory would have been very interested to get a hold of it. And yeah, as I said, there was not a single piece of scientific test was ever done on it. Nobody knows where it actually came from. It was supposedly the backstory for how it was found is sketchy. It almost is non-existent. So it's just a nonsense miracle claim. I would say until the person presents evidence that it's credible, you have no reason to believe it. Just like if I said, well, my aunt levitates at night, until I provide evidence of it, it's just a dumb claim. Dylan, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I've got the salt and cinnamon ready for the pretzels you're throwing down the conveyor belt. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Dylan. I appreciate that. And we're definitely going to see some pretzels here tonight. I'm just going to grab 2 more super chats so we don't get too backed up. And I'm going to get Luke Sky in here next. Herbie, my friend, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I was going to watch Delton's live, which was ending as I came into YouTube. Then I saw you've set your clocks forward 2 weeks too soon and you're live. Well, Rob seemed nice. Yeah, Rob was something, wasn't he? Could imagine having to deal with that person in real life. Like, that's a real person, like, that actually exists. I hope he was being a troll. It's hard to say. Oniwin says, just seconding Spy X Family. I watched it with my girlfriend and we love it. It's funny, suspenseful, well animated, and very family friendly. 10 out of 10 for sure. Well, those are really good. I definitely appreciate that. And I will absolutely make sure that we get that into the mix. And before we move on, I've got a note that says that the guests aren't showing up on the horizontal stream, only the vertical. The guests should be showing up on
It's only because the super chat is like hiding us on the horizontal.
Gotcha.
Stream. That's fine.
Okay, we should be okay then. All right, perfect. Well, let's get Luke in here, and we will hopefully have some discussion. How you doing, Luke?
Yes, sir. I chose to come extremely early, and the last live, super fan, by the way. I just wanted to get something out. I have like 5 friends who watch you all the time, and you didn't get to touch on something that you was about to touch on the last live, and I just want to ask about it. And I came on here before to say to ask about the declaration of the hour. You see how people would say no means to declare in Matthew? No.
Yeah, 24:36.
Yeah, knowing meaning declare, and we talked about it, but you only kind of like grazed it, and you was about to talk about it the last live, and you didn't get to talk about it. And we would really like for you to like nail that down, you know?
Yeah, the various forms of oiden, like all you have to do is just look it up in the lexicon. It simply doesn't mean to declare. The only time you would use the word to mean declare is if you're going to say make known. Just like in English, there's a difference between knowing
Right.
and making known. Making something
Absolutely.
known is declaring it, but we understand this to be an idiom, and we have to add additional words to make it into an idiom. That we
Whenever
don't
we,
we
sorry,
don't have an instance of the word oiden, as far as I'm aware, being used in this particular fashion without modifiers.
whenever we look at the word, we go to Bible Hub and we look at the strongest concordance.
You should
They
not.
they typically rest on like X can tell, not tell, and they kind of use that as a gotcha. Like, hey, well, it says to tell and can tell, or not tell. But the English word tell has two different meanings, right? Like one is like communicative, like I'm saying something to you, and the next meaning of tell is like to ascertain, to perceive, to
Well,
understand.
it's kind of a meaningless endeavor because the Strong's Concordance is not a lexicon of the Greek language. The Strong's Concordance is a lexicon of the Greek language as it's translated in the King James Bible, which means
Uh-huh.
the Strong's Concordance will only ever tell you how it's used in the King James Bible. That's it. So unless you're a King James only list, there's no reason ever to use the Strong's Concordance. If you go to like a standard Greek lexicon, like the Thayer's Greek lexicon, or like the BDAG, you won't find the definition in there that you find in the Strong's. You'll find basically it says exactly what it says in the text. If it meant to declare, then all of the guys with the PhD doing the translation would have just wrote declare.
Okay, don't want to waste your time. Seems as though we have some opposition. Take it easy.
Sure. Cheers, buddy.
I think Marcelina had a question for you.
Sure. What's up, Mars?
Yeah, because I already know that like Matthew 5:17, like Jesus is in full support of the Old Testament, or like
Mhm.
specifically the Old Law. But then I had while I was reading like my first read through of the Bible, I had marked also Luke 16, where he says like the similar quote, "It is easier for heaven and earth to disappear for the least stroke of the law to drop out of the law." But right before that, it had said something like the law and the prophets were proclaimed until John. Since that time, the good news of the kingdom is being preached, and everyone is forcing their way in it. Is that like what's going on there? It seems like it's trying to say that like until John had come, then the laws of prophets were being taught, but since John came, the New Testament's being preached or something like that, something along those lines.
Yeah. So again, this is according to Jesus, this is probably a matter of salvation, not a matter of obedience, right? So people getting into the kingdom who don't follow the law, because remember, by the time Luke is being written, the Gentiles are already welcomed into the kingdom. So until the time of John the Baptist, there was no remission for sins other than obedience to the law and forgiveness through the law. John came, and then you had baptism for the remission of sins. And then Jesus came, and then you had repentance and acceptance of the kingdom of God. I think that's a different question about salvation than it is about whether or not you should still follow the law. So Jesus here seems to be framing a salvation issue, and then ends with also admitting, though, but the law's not going anywhere. And so this seems to match Jesus's own teachings in Matthew 5, because in Matthew 5, he doesn't say if you don't follow the law, you won't go to heaven. He says if you don't follow the law, you'll be least in the kingdom of heaven. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So my position is not that you have to follow the law to go to heaven. My position is that according to Jesus, it is desirable for you to still follow the law, even though you are going to heaven without it. Does that make sense? Awesome. Okay. Well, with that, I'm going to grab this one super chat, then we're going to get Deja in here from our YouTube queue. Hey, William, good to see you tonight, friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the $22 super chat. It says, it's very telling that there are many ex-Christians that can debunk the Bible. Actually, isn't it weird that a book is so easily debunked by just reading it? But there are no ex-physicists that can debunk the Big Bang, nor are there any ex-biologists that can debunk evolution. I wonder why. Isn't that funny? Very few people go into like a PhD program for physics and then end up saying, nah, it's all wrong. I'm going to bring the house down. Never happens. But people leave these religions all the time, and they spill the beans on like the dumbest stuff. Like it's so easy to open up the Bible and say, hey, there's some shit in here that's just not right. And you don't even have to be an expert to do it. You just got to read the damn thing. That's the bare minimum. Deja, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hello?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm 18. I believe in God.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
I wouldn't call myself a Christian per se, because I think my belief differs from many Christians, but I believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so you're mostly a Christian.
Yeah, I would like my definition to be the standard default one, but I don't think I would agree with many Christians.
Do you believe that the Bible is true?
I believe the Bible is partly a historical document, like the Old Testament, but that Jesus came and upgraded the law to a more divine law.
Yeah, but when the Bible says things, is it true? Like, if the Bible says that Jesus said a thing, did he say it?
Yeah, I would agree with what Jesus says, but with the Old Testament, I think it sometimes has to be understood in a more symbolical way, and it has to be taken into its historical context.
Yeah, I agree with historical context, but I don't know what you mean by symbolic way. So, for example,
Let's take
when
the Garden
Jesus
of Eden.
says that the coming of the Son of Man is going to be like the days of Noah, when the waters came upon people suddenly, is there a good reason to think that the Noah story wasn't real?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say many of the stories in the Old Testament is to be understood in a symbolic way that we're not
Why?
used to in this scientific society we live in today, or this scientific tradition of thoughts.
But the New Testament thinks that they're real stories. Jesus' lineage in Luke chapter 3 goes all the way back to Adam.
But let's take, but you have to consider, like in the Old Testament time, there were no written documents. The tradition of spreading the ideas was through stories, and making them symbolic and putting them in a story made it easier to retell them, and they made them come to life in another way, I believe.
I'm sure, but if Jesus thinks that these stories are real, then you're kind of committed to thinking that they're real. So in Luke chapter 3, when it says that Jesus' lineage goes back to Adam, he even goes through Noah, is that not a real lineage?
For me, that's not one a major part of my faith, because I do think.
Yeah, but is it a real lineage?
Not necessarily, no.
Oh,
but
so
I
it's a
could
fake
explain
lineage.
why.
Okay.
I believe there could be parts of the New Testament that was added in order to make the religion spread more easy. Like, for example, to make it align with the prophecies of the Old Testament, to really convince people that Jesus was the prophet that was foretold in the Old Testament.
And you're making this book sound like fiction to me, but do you believe in hell?
I mean, no, not necessarily, no.
So you don't believe in Jesus' words, then? How much of this book do you actually believe?
That's a good question. No, but can you take I'm sorry, because English is not my mother tongue, so I think I'm stumbling on the words a bit. But we can talk about hell. Could you give an example of when hell is mentioned in Jesus' teachings, and we can dive into it?
Yeah, so I think hell is a good reason to think that that Jesus himself is a bit of a monster. And there's lots of passages where Jesus and other people talk about said hell. So let me grab you.
Should we take one example?
Yeah, I mean, we can only read one at a time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's do Mark chapter 9. We'll start there.
Sorry, one thing. If you quote, sometimes you read quite quickly, and since I don't have English as my native tongue, I have please quote a little bit slower so I can hear what you say. Sorry.
Sure. Matthew 9, Jesus says, if your hand causes you to sin, cut it off, for it is better for you to enter life maimed than to have two hands and go into hell, to the unquenchable fire. And if your foot causes you to sin, cut it off. It is better for you to enter life lame than to have 2 feet and to be thrown into hell. And if your eyes cause you to sin, tear it out. It is better for you to enter the kingdom of God with one eye than to have 2 eyes and to be thrown into hell. So according to Jesus' teachings, there are some people that will literally be thrown into hell. Fiery hell.
Yeah, and he comes back to this fire hell many times. He says like when he gives parables of how God the Father works, he will tell you like the branches that don't give fruit, they will be thrown on the fire, right, and burn away. So
Yep.
for me, Jesus here, he talks about life as an opportunity to become something bigger than your individual interest, like your own interest. If you care for other people and you live by love, your life will echo. But if you do stuff that corrupts the world, it will echo in a bad way. And for that, there is no excuse. That will be the judgment when you die.
I've literally no idea what you're talking about. I'm asking right now if you think hell exists in the traditional sense, where you go to get punished after you die.
I think that's an oversimplification. I don't believe in hell as a physical place. I believe it as a parable for what happens to somebody who lives a very sinful life.
What happens to them in reality, not in parable?
In reality is that you only get one life on this earth, and if you use it for corruption, you are forever gonna contribute to making things go worse for mankind, and there's no way to make it undone.
How
And
in the
that's
world
the
did you get
judgment.
that from the passage? I didn't get any of that from the passage.
I mean,
Show me where I can find
if
that.
if you think about it, like for me, religion is the idea there is something bigger than death, than our
No,
physical death.
no, I'm asking from the passage. Where in the passage can I find anything you just said?
Well, the passage is a short passage regarding the parable of hell.
I'm
And
aware.
he says like, it's better for you to take out an eye than to go in this burning hell, right?
I'm aware. Yep.
Yeah. So what it means, like, it means it's better to, let me see, it's better to live a life according to his teachings than to live a sinful life. Because if you live a sinful life,
I know about the
you're
sinful
going to
life. I'm
this-
asking you what
you
the
are-
fire of hell is doing in your metaphor.
Well, is there any, what is the thing that we have in this world that make things go away? It's the fire, right?
Nope.
And that's let's say you live a life where you don't inspire any person, or you even make it for the worse. You break hearts, you take lives, etc., etc. At the end of the day, that is gonna vanish. It's gonna burn away in the big picture.
That's
It's
gonna
like
burn
like
away
a
for
flower.
everybody, no matter if you're nice or not. All of us are gonna die.
No, I
This
don't
is
believe in that. I
completely
don't believe in that.
irrelevant to the passage.
I don't believe in that. I
Jesus
believe
says, just as
the
weeds are collected and burned up with fire, so it will be at the end of the age. So he's saying, yes,
Yeah.
there will. Hold on.
This
He
is
said,
exactly.
he's saying,
can
yes.
I finish my sentence?
No. I'm
Okay,
finishing my sentence. Then you can
finish yours,
respond.
and then I will. Yeah, sure.
Jesus says, just as the weeds are collected and burned up with fire, so it will be at the end of the age. This is how metaphors work. You're saying, just like these weeds being thrown into the fire over here, at the end of the age, your rear end would be thrown into the fire. That's why he says, just like the weeds that are collected and burned up with the fire, so it will be at the end of the age. The Son of Man will send his angels. They will collect out of his kingdom all causes of sin and evildoers, and they will throw them into the furnace of fire. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. There's no good reason to take this passage and think that it's now a nested double metaphor.
I mean, it makes sense from my perspective if you try to understand it from my perspective. But I think your approach to this whole religious thing is that you set your mind very much to debunk it, and you like to take the example from. You'd like to take the example from academia, like let's say you want to.
Yes, I prefer academics. That is the case.
Can I finish my sentence?
I wasn't interrupting. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, so let's say you want to study quantum physics. If you go to a quantum physics course and you set your mind, I'm not going to believe in this quantum physics, you're not going to have an easy time to learn quantum physics.
I didn't do that. I think you're lost here. I was a Christian for 20 years.
Yeah, but I think maybe the Christianity that was taught upon you was probably a very bad kind, and maybe
it certainly wasn't. It was a kind that actually read the Bible and said, I think this means what it says.
I don't think many people who call themselves Christians, I don't think they have any idea of what Jesus said actually.
I know, I
When it
don't think
comes
you
to the
do
more-
either.
when
So
it- when
help
it
me
comes to
understand the
morals-
passage right now that's on the screen. Why should I believe that there's a double metaphor here?
Wait, I'm not in the YouTube channel now, so I cannot see any passage. I'm on the invite cam link.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the passage that you told me, right? That just like the branches are thrown on the fire, blah blah blah.
Just as the weeds are collected and burned up with fire, so it will be at the end of the age. The Son of Man will send out his angels. They will collect out of his kingdom all the causes of sin and evildoers, and they will throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. So the metaphor is that hell is like a furnace
Yes, I agree.
with fire,
I agree. Yes.
where you get roasted.
Yeah, I agree. That's the metaphor. That's the parable.
There you go. So according to the Bible, and literally according to all Jewish writings, like you're the one that came in talking about context. Read the apocryphal text. It describes fire of hell in great detail. The book of Second Esdras, chapter 7, describes hell in huge detail, way more than the New Testament ever did. The book of Enoch describes hell. They use the word Hades. If you know anything about Hades, you would find
Yeah.
descriptions of Hades. Josephus describes hell. The Talmud describes hell. Every Jewish source we have previous to this time period and shortly after this time period, even the Dead Sea Scrolls, describes hell as an abode for the dead that are wicked, where they will be tortured in fire. So I have no reason to believe that
you can
Jesus
also
came
leave-
around. Hold on. I have no reason to believe that Jesus came around and was like, oh, actually, when I say fire of hell, I don't mean fire of hell, even though the entire context surrounding hell is a fire.
Can I speak?
It's weird that you don't understand how conversations work. When I stop speaking, I'm hoping
No,
that you're
you
going to
interrupt-
speak.
You interrupt me when I speak,
I didn't.
and when I try to. Okay, so I was agreeing with you, but I was not allowed to agree with you. But I agree with you. But also, if you look outside of the Abrahamic religions, like let's say you go to the Zoroastrians or even the Vikings, I don't know what you call the religion in English, but you're gonna find many parables of hell being a fiery place. It doesn't have to go to you don't have to only go to the Abrahamic religions. So to some extent, you have to ask yourself the question, like, in what way does this make sense?
Hell is not a fiery place in Norse mythology. It's actually the opposite. It's a place of ice and cold.
Also,
that's true, but
why
it's like torture.
why would we care about Norse mythology? We're talking about a Jewish man. I'm asking you about what a Jewish man is talking about. A guy who believed in Jewish things. Certainly, Jesus isn't talking about Norse mythology.
I wouldn't say Jesus believed in Jewish things per se.
Are you out of your mind?
Let's say read for example John about the adulterous woman. If you read, why did they come to arrest Jesus? They came to arrest Jesus.
It's crazy
because
that you think half the
because
Bible is
he-
made up
he
and you'll
broke
cling
the
on to
law.
one
He
story.
broke the law of no, I don't cling.
It's crazy that you will throw out half the Bible and you're going to cling on to one story that didn't exist until 600 years later. This story is not original to John. It was added in the 6th century. There's no good reason to think this story ever happened, and John is not painting Jesus as a lawbreaker here. Jesus actually is following the law. According to the law, you have to bring both of the adulterers. You need the adulterer, man and woman, and you need witnesses. He had every reason to suspect that this was a setup and that this woman wasn't actually guilty. The other problem is he didn't tell them not to stone her. What he told them was that, go ahead, you're next. And they decided not to do it. And again, none of that's relevant because there's no good reason to think that story ever happened.
So what I was talking about is that you missed my point completely. I was not talking about whether he had reason to believe that it was a setup or not. Even beforehand, you can read that they came to arrest Jesus because he broke the law of Moses.
He
If you
didn't.
read that.
Name a single time where he did.
Yeah, where in the story of the adulterous woman does Jesus break the law?
he doesn't break the law in that story. What I'm saying is the story begins with the sentence that the Pharisees wanted to arrest Jesus.
What law did he
because
break?
He broke the law of Moses.
What law did he break?
He broke, for example, the law about the Sabbath,
No, he didn't.
that you should not
No,
work on the.
in Judaism, and this is another example of why Jesus is so Jewish in the Gospels. There's a concept called pikuach nefesh, which means the preservation of life. That says that if someone's life is in danger, or in order to preserve life to any degree, you're allowed to forsake certain commandments in order to preserve the life. So in the case that Jesus gave, David isn't permitted to eat from the shewbread, but because his life was in danger, that commandment was overridden by the preservation for life. This is a Jewish concept.
Okay.
Jesus is actually in full agreement with Jewish law when he does these things.
Okay, it seems like you know more about that than me, but let's take another example then about what restrictions about what to eat. When Jesus take the example that you don't have to worry about what you eat because what you eat leaves the body
Mark
when
7.
you go to toilet.
Yeah, again,
In
he's
what way-
he's
in what way
responding
the
to
di-
washing. He's responding to washing your hands, not about dietary restrictions. And the comment in
Yeah,
Mark, the comment in Mark chapter 7 about foods being unclean, or sorry, foods being declared clean, is not by Jesus. It's by Mark, the author of the gospel.
So where does
Jesus
the law
take
of
the
Moses say you have
example-
to? Where does the law of Moses say you have to wash your hands before you eat? What law is he breaking?
I'm not that well read on the law of Moses. What I
It's
know
not.
is
It's
if
not
you
in
read,
there.
Okay, but if you read about, I think you're wrong. If you read the Gospels, you will find quote of
So,
Jesus saying
the
that
washing-
you don't have to worry
the wash-
about what you eat because what you eat is gonna leave the body. Regarding
washing
the
of the
restriction
hands-
of diet.
The washing of the
That's-
hands, called Netilat Yadayim, was a post-Torah tradition of the Pharisees. It's not actually a commandment in the Torah that Jesus is breaking.
I'm gonna take a quote. Mark 7:19. This is when Jesus discuss what is ritually okay to digest and not to eat or not eat.
I'm aware. We're all aware.
Yeah.
We've read it many
No,
times.
you told me he did. You told me he didn't talk about it, but it was the
I-
disciple of.
I didn't
of,
say that at all. What I
Marcus.
said is that the passage you're referring to is in response to the disciples not washing their hands, because according to the tradition of the elders, not washing your hands makes you unclean because your hands are unclean. But this is not actually part of the Mosaic law. So Jesus' retort is not against the law of Moses, it's against the tradition of the elders, which he says so. The beginning of the passage is actually quite clear. In fact, it says, when the Pharisees and some scribes who had come from Jerusalem gathered around them, they noticed that some of his disciples were eating with defiled hands, that is, without washing them. For the Pharisees and all the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands, thus observing the tradition of the elders. The tradition of the elders refers to the oral law. So they're mad at Jesus for not following the oral law. And the excuse he gives you is, hey, you don't have to worry about being defiled by dirty hands, because it's not necessarily what goes into your mouth that defiles you, but what comes out of your mouth. A really slick metaphor that Jesus is actually playing right now that you apparently missed. The interesting thing here is the only thing in this passage that would lead you to believe that he actually declared foods clean, even though he explicitly says the opposite of this at a later time, is from Mark. The passage that you're referring to, where it says, thus he declared all foods clean, is not from Jesus. That's from the gospel author. Did we lose him? Did the Lord take him?
I think his biggest problem is that he doesn't know anything about Judaism.
No. Yeah, it's crazy thinking Jesus isn't a Jewish man here. It's pretty wild, actually.
John chapter 4, Jesus says, we know what we talk about for salvation is from the Jews. Jesus explicitly is saying that he is a member of a particular group, and that group is the Jews.
I think my microphone stopped working when I changed tab. But yeah, at the end of the day, I would say it seems like you know more than me about the law of Moses and the traditions of Judaism. But I don't think that's any big deal breaker, because even if you don't agree that he broke any law, I guess you can at least agree that he took them to a higher standard, that he made them like.
I don't disagree with you
Yeah.
there, but my point is this: Jesus was a Jewish Messiah. His goal was to be the Jewish Messiah. He believed in Jewish customs. He believed in the Hebrew Bible. He believed that the prophets were true. He said he came to fulfill the prophets, which means the prophecies of the Old Testament should be valid. He came to fulfill the law, which means the law of the Old Testament should be valid. So there's no good reason to just throw out the Old Testament just because you think Jesus wasn't as Jewish. Hold on, as Jewish as you wanted, and none of that addresses the point. My point, the reason why all this is happening right now, is because Jesus believed in hell, just like the Jews, just like the Greeks, just like the Zoroastrians, and just like the rest of the Hebrew Bible. Although they call it Sheol, they have a progressive, we'll call it, revelation about hell that grows throughout the intertestamental period. My point is, there's no reason to believe that Jesus isn't going to send people to hell when he explicitly tells you that. And then he says that in Luke, I'm sorry, not in Luke, in Revelation chapter 14, he talks about these people that are destined for hell, and they're going to be tortured right in front of them.
I had two separate thoughts now. Let's see if I could remember the first one, because I was listening to... at the end of the day, I'm going to start with my second thought. At the end of the day, I don't think this is like, you know the tree by the fruit, right? So it doesn't matter if you believe hell as a real place or if you believe it as a parable. The important thing is if you believe that his teachings about how to live life make sense to you, and you find it you find a meaningful way to interpret them, I would say. So if you want to get hanged up with like, no, hell cannot be a physical place, or the Garden of Eden cannot be a physical place, I would say, like, I think you throw out the baby with the bathtub water.
That was never been our claim. I think you're confused about what's happening right now. What I'm saying is the Jesus guy that you believe in is kind of a prick, because he wants people to be slaughtered in his presence. It talks about these people destined for the fire. In Revelation, it says, those who worship the beast and its image and receive the brand on their foreheads or on their hands, they will also drink the wine of God's wrath, poured unmixed into a cup of his anger, and they will be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. Which is interesting because Jesus says something very similar in Luke 19. He gives a parable about a king, or a wealthy man, a king who goes away and comes back. It's supposed to be him, by the way. And in the parable, did I go too far? That's Luke 19, Zacchaeus. There we go, right here. At the end of the parable, which is supposed to symbolize his return, he says, "As for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence." And to be fair, the enemies of Jesus, according to Jesus, are literally just those who don't follow him. So, like, it's weird to me that Jesus is painted as like this really nice, loving figure, but like if you don't follow and worship this guy, like he's just gonna light you on fire. He's gonna throw you into hell. He's gonna torture you. Can we lose him again? Hola.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
So I would like to answer this. I can give you my point of perspective, and I think that maybe this is one of the points where you would agree that I'm not a standard Christian, but I'm not convinced that when Jesus talks about the Father, he talks about himself, and I don't believe that Jesus claimed to be God.
I don't believe that either. I have no idea what you're talking about. Jesus is the Lamb, and Jesus is the King. And if you think Jesus is like the Son of God, that's fine. My point is, Jesus is going to throw you into hell, or he's at least okay with you being thrown into hell,
No.
and part of that is going to be torturous.
In many parables where Jesus talks about the king, he is not the king. God is the king. Like when God sends the son to collect the tolls, and the workers kills the son. There's many parables where he talks about the king, and he's actually describing God. So if you make the assumption that he's talking about himself as soon as he talks about the king, I don't believe you're on the
I think
right
it's
track.
actually pretty clear, because there's no father or son in this passage. It's only a king, and the king goes away and comes back. This is,
Is
a
it a
parable.
parable,
Hold,
or is
hey,
it
hey. This is a parable about what's happening. Jesus is leaving. He's putting Christians in charge. When he returns, he wants to see a return on his investment. That's what this parable is about. This parable is about him going away and coming back. That's something that Jesus does, not Yahweh.
I don't believe that's true. I believe he's talking about God. And
Where the fuck
reason
did
is,
God
I
go
don't-
then? Where'd he go?
God is present among, like Jesus says, me and God
Where'd
is
he
one,
go?
right? Yeah, let me explain. Let me answer your question.
Give me a location.
It doesn't help if you interrupt my answers or shout like these questions. I'm
You
not gonna
didn't
be able to answer your.
I'm asking you
I'm not
where.
gonna be able, yeah, I'm not
Did he
gonna
go
be
to
able to
Narnia?
answer really.
Is
I'm
he?
not gonna be able to answer
Is he in
questions
Never
with one
Neverland?
word. Yeah, this is what I mean. You have no serious intent to actually try to understand something. To see.
I'm trying to
is
keep
there
you on
some
point.
piece of- No, you're not, because
Hey,
you
there's
interrupt
quite
me
a lot
after
of
3
questions
words.
in the comment section. Would you happen to be also might be described as a Muslim? Because it seems like a lot of theology you're spewing is like
No.
very Islamic and not very biblical.
I'm not Muslim. I'm not Muslim at all. I'm a Christian. I'm
A lot of the
inspired by
things you're
Tolstoy.
saying are very
I read
Islamic.
about no, but I think also this is a misconception. There's been many very influential Christians in the history who didn't believe that Jesus was God at all. He says,
I never said he was. I have no idea why you keep saying this. You're the one that can't listen, bro.
No, because I think I'm saying this because I believe this is the main point. They believe I'm a Muslim, because Muslims don't believe that Jesus was God. And if you talk to Muslims, they will say,
I'm not
he never
accusing
said
you
that.
of being a Muslim.
No, but your friend brought up the comments in the YouTube, and I wanted to address that.
He was just asking.
speak.
He didn't accuse you. Or she.
No, okay. He
Marcy,
or she
by the
was
way.
asking, but at least I wanted to address the question or the observation that I might be a Muslim.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, in the parable, where's God going if this is about God? Also, making it about God doesn't make it better, because it's the same problem.
I'm gonna say no. I don't believe it's the same problem, but I'm gonna say from the start, it's gonna take me for more than 5 words to answer that question.
Gotcha. So it's a 5-word city location. Let's have it.
It's gonna take me more than 5 words. When Jesus was walking the earth, he and God was one, and he brought the teachings, he brought the message of God to the people, and that was a chance for people to meet God through Jesus, because they were one. He was talking through the will of God. But when Jesus died, there was no connection with the people and God anymore until then they're gonna meet God again, and then there's a chance to meet God, and you can learn the teachings from Christ, and then when he dies, you're gonna have to take responsibility for your own actions, and then when you die, there will be judgment whether you followed or not.
I don't know if that answered my question. So what you're saying is that this parable has nothing to do with anyone going anywhere.
Yeah, it is your chance to meet God if you meet Jesus, because he spoke to the people who met him, right? And then he says God is gonna come back, and God is gonna come back.
Wait,
because
that's why
eventually
I keep asking you, where is God? If God left, where'd he go?
God is this king that you have a chance to meet now. He went away
Where is
because
he?
we killed Jesus.
Right, no, where is he?
I mean, at the end of the day, as a Christian, I'm gonna say he's inside you. The kingdom of God is inside yourself, right?
So then he didn't go anywhere.
That would be Peggy, actually.
Oh fuck, Peggy is
I was
inside
gonna
you, that's
say,
for
wait,
sure.
Is Jesus inside me? Did Jesus come inside me or something? I'm freshly 18. That's a little odd.
I guess you are quite young actually, because you have no. I think when you grow up, you're gonna realize that actually some stuff has a deeper meaning, and you're gonna realize that it was
I'm
worth to
30
take a
and
second round
Justin
about it.
is. I'm 30 and Justin is older than me,
Yeah.
and we also I think that this is nonsense.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
at the end
It
of the
doesn't seem
day,
like
I
you've been
don't
able
feel
to answer
like
the
you.
question, though. We've been asking, like, what geographical location God is since he left. So, can you give us a geographical location? Otherwise, it doesn't seem like you're answering the question.
I would say that Jesus didn't even believe that God had a geographical location either. That was one of his criticism. He says,
Then where
I
is the
serve
king
a God that.
going? So this is the problem with your interpretation. Your interpretation doesn't actually address what the passage says. The passage is
I don't
clearly a
believe so.
parable that has to map onto reality, which means everything or almost everything in the passage must relate to some other thing. So when there's a person in the passage that goes away, what I'm asking is, where are they going? Because between
but
Yahweh and Jesus, only one of them goes away and comes back. It's clearly Jesus, and this is mainline teaching in even the scholars. I'll give you one of my texts from seminary agrees with the other scholars, namely Gordon Wenham, says, I find compelling Wenham's argument that there was a pre-synoptic eschatological discourse, including several parables, of which was the talents and minas. This is eschatological. This is about Jesus' second coming. This is just standard scholarship. This is doesn't you don't need like to do like 10 papers to find out. It's just the only thing that maps onto this analogy.
Jesus says this, and I will quote him as good as I can. Those who listen to me will get to know the Father, because I'm speaking the will of the Father.
Oh, so then you
That-
never knew
he
Jesus.
says-
Thanks for letting us know.
In what,
Because
no,
it's pretty
listen
clear
to
in
me.
the text, his
in
will is
meeting
for you to
Jesus-
follow
meeting
him.
Jesus, meeting
because
Jesus was
when
a
he
chance
comes-
to meet the will
Because
of
when
God.
he comes back, he's going to have you tortured and slaughtered. In fact, he just
Yeah,
says
and
it
that's-
outright in Matthew 25.
Yeah, but I do believe there's a deeper way to interpret that, but I don't think you're open to listen to
You
me,
mean
because
if
either I'm
you
interrupted
lie,
or...
if you say that words don't mean words?
Well, that's the thing with parables. Like, if it's not possible to give a concrete example, you have to make something that looks like it, but it's not the same. So something that's like not a physical location can be described as a location, but it's in a more vague sense. So you have to think about it.
Yeah, you have to retreat to vague interpretations of analogies that don't actually map on. That's the power with
But is
using the traditional interpretation of this passage is it maps on perfectly. We know Jesus is going away and coming back according to the text. We know that Jesus expects a return on his investment when he comes back. We know that those who do not produce good fruit will be chopped down and thrown into the fire. This parable, understood in the way that I'm giving it to you, maps onto all of the other parables and all the other teachings of Jesus. You can't map it onto anything. You just have to go to
So
vague generalities.
give me 1 minute now. I'm gonna have to finish my evening. How can I get 1 minute to answer this question, and then I'm gonna listen, and then I'm gonna finish my evening? Okay?
I didn't ask a question.
No, but at least address what you're saying, because we're still talking about the question you asked earlier regarding the place, who is going and who is returning. Or you don't want me to address it? I can finish my evening now if you want, but I have something more to say. It's up to you.
You already said who. I'm asking where. You said
we can talk about...
that the king is Yahweh, and the king is going in the parable. The king is going somewhere. Where is he going?
He is going away because Jesus died. If you want to find
where,
the king,
where's he going away to?
If you want, he's going away because you have
like
the king
it's
inside
like pulling
yourself.
teeth.
No,
really
it's not
wild.
like pulling teeth. If
okay,
you let me answer,
let me try this. But Dalton, I'm going away next week. Ask me where.
For the last 10 minutes,
where are you going?
To speak one full sentence.
I'm obviously going to Orlando. See how easy that was? If you go somewhere, that means you're located in a different location. Where's Jesus, or I'm sorry, Jesus' daddy going?
So when Jesus describes the Father, he points to the birds and he says, "Look how how our Father feeds the birds."
Yes,
The
Matthew
Father is
6,
not
we're
a
familiar.
Yeah, the Father is not a physical person. He can either be present or he cannot be present.
Gotcha.
So it's not like he's going
So
to
God's
Ibiza to
presence
party and then
doesn't exist right now.
coming back.
God has no
It's not
presence
like
right now?
It has a presence if you search for him, but if you don't search for him, you're not gonna encounter him.
Okay, what was different about his presence prior to Jesus?
What was different about his presence prior to Jesus? I do believe that the prophets before Jesus, they shared glimpses of the heaven or the holy gospels, but Jesus came to raise them to the standard. He came to fulfill them.
I said, what was
to the
different
full
about
way.
God's presence?
Yeah, what I'm telling you is God was there, but nobody showed the way all the way to God. They got glimpses of God's presence. He was partly there, but he was not fully there.
That's not true. The people of Israel saw God on the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they saw God. But if you listen to Jesus, you're gonna hear him say that the bread that was given to the Israelites in the mountain was not. It didn't dissolve.
Why are we
them.
talking about
It-
bread?
this-
Why are we talking about bread now? It has nothing to do with what I just said. Jeez.
Yeah, it
It's a
has to
non
do with
sequitur
something.
hour.
It really
It's
is.
again
Not
a
tracking
symbolic.
at all.
It's again a symbolic expression. I think the way that you have learned Christianity was in a very
They
literal and
symbolically
fundamentalistic
saw
way.
God on the mountain, and God symbolically, his feet were
Oh
symbolically
wow!
on a symbolic
You
lapis
asked
floor.
about bread. This is the
Imagine
thing.
reading
You
the
asked about
Bible
bread.
and having to pretend like everything in the Bible is purely symbolic and you have to decode it using the magic Holy Spirit decoder ring.
You asked about the bread, and I said it was symbolic. Then you go back and you misinterpret it as what they saw. You mix up your
Who
own
asked you about
questions.
bread?
I didn't say anything about
You
bread.
asked me. You said, "Why are we talking about bread?" And I said it was a symbolic expression.
Yeah,
Jesus
that's
when-
my response to you bringing it up out of nowhere.
Yeah, and that's
This
what my
guy's
response to
concussed.
you. That's my response to you. That when Jesus was talking about the bread, he was talking in a
This
symbolic
is getting
way.
rough.
He
Hey,
says,
can someone send out for a gurney? We got to get comfort protocol going on here.
Jesus says, "I have something to eat that you don't have to eat." Often he refers
I'm
to
sure he
God's
does.
will, the Father's will,
What does
as
this have
something
to do
to
with
eat as bread.
What does this have to do with
As
anything that
bread.
we've been talking
The
about?
Father's will was bread.
I have
and
no
he
idea.
said
He's
that
just
the
having
will
trouble
of the
tracking the
Father-
conversation. Let me ask you an easier question. Why did God create natural disasters?
Wow. I'm not even sure I have the time to. We can keep it short, maybe.
Here,
What did you say?
I'll help you,
Why
bud.
do God allow or create natural disasters?
Here,
Yeah,
let me
that's what I
fast
said.
forward to
Question,
this.
right?
It was
Yeah.
symbolic.
A natural disaster is not symbolic.
So why do
It's
they
something
exist?
that happens. It's something factual.
Because of free will.
So why does it exist? I think when many people try to make God look bad by taking up examples like, this is so bad, natural disasters, or children cancer or anything, we usually interpret them through very individualistic eyes from the concept that our life is the only thing we have, and when we die, we're dead.
That didn't answer my question. My question is, why did God create natural disasters?
Maybe if you get the relation to him, you can ask him.
Let's say you don't have an answer then.
I'm not gonna give you all answers, especially not.
Gotcha.
If
You haven't given
You
us
could
any
understand
answers.
No, because
the
you
problem.
don't want to understand.
You could just say, "I don't know."
What I'm saying.
No,
I
I actually
think you
do
have,
understand
like,
what you're saying. That's part of the problem, is what you're saying is silly. So not agreeing with
Nah.
you is not the same as not understanding what you're saying. That's the problem. Now, I get that, like, English isn't your first language, so like, we'll let it slide, but we all understand what you're saying. We just think it's stupid. So again, my question's pretty easy. If God is, do you believe God's, like, he knows the future?
I believe the way you talk about God, it's not my God.
Do you believe God knows the future?
Not necessarily, no.
So God doesn't know the future. Did he, when he created the earth before the fall of Adam and Eve, did it have natural disasters?
Before he created the earth, what kind of natural disaster would you refer to then?
I said before Adam and Eve.
Yeah,
So
sure.
before
why not?
Adam and Eve sinned, were there natural disasters?
Yeah, I would guess so, but I don't believe in Adam
Okay.
and Eve as a literal story. I
So
don't believe
did God-
Christianity has any conflicts
That's
with
adorable. So
scientific
my question
theories as
is
well.
pretty simple. I'm just trying to figure out if God created the earth with natural disasters from the beginning or if it happened later. You obviously believe that it was from the beginning. When God created the earth, could he create the earth without natural disasters?
I don't believe your interpretation or your way of trying to reason with God makes any sense. And
I'm
I
not
think that's
reasoning with
one of the
God. What
reasons-
I'm asking you is, does he
think
have
that's
the
one of the-
ability to create an earth without natural disasters? Yes or no?
I think that's one of the
Yes or
reasons you have a
no?
hard time to
Does-
understand what I'm saying.
I don't.
God
Nobody
created-
has a hard
created-
time understanding what you're saying. We're having a hard time with
Yeah.
you not answering questions. It's easy. It's a yes or no question. Does God have the ability? Does he have the know-how? Does he have the skill to create an earth without natural disasters?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so the fact that he didn't create that earth, he created an earth with natural disasters, means that the natural disasters were a decision that he made, right?
I'm not necessarily buying the things that like God makes decision, like yes or no. But what I would like to address regarding your question,
Well,
I see
it's
your
actually
question,
just-
and I hear
It's
where
actually
you're
just
going with your question.
it's just like true based on the definition of words, right? So if God did a thing and he could have done another thing, like he had the power to do it one way but he did it another way, what that means is that he made a decision to do it that way, because God doesn't do things by accident, unless you think God does things by accident.
No, I think you analyze the doings of God through a human perspective.
Does God
where
do things
something
by
is good,
accident?
where something is good and something
God
is
do
wrong
things by
through
accident?
your eyes. Again, I don't buy into these questions. They
Does
don't
God-
make sense.
Does God do anything on purpose
They
or just
don't
an
make
accident?
sense. I don't believe God has a will in the way you're
God
talking
doesn't
about
have
the
a will. So Jesus lied in the Garden of Gethsemane. He said it was your will be done, not mine. He actually didn't mean will.
No, I mean will, in the present moment, sitting. Should I do this or shouldn't I do this?
I didn't say
believe
in
he
the
has a
present
reason.
moment.
I don't believe he has a. Well, you're asking if he made a decision or not. If he couldn't make a decision in the present moment, when did he make a decision? Because the
Listen,
past
if
was
you-
also present, right?
If you believe that he's eternal, you can just say that he's been making the same decision for all of eternity, the same way he makes every decision.
I can hear your reasoning. You're talking from a very literal standpoint, and I think you're missing the
Not
soul
literal,
of
it's
the teachings.
logical. Listen,
I
if
don't-
God
I
doesn't
don't
make
believe-
decisions, that means he has no thoughts. And according to the Bible, God does make decisions. In fact, it says so in Exodus 33:5.
I do believe that God doesn't have any thoughts in the way that we have thoughts
God-
now. So this,
God
I-
doesn't
I
So
have
don't
when
any
believe
God
thoughts.
either.
said, "My thoughts are higher than your thoughts," he should have said, "I don't have thoughts."
I believe this is symbolic
Oh boy,
way of
it's always
talking about God.
symbolic. Yeah. Every time you don't like
Yeah.
what it says, it's symbolic.
No, I wouldn't say every time I don't like it, because some things I don't
I think
like.
the
but then in the
whole
end-
I think the whole
Wow.
Bible is symbolic. I think you're symbolic. I
Didn't
think
he
that
have to go
Jesus-
really soon? And
Yeah.
now he's staying in here for like 30 minutes.
That's wild.
Jesus-
Like, he said he had to
not 30
go.
minutes, maybe.
Jesus didn't die. He didn't resurrect from the dead. He wasn't even born. He never lived. It's all symbolic. We'll just say that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
What
if you
would
look
be
at the
wrong?
general message,
Yeah, what would be wrong with us just saying that Jesus didn't actually die and resurrect? It's all symbolic.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna finish now because obviously your friend wants me to finish. I
Well,
tried to
he wants
explain,
you to
but I
answer
felt
the
like-
question. Is there a good reason why we can't just interpret the entire Bible as symbolic?
Yeah, a lot of things can be
What's the
interpreted
reason?
symbolic, and I think you. I
No,
think
all
you
of
would be
it.
right to do it
All of it, the
No.
whole Bible.
because there's historical evidence that Jesus existed, right?
Listen, I agree that some people think he existed. I'm asking, why shouldn't I just interpret the entire story as symbolic?
Because you would discard science. You would discard the science
what?
of history, like the evidence that Jesus existed.
I'm not disagreeing that he existed.
Okay, because I interpret as you want to also interpret the existence of Jesus as symbolic. If everything is symbolic,
No.
also Jesus would be
Well,
symbolic, right?
I'm saying Jesus existed, but he didn't die and resurrect. I mean, he died for sure, but he never resurrected.
Actually, you will find many schools of thought that would share that view.
Okay, so then the
That
resurrection is symbolic. We got it.
yeah, you
Jesus
would
died for
find
nothing.
even that is the main thought of the Baha'i school. If you know about the Baha'i religion.
Unfortunately,
Are you
we do.
Baha'i? Are you Baha'i?
No, I'm not Baha'i, but Abdul Baha,
I think you might
son
just
of
be
the
high.
prophet.
I think he is high
Yeah.
for sure.
No, I'm not high, but they believe in the
Must-
resurrection as a symbolic way, a spiritual resurrection.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Deja, anything else before we move on?
No, I don't have too much to say. Maybe one more thing, and please, in the future, if you want to have fruitful conversations, you should not call your.
Well, I don't need advice from you. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing here. Hey, friends, thanks for being here. I'm going to read a couple super chats while we get another guest loaded up. Jared, I do see you in the guest queue. I'll reiterate the same thing I said to you last time you were here. You seem like a nice young man, but you're kind of a waste to talk to. You can't track conversations. You don't answer questions. And you're generally just kind of dazed and confused every time you get on stage. So I'm not inclined to bring you up. We're probably going to wait for somebody else to get up here. Bitplanes, my friend, thank you for the super chat. It says, I swear, some of us Robs are just regular assholes and not whatever these call-in Robs have been. I gotta be honest, I have not had a good track record with Robs. You guys?
Speaking of Robs, I got a call from a guy named R. George. Is that Rob the one who said are you familiar with that Rob, the bad one? Is that one of the names he goes by?
That Rob. I haven't seen. If he has an alternative account, I haven't seen it.
Oh, all right.
But I know exactly what you're talking about. The guy that kept coming up here until we blocked him. Yeah, he was a tool. Hey, Ekipo, good to see your friend. Says these shows are in violent violation of Rule 14 of the internet. Fuck. Good thing. Good thing the head of the FCC is kind of absent from this administration. He's not really doing a whole much of anything, as far as I recall. I haven't really paid attention, but we'll see. We'll see. So far, I think I'm safe. Hey, Derek Connor, good to see your friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says regarding Matthew 5 and 7 combo, just dawned on me that addition to the horror of upholding the Mosaic law, the God also sets up a formal caste system inside of heaven. No free will. Caste system sounds like a perfect plan. This is so true because remember, the 12 disciples are ruling and reigning over the 12 tribes of Israel. There's a hierarchy in heaven, and that's why they're so interested, so intrigued to follow this Messiah, because they think that there's going to be some benefit for it in the afterlife. And so, yeah, there's definitely going to be a hierarchy. I don't think it would be valid to say that everybody is going to have the same existence in heaven, or the same role, or even the same level of authority in heaven. In fact, according to disciples, he says, what you bind and loose here on earth, you could bind and loose in heaven, or it will be bound and loose in heaven, meaning they're able to make like eternal decisions here on earth that will have lasting effects in heaven. It's pretty crazy. Hey, Matt, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, when apologists defend Deuteronomy 22, they seem to imply that actual non-virgins deserve to be stoned to death. But that's messed up too. Every outcome in that passage is messed up. It's Deutero Cash 22. You're 100% right. So the one thing that you could do with that passage is you could point out, listen, even if she wasn't a virgin, it's horrific that she would get stoned. That's certainly one way to do it. I go for like the double whammy where we say, listen, like first of all, it's horrific that she would get stoned, but also we don't have no viable information from the sheet that would even tell us if she should be stoned, right? So it's just not good in either direction. And this was a practice that was used within Judaism. It was used in the ancient Near East, and it was even used in Europe, even into the medieval days. There was bloody sheet tests. In fact, we learn there are stories from medieval Europe about women bringing like vials of pig blood and other blood to bed to make sure there would be blood on the sheet.
There are still rural Arab communities in the Middle East that still practice this.
True.
Although
Yep.
they get a
Yeah, I was
lot
gonna
of
say.
they get a lot of flack from local governments and stuff like that for it being unscientific.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I once debated this dude who like kind of like admitted and said that like if somebody commits adultery that they should just be straight up murdered for like cheating on your husband. Yep, just kill him. And I was
Crazy
like, wow,
people
that's kind of
endorse it.
insane. Like obviously, yeah, cheating is bad, but don't kill them.
Yeah. Yeah. A divorce is not that bad. You can get over it. You don't got to kill no one. Hey, Randy, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for sending out 50 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That is huge. I really appreciate that, friend. It really helps the channel out a lot. Huge W, a million W's out to Randy tonight. Good to see you, buddy. And Evan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says it's been some time since I last super chatted, but I've gotten your cheat sheet to load properly and have purchased an NRSVUE version 2021. I've already started highlighting. Praise Doug. Prayed to Doug, by the way. Well, thank you for signing up and getting access to the cheat sheet and for supporting the channel via super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. I hope you enjoy the cheat sheet. I've got a bunch of stuff I'm hoping to add to it real soon. That should be a lot of fun. So keep your eyes on it. It's going to be updated quite a bit here in the next couple weeks. Bucky, thank you for the $25 super chat. Says something strange is going on. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Do, 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 do. I know that reference. I appreciate some 80s references in here since you know I'm like a million years old. I do love some Ghostbusters. Actually, I've been meaning to rewatch it while I'm eating some Stave Puft marshmallows. I'll let you know if I can still find Stave Puft, though. Stave Puft isn't really a hot brand in the marshmallow market these days.
References that Justin gets. What? It's crazy. What happens next? Cats living with dogs? Oh wait, that's another reference.
Hey, listen, I like Cat Dog. Bucky, thank you for the $66 super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. Do you have the ability to answer the question being asked? No. Come on down. Listen, if I know anything about believers, the minute you start asking them questions, they're going to obfuscate and run away. They're not going to answer questions because they know that they're going to get pinned down by my line of questioning. Like they come in, they already know that my questions are on purpose and they don't want to get caught. And Not the Bible, Jason, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, this title is what Christians hear when you ask, is your God demonstrable? I like this workaround. Just say what they will hear anyways. I know. Not the Bible, Jason, do you remember back in the day when I first started streaming and that was my opening question? Do you believe that the Bible God is demonstrable? And how many people didn't know how to answer the question because they didn't know what it meant to be demonstrable? Crazy. I had to stop doing it after a while. It was.
You just got to the shortcut of it all. Because you got a
Yeah.
monster. That's crazy.
Yeah. All right, friends.
I remember that too. I've been watching you for a while.
Yeah, Marcy, we've been mutuals on TikTok for a long time, for sure.
Yeah, I think I've been friends with you since you had like about 60 or 50,000 followers. I don't know how much you have now, but it's been a while.
I haven't grown that much because I kind of stopped making the short videos, and that's where you get a lot of followers. I'm at like 80 something right now, but nevertheless,
Yeah, I just looked. You're at 80.
we'll I'll get back to making some short response videos eventually. We've got Dre that was next in queue, so I'm going to grab Dre from the queue, and then after that, it looks like Cute Waterfowl, which I could be wrong, but I thought I've spoken to Cute Waterfowl before. I'll check my list, but nevertheless, let's get Dre in here. How you doing, Dre?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Dre, are you at least 18?
Yeah,
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
yeah.
Sure. And which
Or
God do you believe in?
the God of the Hebrew Scriptures.
Are you Jewish or Christian?
I believe in Yahweh, Yahweh.
Yahya?
Are you? Oh
Yes.
God. Are you BHI?
I'm not part of any camp or congregation. I just believe in God. Just believe in the Scripture, man. Not a Christian, not a Hebrew Israelite. I'm not. Just believe in the Scripture. No label, please, no.
Is it so hard to answer?
Because
Anything
the
but to
label
label
comes
yourself
with
what
other
you
things.
blatantly are. It really
Well,
doesn't.
I wrote
It
down that you
does.
believe in Yahya. which is
I don't know
a
who
fun
that
word.
is.
Do you believe that the New Testament's true or just the Hebrew Bible?
I believe both the Old Testament, New Testament is true. I believe stuff is taken out, yes, but it's true.
Gotcha. So you believe in the Bible then?
Yeah, the
Okay.
corrupted Bible.
It's corrupted, yeah. I'm sure it is. Um, do you believe in like when it says God says things? Do you believe God actually said it?
Um, yeah, I believe the books are inspired by the Holy Spirit. So it's written by man, but Holy Spirit was writing through the man type thing.
Sure, but like if the Bible says that Yahweh said something, we can be sure that Yahweh said it, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
For the most part. Is there an exception I should know about?
Not that I know of. Mm-mm.
Okay, so as far as
Any
we can,
was a god.
what's that, Mercy?
I was gonna say, anytime it says something bad, it's not God. Anytime it says something good,
Yeah.
it is God.
I'll just say
That's
it's not. It will be not God until it needs to be post hoc rationalized.
that seems to be
Yeah, I was gonna
the
say,
case.
I would love to. No, never mind.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you know the story of Job?
Yes.
Sure. Do you think that's a real story?
Yes.
Awesome. Let's talk about Job for a little bit. Do you think that like if say you're really powerful and I don't know, you make a bet to demonstrate that you're really powerful, what means do you think would be justified to demonstrate your claim that you're the most powerful and that your faithful won't turn against you?
Um, ask that again. You said what needs will be
Yeah, well,
like
I guess what I'm
what would
saying
God
is
need to do in order to prove that?
let's say I make a deal with my neighbor. I make a bet with my neighbor that no matter what happens to my son, he'll always love me. Where do I draw the line in proving that to be true? Like, can I go and have my son like beaten with rods and to see like where's the limit there?
Mm, I don't really know. Like, I don't know you as a person. I got to get to know you personally.
No, I'm
In
not
terms
asking
of
about me.
God,
I'm asking
in terms,
from a
mhm.
from a moral standpoint. How far could I go before it's too far?
I don't know. It's hard to answer because I look at God as the moral. So it's kind of I can't put an analogy to a man making this decision of what he thinks needs to happen or what I think. I mean, I don't know. I just agree with what needed to happen in Job,
Do you
if
think
that
it's
makes sense.
righteous to punish innocent people?
No, I don't think it's right just
Okay.
punishing some people.
Do you think it's okay when God does it?
Can you show me where God does it?
Yes, Job. There's a couple instances actually, but right now we're going to bring up Job. So it's quite clear. The story of Job is a bet being made with Satan about what would happen to Job. So on the day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them, the Lord said to the accuser, "Where have you come from?" And the accuser said to the Lord, "From going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down on it." The Lord said to the accuser, "Have you considered my servant Job? There's no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil." Then the accuser answered the Lord, "Does Job fear God for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in the land. But stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face." The Lord said to the accuser, "Very well, all that he has is in your power, only do not stretch out your hand against him." So the accuser went out from the presence of the Lord, and you know what he did. He started pummeling Job for the first round. There's another round of pummeling. So was this a righteous pummeling?
Oh, yes.
Gotcha. So then it is okay sometimes to harm innocent people.
I wouldn't say that. Job didn't think it was harm.
I'm sorry, you don't think Job thought he was harmed?
If I'm mistaken, at the end, Job said, "I've been purified like gold."
What was he purified from?
He said the trials purify him.
I don't
That's
think
what it
that's in there.
said.
Actually, I don't actually think he said
It
that.
is. It says the
Give
tree.
me the verse.
Yeah, man. I'll be honest. I don't know the verse. You could just type in gold in Job, and I'm sure it'll show up.
Just type
I
in
don't know the
gold and
verse.
Joe. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
He said, just like gold is tested in the fire, so was I. Something like that.
Job
It was at the.
certainly Job certainly was tested. We agree with that, but he was found to be righteous.
By the way, Job does say that he is harmed. Um, Job
Though he
19
slay
verse
me.
6. Know then that
Sorry.
God has put me in the wrong and closed his net about me. Job 19:7. Behold, I cry out violence, but I am not answered. Job literally says he's being violated.
Yeah, I was also gonna say I
Yes,
don't think it needs to
that.
explicitly say that it was harmful because he was beaten. It doesn't need to
Mhm.
say that it was harmful beating to know that being beaten is harmful.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yep, yep. You guys are definitely right on that. That was my mistake. That is in there. Um, my answer to that will be still, regardless. At the end, he kind of showed the bigger picture of what it all meant.
Right, but my point is the bigger picture is kind of irrelevant, right? Because Job is an innocent person. Whatever God was hoping to accomplish, certainly he could have accomplished it without the torture, right?
Um, I feel like if Job didn't happen, we will have the question of, is God's love transactional? It does like,
It is.
is it? I think this kind of proved that it wasn't transactional. Even though Job did get he received stuff
So
after everything.
so
But
I'm
Job,
missing the part of the transaction. It sounds like you're saying God will punish everybody equally then.
no, what I mean by transaction is that's basically what Satan asks. Like, you protect him, you provide him with things. As soon as you stop doing that, he is going to turn from you. And
But he
God said,
didn't.
"Okay, try it." And he did it, and Job didn't turn.
Right,
He
that's what I'm
he
saying.
had doubts and stuff, and he was definitely saying it was harmful, like you guys were saying, but he was still faithful in the end.
Right, but my what I'm trying to help you understand is that God could demonstrate whatever he needs to demonstrate without torturing somebody and his entire family and all of their servants. He murdered a whole household of individuals.
Hmm.
Is that necessary? Well, let me ask you a question. I think you tried to say it, but what was the goal? When God did what he did with Job, what goal did he have in mind?
Um, I say for the people reading the book to know the question first, is God's love transactional? And I feel like Job is an example of
It
why evil
is.
exists today.
God's love isn't unconditional. There's something required on your side for you to receive God's love, and that's belief.
But we have the choice to not do that, and that's the free
No,
will. That's unconditional love.
no belief. No belief isn't a choice.
Belief is a doubt.
What?
No, belief is not doubt. Those are two different words with two different meanings. Belief is not
If
a
you
choice.
know
I
something,
don't choose
you
what
don't
to.
have to believe it.
Nope, that's not true. If you know something to be true, you have no choice but to believe it. That's how belief works. You're either convinced that something is true, in which case you believe, or you're not convinced, in which case you can't believe. And so, I can't choose to believe, and you have to believe in order to receive God's love. So it's transactional, and belief's not a choice.
Okay. Fair point. So like what do you mean by that? Like what's the issue? I would say.
You made the claim that God's love is not transactional. It is transactional.
Oh, I believe that it's still not transactional based on the reasons I told you, but I'm just saying based. I know what
But it
you're saying.
is. You only get it, you only receive it if you give something first.
But you don't think the very fact that you don't have to give something kind of proves that it's not in the first place?
No, because God doesn't love the wicked. Psalm 5:5. God hates those who do iniquity. So I don't receive God's love unless I first believe in Him, and then I get to receive all that salvation and stuff. It's
But you,
transactional.
uh-huh. But you still get the option of, okay, hate me.
It's not an
No.
option.
It's not. You get burned alive if you take that option, so it's not really an option.
Yeah, it's coercion.
Like an option is like if I go and ask your sister on a date, which I don't think I would do that. But if I did, and she said no, and there were no repercussions, that's an option. But if I say, listen, if your sister doesn't go on a date with me, I'm going to light her on fire. That's no longer an option. That's coercion.
hmm Um, there's if you were to talk to Hebrew Israelites, they'll say hell is just a mind state; it's not an actual place. But um, I believe it's an actual place, though. So that doesn't actually matter to bring up. But I don't. I still feel like when they say hell is just separated from God, the fact that you have the choice to do that. I mean,
You don't have the choice. You don't have the choice. In order to get to heaven, I have to believe, right?
mhm, right.
But belief isn't a choice. I don't get to choose heaven or hell. Either I'm convinced or I'm not, in which case I will either believe or not believe. I have no choice in the matter. What ends up happening to me is entirely God's choice, not mine.
Okay. I'll be honest. I don't get it.
Oh boy. Okay, you
I'm trying to
don't
process what you guys just said. I really don't get it.
you don't get to choose what you believe. You're either convinced by something or you're not. And if you have to believe something to get into heaven, that means it's not really your choice. You're not choosing to get to heaven. You're either
hmm
just convinced or you're not. I didn't choose to not believe. I just don't believe. I'm not convinced. It's not a choice that I made. It's just the statement of fact. So the fact that I'll
Right.
go to hell for something I can't do anything about is silly.
But it's can you match that to the present day? The fact that we're here in an evil world without choice anyway, having to pay taxes for everything.
Um,
Isn't that a mirror of
I don't know what taxes have to do with belief. We talk about believing a
what I mean
thing.
by that? What I mean by that is you're saying that to do we have to do these things to go to heaven. Like you have to believe to go to heaven. But that's not a choice then, right?
You don't have a choice to believe is what I'm saying. Like you either are convinced of something or you're not, but you can't choose to believe it.
You can't choose to believe it. And so I don't really I see what you guys are saying. I just I don't really see how that's exactly like proves the God of the Bible is an evil person or
Yeah, he's punishing me for something I have no choice in. He will throw me into hell, where I will burn forever for something I had no ability to control. My belief.
right. hmm
That's the problem.
I see what you mean. Um I personally feel like the story of Job.
The story of Job is just
Oh,
God does what he wants and you can't question it.
I think you lost connection.
Oh. I think he lost connection a long time ago, but yes, now his internet has been lost connection.
You know what? He was trying. He was working with us. I think Job is a difficult story to wrap your head around because if you think it's a real story, it's kind of a horrific story. It's not a great story. And really the message of Job is like, hey, you can't question God. He's gonna fuck you up, and God's gonna do what God's gonna do. That's just his prerogative.
I mean, it's obviously a story of an abuse victim. And like in regular stories of abuse victims, we never look to the abuse victim who says, "No, it's fine. It was justified. He hits me because he loves me." And we never think that because the abuse victim is justifying the abuse of the victimizer, that somehow
Hmm.
this is a good story. Job's no
Yeah,
different.
he didn't mean it. I provoked him. I made him do it to me. That's basically the situation. All right, we're gonna grab a couple of super chats. The proud atheist, good to see a friend, says, if not for Jesus, do you think the works of the Old Testament would go the way of mythology like Greek and Roman gods? Kind of. It depends because yeah, it's possible. It didn't seem likely that the Roman government would adopt Judaism, which means it probably would have remained a religion of like a select group of people rather than like become a religion of a worldwide dominant power. So that probably is the case. The Hebrew Bible would have been just like the Vedas or just like any other scripture that is just like one of many. In fact, if it wasn't for Jesus, though, I'm curious if Muhammad would have done what he did. I kind of suspect that Muhammad, the individual, would have done what he did with or without Jesus. I just think he needed a jumping off point of a popular religion to work with, and that seemed to be the most popular at the time. So
He would have just had one religion to make his religion out of instead of two. I think the Jewish people probably would have went the way of like the Samaritans. They exist today, but they're just not as like well known because
Right.
a religion didn't form out of them, or the Mandeans or anything like that.
Mhm.
They'd still be around. We wouldn't be talking about it all that much. We might be. Who knows? Maybe there's an alternate universe where we're all like following Mithras, and now we're all sitting here talking about the horrible things that happen from Mithraism.
Gentleman Viking, good to see your friend. It says, now that you're into anime, I'm now an animophile, apparently. You should adopt pronouncing the Tetragrammaton as yaoi. I don't know what that means. I feel like this is an anime reference that I should know eventually.
Yeah, I don't know enough anime to get it either.
It's pronounced yaoi, and it's like gay stuff. It means like two boys like kissing and stuff.
I'm down.
Yummy.
Yeah. Okay. I'm in. I'm on board. Simeon, thank you for the super. It says, just send in this because I like Marcy's stuffies. Hell yeah. Big W. And Sir Lance a lot. There's a wild name, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. It says, slow start for the Browns in free. Listen, the Browns. The Browns make such bad decisions on the back end that I can't even pay attention. It's infuriating to watch how dumb they are. Praying for Doug's blessings for the Saints. Jesus is a cunt shirt is cradle of filth. I do love the cradle of filth, by the way. You asked before. That is a amazing shirt, and the cradle of filth is hilarious. Great band reference, by the way. Daniel De La Noche, good to see you tonight. Says any Catholic miracle I'd ever heard has been outdone by David Copperfield and many other magicians. Indeed, it's funny the simple miracles the believers will fall for. Like I could reproduce any one of them, I'm sure. Tracy says, "Hi, Jussie and Dolphin."
That's what they called me in elementary school. No.
Sorry, Dolphin. The name changes continue to pour in for Dulkin. And Zach, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says this joke is for you, Duncan the Baba Guy. What did the disciples say when Jesus pooped himself on the cross?
Holy shit.
Obviously. Good joke, though. And Spirit Animal of Chaotic Capybara says Moses knew that Peggy was the true god of the gaps and met her at Mount Sinai in Deuteronomy 9:25 proves it, and Matthew 7:13 proves Jesus worshiped Peggy too.
Deuteronomy 9:25 is I prostrate myself before the Lord and he destroyed you all. And Matthew 7:13 is narrow is the way which leads to eternal life. Yes, the narrow way. That's
unbelievable.
Goddamn.
I have a hell of a night
all
here.
Right. Yeah. I'm gonna add out to work on some edits. I sent you a text message. Read it after the show.
I got it. Thank you, buddy. Cora, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, hi, Justin. Did you hear that Kirk Cameron changed his view on hell? I think he believes there's still judgment, but it's simply annihilation as a mercy. I did hear. I actually wanted to do a response video on this because he's catching a lot of flack for it, but he's not wrong. If you look at the Bible passages about hell, about half of them refer to it as eternal, and about half of them refer to it as annihilation. If you look at the Jewish literature concerning hell, even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, about half of them say that it ends in annihilation, and about half of them says it's eternal. The Jews didn't have a coherent message on how long hell was going to last. And for that reason, neither does the Bible. So I agree with Kirk Cameron. Either one of those views is valid. Whether you believe it's temporary or permanent, both of them can be found within the textual witnesses. I personally don't think that Kirk Cameron is wrong here I think that the Christians that are being mad at him are just refusing to read the rest of the Bible. Actually, this is one time I agree with him. 1 million ands, thank you for the super chat. Said, friend, my dad justifies 2 Samuel 6:6. That's the ark when he touches when he reaches out to touch the ark, right? Let me check. With Uzzah, if I remember correctly. Yes, that's when Uzzah gets zapped for touching the ark to stabilize it. Went straight to heaven anyway, so no problem. Fucking apologetics rot the brain. I know. The fact that God zapped a dude dead for doing nothing wrong, but actually trying to prevent the ark from falling is crazy how petty and nonsensical this deity is. Words never mean words. Anime recommendations for Justin. Fuck, we got a hashtag anime recommendations for Justin. And rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, 1 million ants. I do appreciate it. And Randy, thank you for the additional super chat. Says it's laughable what these people will believe and then totally ignore anything logical. This is the point that I keep making. Listen, people will go into this book and turn everything into a metaphor that's not metaphors at all. And then when you finally get to a legit metaphor, they're like, nope, that's dead literal. Like Jesus's body and blood. Nope, dead literal. John 6, he meant actual. Okay, gotcha. All right then. Well, this is what we're doing now. Just it's crazy. And thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says the most laughable thing is people believing the flood. I am a geologist and studied the earth my whole life. It's amazing that people believe the earth was flooded 4,400 years ago and life survived. It is weird. And my understanding is there would be a huge layer of silt all over the entire earth. We should find it. And as far as I know, it just doesn't seem to exist. And Aaron, artist formerly known as Philodragon, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I don't really care what the passage says. I just want to believe what I want to believe because I want to believe the comfy religion I made up in my head. That is 100%, Aaron. That's exactly what these people are believing. They want to hold on to the Jesus stuff. They just want to throw the book away because they know the book is, well, ridiculous. You know what I mean? And I get it. If you're in this religion and you like Jesus, but the book is problematic, I could definitely see why you would be like, how do we make some of this go away? I totally get it. D20, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, is Earth a circle or an oblate spheroid? Couldn't God just explain this to people 2,000 years ago? Surely they knew what an oblate spheroid was. More evidence that man made God in his own image. Agreed. And they did have a word for ball. It's usually either dur or kadur. Either one of those words would work to refer to a ball or a sphere. In fact, we find it in the Bible referring to balls. So that's really not a problem. They didn't use that word. Hug refers to a circular disc, which is used in Isaiah and in Job to refer to the earth. And that's what everyone believed. They believed that the earth was a circular disc with a dome over top of it, and just happened to be that the Bible authors agreed with that. Donis, thank you for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And I got, I apologize. I'm trying not to get backed up on supers. I want to read as many as I can that are relevant to the conversations we just had. So I'm going to do 4 more, and then we're going to get Cute Waterfowl in here. After that, we're going to get Darth Mark in here. Alex, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, it's baffling to me that people will get up on a live and eat and smack loudly into the mic, talk and spit every 30 seconds. My God, take it. Take my money for your patience. I appreciate that, Alex. I tell you, if there's 2 things I dislike about live streams, one of them is eating on mic. It's really, really annoying. And the other thing is when people like they just don't listen to anything you say. And you're like, why am I even talking? Who am I talking to right now? Either of those things will drive me simply batty, but I've tried. Jim, hey, good to see you, friend. Says Jesus has been coming for 2,000 years. No wonder his palms are bleeding. Hello. Yeah, I mean, Jesus is having a rough go of it for sure. He's going to need, I don't think they had decent lotions back then. Perhaps maybe at least some olive oil. And RW, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, it makes me crazy when people say Job was put to right afterwards. I have 3 kids, and if you kill them, you can't give me 3 new kids and say, I'm put back to right. Fuck that. What the hell? I agree. This is the point I typically make as well. You can't just off somebody's family and children and the whole thing, and they'd be like, "Oh, it's okay. We'll replace them." Children aren't replaceable. If you off somebody's family, you just did something horrible. Totally agreed. And last super chat from our friend Retired Bomb Tech. Thank you so much, friend. Says, for the great coffee fund. Well, thank you. Finally catching a live show. Awesome crew, doing great work, and always loving the show. Well, thank you, Bomb Tech. You've been a member for a long time, have supported for a long time. I really do appreciate all that you do for the channel. It really does mean a lot that we have so many members of the community that have been participating members for so long. All right, let's get Cute Waterfowl in here, and we'll hopefully get some conversation rolling. How you doing, Waterfowl?
Hey, how you doing, Justin? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to ask about the questions that have been coming up on the live stream, like God is a monster. Is there any way that religion itself can be beneficial to people, or is it something that should just be thrown out entirely?
I think some religions can be beneficial. Are you religious?
Yeah.
Okay,
We
which
went over that last time. I believe in Judaism, but I
gotcha.
was a former Christian that studied my way out.
Okay, so you started Christian and now you're Jewish.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you agree or disagree with my prompt?
I mean, I would agree based on text itself, just
Okay.
like what everything, you know, in the Tanakh and everything teaches. But I also, because my biggest thing that keeps me from deconstructing is that I kind of have difficulty with like accepting that things don't ultimately have a purpose. Like bad things happen to good people. Like that's one of the biggest arguments of why I was religious, is because it gave life a purpose after a lot of hardship in life. And I
Right, but
feel,
that sounds like belief by desire, right? You're just saying I
yeah,
want there to be something, therefore I'm going to believe in it. But
yeah.
I'm not sure that is the right way to go about forming beliefs. But also, we're trying to find people that are willing to debate this particular topic. Sounds like you might not have come to debate.
Yeah, I didn't really. I
That's
wanted to
fair.
more discuss like the God is a, like, if God is a monster, like overall from a scriptural standpoint, like is religion good, regardless of God being a monster, like what it
I,
says in the text?
I don't think religion is usually a net positive. I think the minute you introduce a god into the mix, you've invented an authority that nobody can question and nobody actually has access to. And 9 times out of 10, it almost always turns into something that other people, like religious leaders, can beat over the head of the believers. So I'm just not really sure it's necessary for anything.
Do you know if there's like, how do we as a society get better over time? Because one of the things I was thinking about when you were discussing with the last guest, how he kept bringing up a lot of weird statements. A lot of our morals as society evolve over time. And one of the things I was thinking about during your last conversation was how we used to like turn disabled people into eunuchs, and we used to use like electroshock therapy and stuff like that on people. And
Hmm.
how do we, without, you know, going through and doing a bunch of terrible things, how do we come to be better people? Because a lot of the medical knowledge that we have today too is also based on stealing bodies and stuff like that, especially in the 16 and 1700s. Like, is there a way for us to grow without doing a lot of harm in these type of ways, or is it just part of the process?
I think there's always different ways to grow. I think the ways we grow the best is by being in dialogue with each other, which is one of the great things about the internet age, is we open up dialogue between people and cultures that normally wouldn't be able to dialogue with each other. But my friend, I'm as interesting as these conversations are to me, they're certainly not interesting to the audience. They came here for debate, so we've got to move on and do some debates. You
Okay,
know?
I'm sorry about that. I'll head out.
No, no worries. It's good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Well, let's grab Darth Mark. They were next in line, and hopefully we'll get some debate going. How you doing, Darth?
Good. Can you give me just a few moments here? Because I'm heading, or actually, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Sorry, give me just like literally 10 seconds. I'm walking outside of my building
Sure.
or work building.
Yeah, no worries. While you're walking out, I'll read a super chat or two here, and we'll keep things rolling.
Keep things going.
Mr.
Well,
Chris O'Brien, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, was just in New York City and saw a bunch of Messiah is here posters. Oh no, there's another sighting of the Messiah, apparently put up by followers of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. I am familiar. I did not realize that they believe the Rebbe is back. Is that what you're saying? The Rebbe has returned? Hold on. I gotta find out. Listen, I'll look into this. I didn't know this was a thing. There were people, loons, I think, that were discussing it, if somebody comes in the likeness of the Rebbe, if it would be like a second coming of the Rebbe. But I mean, obviously, I think it's silly. But Ekipo, hey, thanks for the additional super chat. Says also highly recommend Haibane Renmei. It explores many pseudo-religious topics. That would be interesting to me. I would love to see how like Japanese animation deals with religion, especially Western religion. If I was them, I'd be trashing it pretty hard. But to be fair, like I think the religion of Japan had some pretty bad phases as well. All right, so Darth, do you think you're in a better spot now?
yes, sir.
Awesome. Darth, your connection is a little bit slow, but I think it's going to be okay. We'll work through it. If worst case scenario, might have to turn your camera off, but for now, I think it's good. So, are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe in God?
I think the term is agnostic. I believe in God, but I do not claim to know its full intention. But yes, and I also grew up as a Christian.
Sure. Do you believe in a particular type of God?
I guess the best way to answer that question is I do believe that something created us or is either monitoring us and choosing not to like destroy us or something. But I will say too, I saw the shock on your face. I will say that I am coming from the perspective of being that I grew up Christian. And when I say Christian, I went to it's like one of those churches where they believe in speaking in tongues. So hardcore, like, I'm talking like hardcore mystical things happening, people falling out and bumping their head on the chair. And then later on went to other churches that were more, I guess, what people call like modern, where it's like a modern kind of rock music-ish. Everyone's raising their hands, slower vibe. So a lot of times I like
I
to.
hate to interrupt, but the mic
go.
has frogs. The
Yeah.
guest has frogs in the mic.
Yeah, Darth, I don't know if you have enough
Oh.
bandwidth for video and audio right now.
Oh, okay. Are you able to turn me off, or should I turn myself off?
I think you have to turn it off
I think
yourself.
okay, I think it's good now. Let me know if I'm still spotted.
We'll find out in a
I'm
second.
using my 4G. But yeah, so that being said, I'm coming from the perspective of someone arguing from their point of view, because I think a lot of people who did not grow up in that scenario, they don't understand how people can like come to these conclusions. They're like, bro, what the fuck is wrong? Like, how do you? But being that I grew up in it, I understand it. So I think it's a good intellectual debate, because I feel like I can argue from their perspective in an effective way. But I guess we'll find out.
Am I hearing that you want to argue the Christian position as a non-Christian?
As we'll say, as a former hardcore Christian.
I mean, I'm a former Christian. I think I'm got a pretty good idea on what they believe. I'm not too worried about that. I am interested in what you do actually believe. Do you believe that God created the earth?
Yes.
Cool. Do you think that God knows the future?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that God is like all powerful or just like super powerful?
All powerful.
Okay. Do you think that God could have made the earth with no natural disasters?
That's a good question. Posed with that question right now, I would say no.
So if God decided right at this moment, oh, we lost his connection. Let me add him back on. If God decided, say in 5 minutes from now, that he wants to eliminate natural disasters, he wouldn't have the power to do that.
You're stating that as like a statement, or is that a question?
Question.
Okay, so if God could, like, would he? I think, yeah, I don't even want to say he, but yes, God could for sure destroy the planet, tsunamis, the sun's burning our skin, acid rain, you know, all the that type of crazy shit.
Okay, so my point is, if God could create the earth without natural disasters, and he creates the earth with natural disasters, what that means is he's made a decision to do it with the natural disasters as to without the natural disasters, which to me I think is pretty evil. Like, do you think if you created the earth that you would create it with or without natural disasters?
I would create it without. But
Sure.
I think your statement, which is pretty effective, has made me rethink something, because if God is all powerful, do the laws of physics bend to his will? And that is a really good question, because now I'm considering that there's a possibility that the basic mathematical logic by which our world works may, like, God may have to, like, abide by that as well. Like, if there's a fact that, like, let's say he terraformed the earth, created the earth, but you know, God's like, you know, when I do this, there's going to be tsunamis, destruction, because that's how this has to work out mathematically. Almost like when you create a combustion car, there is a possibility you're going to crash that car and die. That's just what it is.
Yeah, but if he's all powerful, that means he could create physics so that there are no natural disasters. So maybe he's not all powerful.
Yes, yeah. Correct. And that's what I mean when I say, like, the way you position it, I think you're correct in asserting that he may not be all powerful, but rather, I'll go back to what I was saying earlier. There is something that created us and is choosing not to destroy us. And I guess my view of God is it is powerful enough to change our lives for good or for bad based on its own will. And by that meaning, I guess I mean that God is all powerful because he could destroy our lives. And basically once we're dead, it just doesn't really matter, like, what we think, because our consciousness is gone. So God to us, in the sense that he could destroy, let us live on, etc., but maybe not necessarily all
Is unnecessary
powerful.
suffering bad?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Does God have the ability to prevent the unnecessary suffering on the earth?
Yes.
Okay. Does God want to end unnecessary suffering?
I would assume no.
Okay. So, do you think that a person that wants unnecessary suffering is a good person or a bad person?
I guess it depends on the situation. And I'll pose a quick thought. That's a quick thinking process. Like, let's say, how would I say this? Like, let's say you have the ability to end the suffering, but you don't. And part of that suffering comes from the fact that you gave people, like your little creations. I created these people. I want them to have free will, because I do believe in free will. I believe there's free will, but God knows, like, everything that's happening beginning from end. But that doesn't stop you from having free will. It's almost like we're in a simulation that's just live, but someone's already watched it. But the point being that if God created a simulation, we're in it, and he gives us free will, the will to do evil or good. And that's just on us. Like, hey, you can go murder people if you want. That's just on
Right,
you.
but we're talking about natural
Yeah.
disasters. Humans didn't create natural disasters.
Well, global warming, for example. I don't know if global warming because there's some argument with that.
Volcanoes.
People are like, look, fair. If he could stop volcanoes, and he doesn't, and it kills people, and that's all right. So let's go to that very specific example. Volcanoes. There's people that live on an island next to that volcano. It explodes. It kills a bunch of people. God could have stopped it, but he doesn't.
Well, he could have just made the Earth so that no volcanoes would ever form.
Yes, and that part where it's like I don't, because your first statement made me rethink, because like maybe there's not a way to create a planet where, because for example, the reason there is volcanoes is because there's molten rock pouring from like basically the centers of the earth, pouring out, and this is how we get islands, right? Maybe the way to create a planet is you actually have to create these molten volcanoes that over time create, land masses. And that's just like, for example, the only way to create a car is with a combustion engine, or the only way to create, there's only one way to create certain objects mathematically, and there will be damage done because of that.
Are you suggesting that God couldn't create planets without volcanoes? Because there's a bunch, like Mercury has no volcanoes. The moon has no volcanoes.
I would suggest that for our planet, specifically Earth, there may be, and I will say I'm not a fucking scientist. Everyone in the chat or watching, I'm not a scientist. I don't know if you're roasting me in the chat, but what I will say is there may have been no way to create the Earth without the mathematical and physical properties that it has now, that do in turn hurt people. Or even for, go ahead, sorry.
It sounds like God didn't author physics then. It sounds like God got his hands tied behind his back.
Yeah, and I think that might be like, because once again, going back to that very first question, is God all powerful? I think, like, when it comes to physics, like, maybe not. Like, maybe there's just inherent laws in the universe that if God wanted to create something, he's like, well, I got to follow this law of the universe to create it.
So, prior to the creation of the universe, were there laws?
Like physical laws, like physics?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would assume so.
So God didn't create everything then.
You're good. I like this.
There was a question. Damn.
So sorry about that.
There was a question from a scientist in the chat. We do have an actual scientist in the chat. The question is, we can make organisms without cancer. Why can't God? That's an actual question from an actual scientist that is in the chat.
That we can make organisms without cancer. Well, I mean, should I answer this, or sorry, did you want to answer?
I think it was for you.
No, that's the question for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the question from the scientist to you is, we're able to make organisms without cancer, so why can't the all-powerful God?
This, to me, that goes back to free will, because that implies that cancer, and the scientist can answer this, occurs naturally. That if there was a baby born in the
cancer
forest,
doesn't occur naturally.
Exactly. So this implies to me that there's some sort of human intervention in the process of cancer creation, asbestos, or some sort of, you know what I mean? Like,
we have dinosaurs with bone cancer, though, so it can't be human intervention.
Okay. What organisms are we like? Do they mean like smaller microbiome like organisms, or do they mean like actual cloning?
I think the point is, if human beings know what it would take to make it so a cancer doesn't happen, which, to be fair, it isn't that hard. It just means that when your cells replicate, they replicate accurately in most cases. Then the God who created cell replication could have just made it so that cells always replicate perfectly.
Stitch requested up.
Oh shit! Hold on, let me get my guest box open. It should be up in a second.
Copy.
So, two things. One, cancer is not mostly due to our environment, like asbestos. Approximately 58 to over 60% of cancer cases are non-preventable and due to random mutations. And second one is that there are organisms who quite literally have such abysmally low, or actually I shouldn't say abysmally, but incredibly low rates of cancer, and it's due to a twofold reason here. The first reason is their cells are actually better equipped with a more effective p53 gene, which can defend their cells from cancer. And unfortunately, oh man,
There's a lot of background noise on both sides. I hear treadmills and cars.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm
hopefully
walking
this
outside of my
is
office.
hopefully this isn't too bad.
It's okay right now.
All right, so well, humans are one of the organisms with really crappy p53 genes, and organisms like elephants, mice, giraffes, they have extremely low rates of cancer because of this. Why didn't God just give us this effective p53 gene? Evolution can explain it, God can't.
Well, I mean, to me, that is assuming that we are God's favorite creation, that we would get all the best stuff, and that we would get like, well, why? Like, I feel like humans are some of the most destructive beings. Like, why should, like, even, I mean, let's pose this question: what if God was like, hey, you know what? Humans are super destructive. They need like a shorter lifespan.
Then you agree with the prompt, which is that your God is a monster. He's a monster to us.
I mean, if God was a monster to people specifically, but let's say there's a type of, and someone correct me, there's a type of deep sea mollusk, I believe, that basically has infinite life because its genes.
That is not a mollusk. That's a jellyfish, and yes, it does have infinite life. So,
Thank you
by
for
your
correction.
logic, you're saying that this God decided to make other organisms have an infinite life. In fact, this organism can be invasive because it has an infinite life. So you're claiming that this potentially invasive organism, which is kind of like humans because we're considered pretty invasive, God gave this organism infinite life, but not humans.
I'm not sure
Well,
how
I would say
important it
that-
would be to the context, but it's not that it's like necessarily immortal. It's just that it doesn't really die from age. Like it can still die other ways. Just age isn't one of them. I don't know if that would be important to the context, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I think the
I'm
point
just
that
simplifying it.
the point that Snitch and I and Marcy as well that we're making is not that we think we should live forever. It's that unnecessary suffering could only point towards a monstrous creator. Now, it might be true that some level of suffering is required. I don't know what that level would be, but what I do know is that if you cause unnecessary suffering is bad.
I would agree, and I would even say this, that the part about unnecessary. Well, because I'm going to answer this question about unnecessary suffering. But I just want to first premise that I don't believe in the ends justify the means. I just hear people say that too much. Well, God had to do this because in the end it would be better, and it's like that's that logic to me doesn't make sense. But what I'm going to say is, let's say there's unnecessary suffering. It's going to get crazy here for a second. But let's say there's unnecessary suffering in Palestine, right? Like those people don't need to die. They just don't need to die. Like there's enough resources on the planet. There's enough food to go around. There, in the end, is that really just about money and an expansionist project? I know we're getting political, but bear with me. And in reality, there has to be some group, I would imagine. For example, let's just say it was China or Russia. They were like, hey, you know what? We can stop this. Like we can stop like America and Israel from killing these people. It's going to cost us. It's going to cost us lives. It's going to cost us money. It's going to X, Y, Z. Like, is China evil for not stopping the Palestinian death?
Is China God?
No.
Oh,
No, they're not.
I think the problem is we're all finite entities, and God seems to not be so much, right? God is like the author and designer of reality. And if you're the author and the designer of reality, it seems like you have a different responsibility than somebody inside of that reality with a lot less power.
Yeah,
that's a fair
also
take.
China, if they were to try to intervene with Israel's whole G side and so on and so forth, they would be risking a lot of stuff because America has nukes and so on and so forth. They could be affected by like the response that America would give and Israel would give to them for trying to stop the colonization of Palestine. Like they aren't like all powerful gods. They are humans who will have human like consequences for their actions. It's kind of like if somebody like had a pew pew. I got to use TikTok language here. If somebody had a pew pew and was beating up your friend, and you wanted to stop them, but they had a pew pew, so like what can you do? You got to sit there and watch because they could easily just as hurt you if you tried to stop them. These aren't all powerful gods. We are all humans.
I would say also let me know if there's things that I can't say on because I don't know. I don't know if there's like
you'll be all right, I think.
Okay. What I would say in response to that is I feel like number one, I feel like a government wow, okay, we're going way off topic. Let me rein myself back in. I'm gonna rein myself back in because I feel like if the discussion is God a monster, there's like things that I feel like almost we have to assume. Like for one, like let's say humans are one of the most destructive properties on the planet. We destroy a lot. We also do a lot of good stuff, but we destroy a lot. Let's assume that God is extremely powerful, can change all things, but still has to abide by some laws of physics because that's just how things are created. If God's goal is that, you know what, I want humans to like understand like why they should be good. Like why like
Wait,
so for example, if
no,
there's a
that
kid,
doesn't
yeah, go ahead.
follow.
What?
That doesn't follow because God could have just made our brains less greedy and less
No,
competitive.
because because what I'm assuming is that there is free will. And to me, free will is the ability to do evil things if you want. That's what free will
I
is.
guess I'm
Free will.
confused why we
Yeah.
keep getting back on goodwill. No free will. No one's saying that God should get rid of free will. Like I've been trying to keep this pretty succinct to things that are specifically God's decisions, like how much the ability we have to grow food on the planet, natural disasters. These are things that, cancer. These are things that God controls, not things that men control. I agree that men are going to do things that are harmful. I'm not questioning God for giving humans free will. I think we could do that. I'm not doing that. All I'm doing is questioning the stuff that God is responsible for. God is definitely responsible for natural disasters. And I think if you have the ability to create a planet without unnecessary suffering, that being from natural disasters, and you choose to create it with that suffering anyways, you're a monster.
Also, I wanted to add on that the free will that we have doesn't necessitate that we are extremely greedy and have like a predisposition to unalive each other. Like we don't need to have this tribalistic nature. For example, mice and other more community driven animals like elephants and giraffes, a part of the reason why they've evolved to have lower rates of cancer is because they're very communal. So it's not favorable evolutionarily for members of their species to just drop from cancer, but for very tribalistic competitive animals like humans, it's actually evolutionarily favorable for other members of our species to drop dead from cancer randomly. It's not so God could have pushed evolution towards making us more communal, which would not only be better for the planet, but it would also be better for us as well.
I will say to answer to the gentleman, the host, I'll answer you, and then the young woman after. I would say I will just give you the point for sure that God is not all powerful. There are some laws of physics, maybe even laws that we don't completely understand, that must be followed. What I will say to the second one about like humanity is that I think if God gave free will, and I'm going to use an analogy. I'll talk really fast. If there's a big yard, you put a bunch of dogs in the yard, and the dogs are going to act like dogs because they're dogs. There's someone's going to establish dominance. One's going to get bit. The other one's peeing on a tree. They're just going to do what they do. But part of the nature is you want them to be in a yard instead of attached to a leash on a tree. And I think that's this what humanity is like this big thing that was created that has freedom, and we're not tied down. But I think because we're not tied, so for example, I know this is going crazy, but if you tie a dog to a tree and you put a bowl of food in front of them, they can only eat the food and go as far as the leash. But if you put them in a big yard and then you put a bowl of food, these dogs might start fighting just because there's only a little bit of food.
Well, that's the
I
problem. God would be in control of the
Yeah.
food.
Mhm,
God could make
mhm.
it so there's enough food for everybody, there's enough resources, and there never has to be any fighting.
Would you say that? Because I almost feel like part of it is like there's something, even in this conversation, there's something revealing about human nature in that if God created a simulation where everyone's free, evil can be done. He just doesn't want to get involved, like pretty much at all. Like, I'm just gonna put you guys here. I don't want to get involved. If you do evil, you do evil. Like, to me, it's revealing something about human nature where we will do evil regardless of if God is there or
Well,
not.
again,
But does that make God evil because
Yeah.
he's not intervening?
Yeah. If I had a button right now that could stop all rapes and I didn't press it, then I'd be evil for not pressing it.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
Oh, we lost him again.
Okay.
Darth? Darth?
I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay.
Hold on.
Hey, Darth, my friend, your connection keeps dropping out, and I think the frogs are gonna keep coming back. I'm gonna move on to the next guest. Thanks for coming up and chat with us. I mean, it was nice to get to chat with you. You seem like a decent young man. That kind of working through some of these problems. So keep working through them. Keep thinking. These are difficult questions, I know. And I would ask, like, if you are feeling like maybe the solution is to limiting God over and over again, saying, well, actually, God's not all that powerful. Actually, he can't do things. Then it sounds like maybe the God that you believe in is kind of silly. Like, maybe rather than saying that we believe in this God, but he's kind of a weak punk that can't do anything, or he's kind of a screw up, maybe we just admit that there is no God. Maybe we get to a better place rather than thinking that there's like this really weak God that just can't do anything about the reality that it created, you know? But let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, and we're going to get our next guest in here. I'm going to grab Kevin Loves Jesus from the queue next. Dread Goose says IKEA lost his God in that giant warehouse of his. His theology is as well put together as a cheap calyx. I don't know what a calyx is, actually. The man sounds very Swedish. I'll be going. I have a lot of questions, my friend, about this chat. I don't know who his is right now. Is there a guest named IKEA that we talked to? I don't remember a guest named IKEA. I feel like there's a joke in here that I'm not gathering. But Dread, we
There's
appreciate
also,
you coming
I looked
in.
it up. Calyx is like a shelf. It's like an IKEA
fun.
shelf.
I like a good shelf. Well, Dread, I mean, thanks for the super chat anyways. I appreciate you being here and supporting the live stream. And Stray, cute puppy, says, sent DM Discord about your friend with diabetes with my contact info. Oh, Sean. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm way behind on Discord DMs. I will get a hold of Sean though with this. I have something for him. If you could facilitate contact between him and I can definitely do that, Stray. I'll scan through it after the stream and look for that. And so we'll get that going. I appreciate that. And so does Sean. 49 Perfects, thank you for the super chat. Says, have you considered making the problematic callers pay $20 of their own money before coming on that keep you if they suck? Not really. I mean, if they come on and they're obnoxious, I could just boot them. I mean, to be fair, some of the obnoxious callers are actually entertaining for playbacks. So, if they're being obnoxious, I'll allow it.
Really just asked you to make them give a deposit to come on, a safety deposit.
That'd be awesome. Dread Goose, my friend, thank you for the follow-up, says the only Bibles that are corrupted are the ones on the SD drives I hand out, each infected with a virus that plays a gif of Nerdy wagging his finger. Nedry? Who's Nedry? These are way too many references that I don't understand. Hold on. Who is
Oh, I was gonna look it up.
Nedry? Oh, that's the guy from Jurassic Park in the computer when he goes, when you try to hack into the system. I didn't realize that was his name, Nedry. You know what? I kind of like that, handing out SD drives that supposedly have the Bible, but when you try to open it, it's just the guy from Jurassic Park saying, no, you're not going to access it. I like that one. Imposter Joe says the Browns make the worst decisions on the back end. Justin's most quote of all time. Praise Doug. Justin fucking rock. Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's why they hired a molester to play quarterback. So never trust the Browns' back end. That's what I'm saying. Randy Wilson, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says you are correct about the thick layer of sediment that would remain after a global flood, and it does not exist. That's what I thought, Randy. Where is it? Like I've been around. I've lived by beaches. I'm assuming it would be easy to spot a layer of sediment somewhere in the geological column. Can't seem to find it. And Carnage, thank you for the $5 super chat, adding to the date fund. Shit, funding my date fund. I appreciate that. I'll make sure it goes to good use. I'm sure it'll be well spent. And with that, let's get Kevin Loves Jesus into the conversation, and hopefully we'll have some robust discussion. How you doing, Kevin?
Hello, Justin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is my camera off?
Your camera is currently off.
Okay. All right. How's it going, sir?
It is going. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Awesome.
How much time do you have? I don't want to take up much of your time.
I got plenty of time. So don't worry about that. You are a Christian, I assume.
Yes, sir.
Sure. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
Disagree, sir.
Sure. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that women should be murdered if they lie about being virgins?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because it's wrong, sir.
Oh. Well, what about when God said to do it?
I haven't read any verse about that, to be honest with you, so I'm not quite sure.
No worries. I can show you the passage. We were actually just talking about it a little bit earlier in the live stream.
Justin, sorry to interrupt you for a second. After you go through that, then can I talk to you about why I disagree and about the free will thing after you're done?
What free will?
About like why God gave us free will and why he can't intervene with evil after you're done?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. So we'll pause there. What kind of evidence do you think a man would be looking for to tell if a woman was a virgin?
Like I said, I haven't read that in the Bible, so I'm not quite sure.
Well, just take your time and think about one of the possibilities. If you're in the ancient world and you're asking yourself on your wedding night, you go into a woman, what kind of evidence do you think you'd be looking for to determine if she was a virgin?
Like if you're married and if you like, what's the question again? Can you repeat it?
Yes, if you marry someone and on your wedding night you go to consummate the marriage, and then while you're consummating the marriage, you're looking for some sign of her virginity. What kind of a sign would you be looking for typically?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that one either.
It's typically blood. Now, this is not a good indicator. We'll get to that in a second. But this is the practice in the ancient world. They would use a sheet underneath the couple during the wedding ceremony. And if there was blood on the sheet, it'd be collected by the family, and that would be proof that their daughter was a virgin. That's why it says here, the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin of Israel. She shall remain his wife. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. If, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So if the woman doesn't bleed on that sheet, she gets stoned.
Like stone, like to die, right? Like get killed, right?
Yeah, not the 420 kind.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll look more into that because, like I said, I haven't read that story, haven't heard of that story. So, what verse is that exactly? What verse is that?
It's Deuteronomy 22, 14 to 21.
All right, I'll check it out for sure.
Okay. So
Yeah.
do you think it's a good law to stone women that aren't virgins?
No,
Okay. Was it good when God did it?
no, it's not.
Okay. Fair point. Would you say that somebody who thinks women should be stoned for not being virgins is kind of a monster?
Yes, I agree with that.
Cool. Sounds like we have come to an agreement. That didn't take very long. So, what did you want to talk about?
I wanted to talk about why Jesus can't intervene when children are being abused by their mother or anyone else.
Why?
I don't remember that being a topic.
Yeah, I don't remember, but now I'm curious. Why couldn't he intervene?
No, to know no, about why he can't intervene. I'm going to explain. Do you mind if I explain? Because
Yeah.
that's because you said that your God is a monster, so that's kind of like on the topic. It's related to that because he's allowing evil to happen. So so that's on the topic.
I just don't remember like us saying anything about that. But I mean, sure. Explain why Jesus allows children to be abused for supposedly no reason when it could be elsewise.
It's because he gave everyone free will. Like I'm not saying it's okay, but I'm just like saying it's like he gave us free will and he doesn't want to interfere with it. Because if he came down from heaven and saw a child being abused and stops it, right, then he would take all of our free will away.
Well,
So
Well, not necessarily. God has taken away people's free will quite often. He doesn't
yeah.
seem to really care about free will. He intervenes with people's free will in the Bible like a lot of times.
Yeah, I second what Marcy says. In Genesis 20, we find one such instance where Abimelech captures Abraham's wife, and God prevents Abimelech from sinning against her by by raping her. Says, God said to him in the dream, yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her. So he actually can just come down and prevent men from assaulting women if he wanted. He did it with Sarah.
yeah, but that's different though.
How?
Because that was in the Bible though.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's the problem? Why can't he do it again?
Why can't Jesus do it again? Because free will, sir. I mean,
Did Abraham and Abimelech not have free will?
yes, they did.
Okay. And did God violate that free will?
Yes.
Okay. And what's preventing him from doing it again?
Because if he did it right now, then he's gonna like flood the entire earth like he did before.
Why?
That
I mean,
Well,
because one, like, do you know like Noah's flood, right? Because one of those people did like their free will, and then God came down, and Jesus came down and flooded the entire earth because of one person's free will, and it
Well,
drowned everyone, including the babies. So he
we
doesn't
kn-
want to do it again.
well
That's
he
why he's not going to come down
well
again.
he'll never do it again because he said he wouldn't. But that's beside the point because what happened with Abraham and Sarah and Abimelech was after the flood.
I'm sorry.
The story of Abraham, Sarah, and Abimelech happened after the flood. So this is already after the flood. And he'll never do it again. He already promised.
Yes, I haven't read that one, so I'm not quite sure about that. So I just know that he only gave everyone free will, and he's not going to intervene. I mean,
But we just gave you an example where he does intervene.
yeah, but those people are different though. Like us right now, he's not going to do that with us, right?
Well,
Like us at
right,
this point.
right. But I'm asking why. Why would it be wrong to do treat us the same way he treated the patriarchs?
Because he doesn't want to treat us like robots, sir.
Was Abraham and Sarah and Abimelech robots?
Wait, after God intervened?
At any point in time.
Yeah. For that one, I'm not sure about what happened with that one, because I haven't read that one.
Okay, what about Joshua 11, where God hardens the heart of the Canaanites so that they would go out to war?
Oh, that story I don't know about. That story I don't know about that one either, sir.
Right. Well,
I
this
haven't
might
read much
be.
of the Bible, so
That's fine. This might be new for you, but just listen to the passage and tell us your thoughts. Right.
sure.
It says, "It was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts, so that they would come against Israel in battle, in order that they might be utterly destroyed and might receive no mercy, but be exterminated." So God does intervene and with people's free will pretty frequently. I guess I don't understand why it would be a problem to intervene on people's free will now.
Yeah, that's a big problem. I mean, like, it's just that he doesn't want to force us to like make the right choices or the bad choices, like right now, currently. So, like, I mean, like, can I give you like an example? Can I give you an example, real fast,
Well,
Justin?
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is why would it be problematic for, just like he stopped the SA of Sarah, why would it be problematic if he stopped the SA of all women and all men?
That I'm not sure of.
Right. And there's actually a bunch of examples of this. In fact, he sends in 1 Kings 22, he intentionally sends lying spirits in the mouth of the prophet in order to trick people to do what he wants them to do. So he's messing around with people's free will all the time. Like he could literally just show up in a dream, like the day before somebody was going to rape somebody else, just show up in a dream and say, "Hey, don't do that."
Never actually thought about that, to be honest with you. So
Yeah, and I would hate to like come at this from a different like perspective if we want to stay on like giving examples of the Bible, but in a grape situation, someone's free will is being violated. It is the free will of the child to not be graped, and it's the free will of the grapist to grape the child. So in that scenario, somebody's free will be like violated and intervened, whether it's the child for getting graped or God intervenes and he's intervening with the free will of the grapist. So it's the question comes about is why does God favor the free will of the grapist over the child that's getting graped? In that situation, no matter what, if God intervenes or if God doesn't intervene, somebody's free will be violated. But in this situation, God can violate the free will of the grapist rather than the child. So why is it that God seems to favor the free will of the grapist rather than the free will of the child? That seems like very horrible. And we don't need to go to a Bible passage for this. This is something you can just think about and give an answer.
I mean, he created the rules, so he could stop at
I don't
any
see how that
time.
responds to anything.
Wait, but that's not the topic that I'm talking about, though.
Well, your response is free will as to why God can't intervene with it. So we showed you in
Yeah.
plenty of passages where
Yes.
God could intervene with it. And now we're trying to go back to the topic of this, is that if God can't intervene because of free will, I'm telling you, my response to that is that in a grape situation, somebody's free will be violated. Either the child's free will to not be graped is going to be violated by the grapist, or alternatively, God could intervene and violate the free will of the grapist. So why is it that God would rather allow the child to be graped and let the child's free will be violated rather than violate the free will of the grapist? If you had the choice, would you sit there and watch a child be graped in the name of free will, or would you stop the grapist? Because God can stop this at all points in time, no matter what.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not the topic that I'm exactly going to. I'm talking about free will, yes, but I'm talking about when a mother beats her daughter to death. That's what I'm talking about.
Holy.
Well, I don't know why that is the topic. Can you tell what? Marcy, can you dialogue on that particular topic? I got to use the restroom, and I'm trying to figure out why this keeps coming up.
Yeah, why are we trying to specifically hone in on, like, violent physical abuse of a child? Because, like, sure, that might be what you want to talk about, but the topic is, like, God can't violate, God can't stop this bad situation because of free will. We showed you plenty of spots in the Bible where God violates bad situations because of free will, doing the exact opposite of what you said he couldn't do, and your response is, well, he just can't do it today because, yeah... which isn't really a great response. So I was responding to that with your free will objection. I'm responding to that with my own objection, being that in most situations, whether it's a great situation or sure, let's talk about the specific situation you want to speak of, of a mother beating a daughter to death. It is the daughter's free will to run away and escape her getting beaten to death. It is the mother's free will to beat the child to death. God could do nothing, and then the child's free will is violated because she doesn't get to run away. Or he could intervene and violate the free will of the mother, and then the mother's free will would be violated. In that situation, no matter what, one person's free will be violated. God gets to choose whose free will is violated. He could ignore it, and that would be choosing to ignore the child's free will, or he could intervene, and that would be ignoring the mother's free will. So give your response to that as to why would God favor the free will of the mother beating the child to death rather than the free will of the child to run away and escape the beating?
Well, my answer, I'm gonna be honest, but I'm trying to come up with a better answer because I don't want to be dishonest on here.
I mean, if you want to take a second to, like, think about it, you don't have to, like, instantly give an answer that off a knee-jerk reaction thought. You can, like, take a second to, like, run it through your head a few times to think about it. You don't have to instantly say something. We can chill for a second. It's not, you don't need to desperately answer it. If you need to think about it in order to give a better concluded answer, you're allowed to do that.
Yeah, you're being good faith up here, so we're not gonna press you down and force an answer out of you. We want to hear your actual thoughts.
Yes, I think the only answer I can come up with because if Jesus came down and stopped that from happening, he would take all of our free will, and also
that's not how that works.
And also, Jesus wants that child in heaven with him for all eternity. So
let the child be beaten to death? So you think that Jesus lets children be beaten to death because he wants to be with the child in heaven? That's a really incredibly odd theology to have.
Because also, heaven is where there will be no harms ever again. So I mean, it's better for them.
Okay. Yeah, let's finish talk.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but like by this logic, then we shouldn't try to treat cancer patients because the cancer patients are supposed to be in heaven. We shouldn't treat anybody suffering from an illness or a disease, or even somebody who gets beaten by like a violent aggressor because, oh, God wants this person in heaven because of the aggressor. That makes no sense. That means God is on the aggressor's side by basically advocating for the aggressor to do harm and for diseases to do harm to us in our life now. That basically means that any time in history, from Germany in World War II to like having an abortion, all of that, like even though I don't really value fetal lives, but I'm just going from like the perspective of like that worldview. Like by that perspective, all the things that you deem to be sinful and wrong are now no longer wrong because you're just putting that person back with quote unquote God. Like that, it like the logic just doesn't work with the notions that are put out by the same people under like the belief of like God is like this all powerful, all good being. Like it doesn't make any sense. Also, I just wanted to mention there are animals in nature who don't rape each other and don't assault each other. So
Yeah, and I would say that those animals probably have free will and just simply don't do that because that's just not a thing that they wish to do of their like hormones and biology and structure, brain structure. They just kind of don't want to do those things, yet they still have free will.
bonobos.
We could even also, yeah, we could also take that even a step further of what you're saying of like not stopping aggressors from attacking victims because the victim's supposed to be with the in heaven, and to just becoming the aggressor. Because if the end goal is to have this child in heaven, then you know, because it's heaven, it's eternity of infinite bliss and all this amazing good stuff. No tears will be shed. At that point it would be doing an honor by putting people in heaven, if you know what I mean. Like you putting somebody in heaven would be a good thing because it's heaven, it's forever blissful, if that's just going to be the justification for allowing a mother to beat a child to death.
Yeah, it sounds like would lead to a pro-abortion stance.
Well, I see your point.
Yeah. Hey Kevin, we gave a lot of stuff for you to think about, and I don't want to keep piling on. You've been a really good sport. How about let's do this? Take some time to process kind of the stuff that we talked about and come back and talk with us again. I don't want to pound you with too much at once, being that you've been so polite with us. But it sounds like you might need some time to process some of these things.
Yes. Can I ask one more question, or if not, then I can come back next time.
Nope. Go ahead.
Like you got a show to run, I understand that. So do you want me to ask, or I can?
Yeah, go ahead.
Next time?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. So my last question is it's kind of sensitive, but I'll just let it out. Why does Jesus Christ get blamed for whenever evil happens, and not the devil?
Why?
That's what I don't understand.
I don't
Is
know.
Jesus more powerful than the devil?
Yes.
Okay, so then to ask you in a situation, I know it sounds like what we were just talking about, but I'm asking you, so it's a different situation. If you were walking down an alley or like walking down the road and you had a pew-pew in your pocket just to protect yourself and to protect others, and you were walking down and you look down an alley and you see a child getting raped, would you stop the rapist?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Like with the ma'am. But also, yeah, that's why God gets blamed, is because if you have the power to stop something and you don't, like it's kind of, there's two evil, like my stepfather put this a while back, there's two kinds of evils: of doing the evil itself and watching the evil happen when you have the power to stop it and doing nothing about it. So in that situation, the devil would probably be the rapist, but Jesus would be the person walking down the alley, seeing it, and doing nothing. you would consider somebody who sat there and watched a child being raped, being red-faced, screaming and crying for help and doing nothing about it when you have the power to stop it, you would consider that person a bad person. Sure, it's the rapist doing the thing to the child, but you have the power to stop it, and you are sitting there and watching it and doing nothing about it
I
at
think
And
it's
all.
even
also, and also, if I was in a park, if I see a parent beating their child, I would stop it immediately,
right.
or I would call the cops.
I think it's even
Yeah.
worse too because theoretically Jesus created the devil, which
Yes, he
means it's
did.
like, he created the rapist and then lets the rapist do the thing.
Yes, but
And
like,
watches it the entire time too.
yes, because us as humans, we can stop it, but Jesus is because, and also Jesus is also a spirit, so a spirit can intervene.
Well,
So he makes the rules.
that
So that's the
that
difference
can't be the
there.
case. No, spirits intervene all the time. In fact, unclean spirits inhabit and possess people. God sends spirits to give power to the prophets. God sends spirits to empower the artisans that made the tabernacle and also the temple. Those artisans that made all these great things, they were given the power to do that by the spirit that God placed inside of them. So God could definitely, send whatever spirit he needs to do whatever he needs.
Yeah, and also if Jesus is justified for not intervening because of free will, then anybody is justified for not intervening because of free will. So if a mere human walked down the alley and saw it and watched the entire thing, Jesus is justified doing that because if free will, he can't intervene. So then if a human were to do the same thing, they too would be justified. So with the conclusion with your defense for this being free will, Jesus being justified because of free will, then also a human would be justified doing the same thing. So that conclusion to your defense would be that a human could walk down an alley and watch from beginning, middle, and end of a child screaming and crying, begging for help, being raped, and they could watch it from start to beginning and to end, and they would be justified because Jesus is justified doing the same thing for free will.
I understand your point. I totally understand, and I'll keep looking more
Mm-hmm.
into this. It's just that all I just know is that Jesus gave everyone free will, and he's not responsible for anyone's actions for what they do. But I get where you're coming from, and I get what you're saying, and even the other part, his angels can't intervene either, because again,
But,
free will. So
but they do all
I
the
mean,
time.
his angels know.
Yeah.
Okay,
Why,
I don't want to interrupt, but we've given you enough to think about. I think you should think about the things and come back another time. We don't want to load too much onto you, so I feel like it's best as if we end the conversation here. I mean, Justin, if you don't think so, then that's cool. I don't want to control
it's
your
fair
life, but
enough. I think what we'll do is, Kevin, come back sometime. We'll talk about the angels intervening, and we'll talk about some other stuff rather than give you everything all at once. But we do appreciate you coming by and chatting with us.
Thanks for letting me come on. Take care.
All right, cheers, friend. Sounds like Kevin is either a new Christian and hasn't read the Bible, or just didn't grow up in a faith that wanted you to read the Bible. But hopefully Kevin's going to read some of it and make some adjustments. We'll have to wait and see. I hear someone's microphone buttons or something. Is someone
here, it might
touching
be
a
mine.
microphone? Maybe. It sounds like, you ever see those microphones that have a mute button and you click it and you get a little clicky noise? It sounded a little bit like that, but I think whatever you did fixed it, so that's probably it. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, and we're going to our next guest. I'm going to get it looks like SKTYXO, and then I'm going to get Christian from the YouTube queue after that. Game Master Flash, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says just got back from Japan. Well, congratulations, welcome back. There are a lot of Christian sites there for people to visit. Japan's crisis of faith after World War II had many turns to cults and Christianity, among others. Rock Hard for Doug and Simply Wet for Sharon. Well, Game Master, I actually did hear there was a supposed tomb of Jesus in Japan somewhere, which I found wild. I agree. After World War II, when the imperial cult kind of died, a lot of the believers had to turn towards something, right? You can see why the missionaries in Japan probably could have been convincing for some people after the imperial cult fell apart. I could definitely see why, especially when we were the ones that kind of smacked them around. You can see why maybe they would be like, I don't know, these guys as gods might be pretty powerful. Jesus Crust, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, I saw your last live, the one with the fundraiser for Miniquan. Holy crap! Was there a full moon that night? Seemed like all the crazies came out from the loony bin. It was a wild one, actually. There was some good crash outs. There's a lot of wild conversations that night. It was a good one. If you're going to do a fundraiser, that's the kind of one you want to have. And Sonic Shroom, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I feel it is good time to let the community know that I have stage 4 lung cancer. Fuck, I'm sorry to hear that, Sonic. F you, God. Praise Doug and science for my first round treatments going well. Thanks, atheist community. Well, Sonic, we are definitely here for you. I understand this is a terrifying, difficult time. And a lot of us will eventually go through the same thing. So if you need help from somebody, or even you just need someone to talk to, remember there's a whole community of people here that care about you. You don't have to go through this alone. And please do let us know how it's progressing. And yes, thank goodness for science and cancer treatment. When we catch things in time, we can deal with a lot. I had a coworker that caught his cancer very early, and thank goodness, that's been like 7 years ago now, and he's doing fine. So, guys, don't be afraid to visit the doctor and get tested and get treatments when you aren't feeling quite right, because it might be something serious. Randy, my friend, thank you for sending out 20 more Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I think that's on top of your already 50 that you sent out, which makes a total of 70 tonight. Thank you so much, my friend. That's absolutely huge. Elvis Presley Touched Me is a crazy name, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. Does currently have cat lap, too, FYI. The argument from mythology always fries their brain. I don't know what cat lap refers to. For every claim from every religion, you can find a parallel from some other religion that they would agree 100% is mythology. Actually, I bring this up a lot when we talk about like prophecies coming true, or we talk about the historical artifacts of the Bible. We find that in the other religions, there are some historical artifacts that prove some events happened, and there are claims of miracles, there are claims of prophecy. What we find in the Bible just isn't unique, and I think the biggest problem is that people, not only are they not reading the Bible, they're not reading the other literature either. They have no way of contextualizing the Bible properly because they haven't read anything. They're too busy reading vampire novels, and they just don't know like actual history. And FSS, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, this dude has been on before. I can tell by how he says, sir. He's putting on an effect like he's less intelligent, but he doesn't need to fake it. I could be wrong. I don't know if I've talked to Kevin Loves Jesus before. And I could be gullible here, but I think he meant well. I also think maybe, and I could be wrong, he might be on the spectrum. So I want to give him as much grace as humanly possible here. I think he's doing what he can. Unless my radar's off, I don't think he's got, I don't think he had any bad intentions. That's just me. I've seen people do fake nice before. I'm not sure he's one of them. Still attacks, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Good to see you. Says, imagine a movie including all the murder, genocide, grape, beatings, burnings, cannibalism, infanticide, pestilence, and disease stories caused by God in the Bible. Oh, the horror, rock hard for Doug. This couldn't be more true. Not only that, they wouldn't fucking let children watch it. If you had a movie that depicted all the amount of horror that the Bible depicts, they would never, you would get in legal trouble if you let a child watch that. There'd be some very, like, CPS would show up at your house. But then again, when it's in the Bible, you're like, well, it's okay because God did it, Let's get our next guest in here. How you doing,
Scotty XO.
Scotty, how
Scotty
you doing?
XO. Yeah, I'm good. How you guys doing?
I'm doing well. Scotty, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm turning 35 in 10 days.
All right, congratulations. Happy early birthday. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do, but I might throw you for a bit of a curveball. And if it's not what you guys are looking for, no problem. I'll let you do your show. But my belief in God is not connected to religion. So it's not a God through Christianity or Islam. It's not a God that gives you free will or all of those things that you might typically argue against. So I'm not sure how that makes you feel, if you would like me up here talking about it, but
Well,
could be
it
an
might
interesting
make
conversation.
it might make it less interesting. Who knows? So tell us about the God that you do believe in, because if it's a God that's not formalized, we don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I know it sounds
I
crazy,
was
but
gonna
it's probably the most. Oh, go ahead, Marcel.
Marceline. Yeah, I was gonna
Marceline.
just throw it out there. I don't know how many people are in here because my live is kind of glitching, doesn't always show me how many viewers we have. But just to throw it out there, this is not solely for about Christianity. If you're Muslim or Jewish, you are free to come up here. I specifically specify in Islam, as of recent, anyways. I'm still pretty knowledgeable about Christianity, but like I did come up here because we wanted to like put this more generalization for Muslims to come up here as well to defend Islam, because we also talk about Islam. So for all the people who are watching here, if you are a Muslim and you are above the age of 18 and would like to talk about it, we are here to talk to you as well. You know, all people of the Abrahamics can come up. But with that being said, yeah, continue your conversation. I just want to throw that PSA out there for the people who are watching.
Yeah, no problem. My belief in God is probably the most simplistic you could even define, and it's simply, I believe in God. And guess what? I stop there. I don't need to define it. I don't need to try to formalize it. I just believe it's something greater than we can understand, but you can feel its presence if you seek it. And, usually through tribulation or overcoming challenge or psychedelics or all sorts of experience, you can tap into this feeling. But I feel zero need or compulsion to then define God beyond the simplistic statement of there could be a God. I believe there is a God. I don't try to act like what I'm saying is the truth. I believe it to be true for me, but I don't think it's a monster. So,
Well, we can
not sure where
discuss
that will
whether or
lead you.
not
What questions you have?
we can discuss whether or not your God is a monster by defining it. Like we can't discuss the nature of your deity if we don't know anything about it. Like if I said,
Well, I don't know it's a deity. I don't even know if it's a deity.
That's what it means to be a god.
God is just the only word that I can use that would make, that would resonate. It's the only word I can think of that to have the conversation. I don't think it's a man. I don't think it's a woman. I don't think it's a thing I could even actually imagine as a human.
Okay. Well, then if it's not a deity, then you just simply don't believe in God, and that's fine. You can be welcome among us other atheists, and just, you're an atheist.
No,
now.
I would say I'm agnostic.
Congrats.
I believe there is something.
We got another one in the fold, another atheist.
No, I'm not an atheist. I'm an agnostic. I believe there's something. I just don't know how.
That something's not a god, so you're done. Sorry, Snitch.
Yeah, I also just wanted to say one thing about the whole hallucination thing. Sociocultural experiences heavily drive hallucinations, so tripping off your balls doesn't necessarily mean that you are seeing a deity. You're just tripping.
Yeah.
That's literally it.
Scientific Snitch, you haven't expanded your mind yet. That's what you're missing.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. I'm sure.
Right. Well, I think we said we're going to get Christian in here next. We'll do Andre after that. Krabby, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, where do apologists get the claim Luke is tracing Jesus through Mary when Joseph is specifically listed? I know they claim it's tracing the legal lineage and not the biological one, but this seems like a horrible apologetic. They don't get it from the text. It's an apologetic that surfaced within the last 100 years. And it's only because they are incapable of reading. If they just read verse 23 properly, this wouldn't be a problem. I'll show you what I'm talking about. It's a terrible apologetic, and it gets repeated because people aren't double checking it. They just hear it and they're like, oh, it must be true. But it says Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Heli. So they're like, oh, as was thought. And wait a minute. Does that mean he's not the son of Joseph? But they missed the part where it says Joseph, son of Heli. The next line, though, says the husband of Mary, if I remember correctly. No, we don't even get the husband of Mary. So Yeah, the Gospel of Luke, the only thing you can point towards in here is this fact where it says, as was thought the son of Joseph. There's no actual like apologetic website, like decent apologetic website that I've seen that ever defended this theory. This is like the theory that floats around in like your great aunt's email forwards. This is not like part of the actual body of apologetics. The traditional apologetic for the lineages not matching comes from Eusebius. In Eusebius's first chapter, he lays out the lineage, showing that the father of Joseph is actually two different fathers, one by birth, one by marriage, because his mother's husband passed, and then the mother, because of levirate marriage, had to then marry the brother of the deceased husband. So there's a legal father, and then there's a birth father for Joseph, but it had nothing to do with Mary. There's nothing in here about Mary. If somebody brings up this nonsense about one lineage is for Mary, literally the only thing you have to do is say, "Can you show me in the text where it gives the father or the mother of Mary?" You won't be able to do it. You can go to Luke chapter 1 and show that Mary's kin, Elizabeth, most likely her cousin, was from the tribe of Levi, which means Mary probably is too. But lineage is traced through male descent, not through female descent, which is the other thing. So, all right, let's get in Christian, and hopefully we'll get some conversation rolling. How you doing, Christian?
Close my door. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, sorry, I was putting my daughter's bed. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. Let me just throw my other headphone in real quick. I was tucking the girls in for bed.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any Wi-Fi, Christian? Because it sounds like your connection's a little bit slow. I'm getting some frogs in it.
I think it might have just been my headphones. Is it any better right now?
No. Maybe refresh your browser, connect to the Wi-Fi, and refresh your browser.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yep. Well, at least he's a good parent, putting his daughter to bed before he gets on the internet.
Shucks that any Muslims haven't come up yet. I wanted to a little show out my little knowledge, you know, tell everybody how the Quran supports all these insane and horrible things. But
yeah, usually they do
coming
come up on this topic. But we'll have to wait and see. Christian, welcome back.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Is it any better? I don't know.
I think so far.
Yeah, sorry, I live out in the middle, like nowhere,
maybe
so Starlink is kind of on and off.
Yeah, it's still froggy.
Okay, I'll just reset everything, and I'll just join back up if you want to get to the next guest and all that stuff.
I appreciate it. Cheers.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess move on to the next guest. We did get a TikTok restriction like 10 or 15 minutes ago, which is why we don't have any TikTok guests right now. It said it was only supposed to be for 10 minutes. So if our numbers pick back up again soon, I think we'll be in the clear. If our numbers keep dipping and it doesn't show it to anybody new, I'll probably restart our TikTok stream. I forget who it was. We were talking with, I think it might have been with Kevin. There was some mention of some sexual assault, and TikTok said, fucking no thanks, and we got a violation, which is fine. So if we keep running out of people on TikTok to bring up, we'll do a restart on TikTok. It won't be a big deal. But we do have PVG waiting in the YouTube queue, so we'll bring in PVG and keep the conversation rolling. How you doing, PVG?
Hi, I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. PVG, are you at least 18?
I am 18. Yes. Yes, I'm 18.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I'm not 18. I'm 36. I'm over 18. I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you believe in God?
No. We have actually spoken before, a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the
I don't
situation?
believe in a God, but I sometimes do get tempted to go back to believing in a God. But then there are so many contradictions to the idea of God. So that keeps me away from going. But then the temptations usually there to say that there should be some goodness in the world. And then maybe it's just, attributing that goodness to some sort of, deity or just metaphor. That temptation is always there. But then again, when I see that so many bad things happening, and then the question of God, it kind of puts a bitter taste in my mouth. So yeah. I just wanted to ask you something about, just wanted to clarify something with you.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I did ask you if there was space for compassion in a naturalistic perspective, and you said yes. Thank you for that. Can I ask if when does appeal to naturalism becomes a naturalist fallacy? Because I see a lot of people use naturalistic examples to justify a really bad behavior from human beings, or even see you can. I'm pretty sure. I think you were a vegan, but then if forgive me if I got that wrong, but I see a lot of carnivores. There's this huge fad of carnivore diet, and they always appeal to these animals eating other animals. So why not human beings? So can I ask, when does naturalistic perspectives become a naturalist fallacy in ethics? Do we
Well,
differentiate that?
well, I guess I don't know what naturalism has to do with ethics. Like, so I never tied my ethics to naturalism, but to me, like, naturalism seems to be much more about like or origins than ethics. But I mean, I think my ethical framework is to do the least amount of harm, and I personally believe that that is based on logic, not on naturalism. I think it's logical to have this behavior. I think a lot of people have recognized this. The Stoics even used to talk about it, said it doesn't even make sense to be hateful towards your enemies, because it's kind of like the age-old saying that if you want good things, you have to do good things. It's kind of like that. If you want to live in a world where you're unharmed, you have to promote a moral framework where you don't harm each other. Also, there's a lot of wind right now. It sounds like you're a janitor running outside at the moment.
Yeah, my bad. I forgot that I had my mic because I was gonna throw out there that there's a whole book written on it. I'm sorry for the background noise. I'm gonna mute my mic right after. But there's a whole book written about how nature is so insanely diverse that you could make a moral argument from nature for literally anything.
That's true.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's true. I don't. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I believe there was someone before, a scientist, who said animals don't rape. Only human beings.
Oh, there's a bunch that do.
Rape. I'm sorry.
I did not say that. I said that there are some animals that don't. Not all animals are the same. There are some species that actually do that to a very scary degree, like dolphins. But there's other animals that are actually closer to more closely related to humans, like bonobos, which they will actively group up and go against any other like very aggressive bonobo, because just like humans, sometimes there's mutations in these species which cause them to lack empathy or lack certain characteristics that they would have otherwise normally had without this mutation. And bonobos will actively gang up on aggressors and kick them out of the pack, basically, in a way that we should be doing to the people who are in the e-files. But of course, we're not doing that right now. But that's the idea. So like when I was bringing up bonobos and like certain animals that don't grape each other, that's where it's like, okay, if God has the capacity to make animals that don't grape each other, why didn't he just make us like that?
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me, because I do read somewhere about otters, and otters apparently grape the female or male otters, do some bad things. I mean, as in unspeakable things as part of nature. So I was just confused. But thanks for clarifying that, clearing that up for me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well,
So
PVG,
just in case, yeah.
These live streams are typically for debates, and it sounds like we're not really debating here, and that's fine. I do love a good chit chat, but we got to move on and keep the debates coming. Okay.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, thanks for giving me. Thanks for hearing me out. Can I ask the person who just recommended the book to me? Can I just ask the name of that book so I can look it up? Just it's really interesting. I would love to read
No
that.
clue. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember what it is, but you can try to look up like the concept of it.
Okay, no worries. What was the topic of what was the subject of the book? Are there any keywords I can use to look it up?
Probably just like I mean, if you look it up, just like you can argue anything from nature morally, something like that. I don't know. I'm kind of busy right now. My bad.
Okay, no worries. Thanks for that. Justin, before you go, one last thing. You mentioned that you justify your ethics comes from logic as opposed to naturalism. Do we, as atheists, do we question or refute the theistic argument from a naturalistic perspective or from a logical perspective or both?
I think the best arguments from against God are from logic and from, I would say, science. Now, not all science people are strict naturalists. I just happen to be one. I'm like a naturalist and a materialist, although I could be persuaded maybe by Dr. Blitz to not be a materialist. Just hasn't happened yet. So I think you can be an atheist and have a diversity of opinion on these topics. That just happens to be where I'm at.
Okay, thank you so much. That makes thanks so much for clarifying that. You guys have a nice day, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Sure thing. Cheers, bud.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, fantastic. I'm going to grab 1, 2, 3 super chats real quick, and then I'm going to get our next guest in here. Christian has come back. So hopefully Christian's got better reception. If not, we'll grab David Williams after that. Colonel of Truth, hey, good to see you, friend. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Says Grapus will be called least in the kingdom of Colonel. This doesn't mean that Grapus reside in the kingdom of Colonel, just that we call them least. Can it be the same in Matthew 5:10? I mean, in Matthew 5, they're basically saying those who don't follow the law will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But to call somebody least and being least, I think Jesus is implying is the same thing. I think he's saying you will be least in the kingdom of heaven, evidenced by the fact that they'll call you that. Does that make sense? I don't believe that they're saying that somebody's just going to call you least. If that's not what you're implying, then maybe I'm misreading your question, but that seems to be my read of your question. That would be my answer. And Brett, hey, thank you for your donation, friend. I really appreciate you supporting the channel. And Bird Keeper Mikey, hope you're doing well, friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I sent a message on Discord and understand that's probably not the best way to ask it. That's my favorite way. I'll just ask here, since I'm new here, what's the best argument for the Christian side? Best way to fight that argument? Super rock hard for Doug. The best argument for Christianity, if I was going to give one, if Christianity was true, the best argument, hands down, would be that Jesus fulfilled prophecies. The problem is he didn't. Given that Jesus didn't do anything, the next best argument for Christianity maybe would be the resurrection, but there's no good evidence for the resurrection. And we've got lots of other resurrection accounts in the ancient world, so that's not a great one. Ian thinks that the fine-tuning argument is a good argument generically for God. At least not good, but he thinks it's better than some of the others. I don't think it's a great one, but maybe he understands it better than I do. I don't know of a single good argument for Christianity being true. The only thing anyone could ever hope to hold on to is that the New Testament and the Hebrew Bible do mention some real people, some real places, and a couple of real historical events. Other than that, there's really nothing. But the other religions have that too. The Babylonian gods, if you read the literature of the Babylonian and the Assyrian deities, we learned of real places, real people, real events, but we don't believe that those gods exist. So it's not really a great argument, but let's bring up Christian, and hopefully we've got a good connection this time. How you doing, Christian? Welcome back.
Hey, I'm good. I don't know if it fixed itself. Can you let me know if it sounds any better?
Sounds good right now.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm out in the middle of nowhere, and Starlink is my Wi-Fi.
I totally understand. So, welcome in. Are you a Christian, or is Christian your name?
So I am a Christian. Christian is not my name, but I just your prompt. I didn't know if you were just looking for specific people.
No, no, I'm just trying to get a handle on your position. So, you are a Christian, you're over the age of 18, and do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
So can you do me a favor and just restate your prompt? I've kind of been in queue for a while, and I've been
Hmm.
like doing dishes, cleaning up around the house. So can you? I initially disagreed, but I'm not gonna lie and say I remember your prompt off the top of my head.
Sure. So, my prompt is that God, specifically one that you believe in, is a monster. And I've got a
Okay.
lot of reasons why I think that is the case.
Yeah. Okay. So I definitely disagree. First of all, before we start, I just want to say I appreciate. I watch you all the time, man. Uh, I think your channel's great. Uh, I'm a Christian, but I'm also very big into like I'm a big science nerd, big history nerd, uh, and I like hearing everything from your point of view. So while we might disagree theologically, I appreciate everything you do.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for
Uh,
saying that.
so I will say that um, I would say that God is not a monster because from my point of view, everything in the Bible, I'll go ahead and narrow that down. Everything, let's start with the Old Testament. Everything from the Old Testament that God does, because I've been listening to you for the last, hour or so. Everything, every action that God takes against humans is brought upon them by themselves, which inherently would make him not a monster, but just, in my opinion. For
Well,
example,
hmm.
just to kind of clarify, like an example that a lot of people will bring up would be like God ordering the genocide of the Amalekites. And they'll say, how can God, who loves everyone, order kind of like the genocide of people, including women and children? And then from my point of view, God has he's kind of ceded control over our everyday actions unto us, and then we either pay for or we receive the benefit of our actions based on our day-to-day lives. So I don't think that us paying for our transgressions through God makes God a monster. I think it makes us the monster, if that makes sense to you.
Well, something. You brought up First Samuel 15:3 with the killing of the Amalekites.
Yes.
Do you believe that the babies that were slaughtered deserve to be killed?
No, I don't think that they inherently deserve to be killed. However, I would ask you, do you think that babies, like for example, I have 5 children. If I was if I was inclined to believe that, like, for example, I don't want to say anything to get you in trouble on the internet. Anyone from a specific race or a religious creed deserves to die, and I raised my kids in a household where I believe this specific thought pattern, and I raised my kids inside of that specific belief. Do you think that my kids would grow up to be uh, like good people, or do you think that they would grow up to be more in line with how I believe, so and so people from this background deserve to be put to death or should be slaves, whatever it might be?
I don't think that parents are sorry. I don't think that children are destined to grow up like their parents. Case in point, I didn't grow up like my parents. Almost everybody in my family is a believer of some nature, and I'm not. I don't think
Okay.
just
Do you
because
think
your
you like maybe
parents
you're? Oh,
were a
sorry.
thing doesn't mean that you would be a thing.
Now, do you think that? And I would very much tend to agree with you on that point, especially in today's age where like information is readily available for you. I would say that now you have more access to information across. It's really at the click of a finger. But in a day and age that the Old Testament was written, do you think that that same line of thinking should apply, even if you were just taking the theology out of it? Like,
I mean, if I
do
may
you think that
interject,
same line of thinking would apply to them?
yeah, I was gonna say if I may interject. Also, sorry for background noise if there is any. Um, the babies didn't have to die, and I get that your argument is going to be like, well, the parents were bad, the parents were going to raise the babies to be bad, so the babies needed to go as well, or something along those lines. But the thing is you could have just taken the babies and assimilated them into the Israelite community, because like if the parents were bad and that's why the parents needed to die, sure, like there's going to be rebuttals against that, but like I could see how that's a fair point. But the babies were still babies. They could have been taken, raised in the
Absolutely.
Israelite community, and raised to be good people. They didn't need to die. There were other alternative
Now,
routes to like saving the innocents other than kill every single life.
now, my counterpoint to you, and I would agree with you. I think that that would be like a very good option, especially if you're looking at it from like a human point of view. However, if we were gonna talk about, let's say the topic wasn't about the babies being genocided in the Amalekite situation, and we were gonna talk about let's say like women being taken for slavery for the Israelites, because I know it's a like a popular contentious point of view.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't know why would we be
what if
pivoting to that. Like, I don't think
nah,
it's really
no,
analogous. I don't know why we'd be pivoting to
it
that.
it is
The
though.
topic was
It
that
is
the
right.
babies deserve
And
to die,
can I
and
just
the babies
can I
didn't. There was other alternative ways. Sure, continue. My bad.
yeah, I don't want to be rude or anything. I know this is y'all's platform, so I don't want to over
No,
talk anyone.
you're fine. You're
Uh,
fine.
so like what if God said in that instance, don't kill the babies, take all the babies and raise them within, marry all the babies to Israel and give them to, Israelite, women or Israelite men
Mhm.
to become Israelites, right? But then
Mhm.
on the same token, when God does that and says, don't kill the women, take the women and keep them for yourselves, it becomes God is now he's blessing
Well,
off on the rape
we've gone
of women.
from
Like can
yeah, because
God
that's what
win
it
in a
is. Because
situation
we've
where
gone
like
from yes, he
okay,
can. He's all powerful. He's all knowing. He can very much win in the situation. The dichotomy isn't kill the babies or force them to marry soldiers where they're going to get raped. That's not that's an entirely false dichotomy. The God could have easily had just said, take the babies, raise them as your own children, and then that's that. Then they grow into adults and they marry who they wish to marry. The dichotomy isn't either kill the babies or force the babies to marry soldiers where they're going to be raped. You have other options in that. You can very much win in that situation. The reason why God didn't win in either of those situations was because, unsurprisingly, murdering infant children is bad. What also is bad is forcing little girls to marry to marry soldiers who just killed your family. Those aren't the only two options. You can do something else other than
I
that,
agree.
especially whenever
And
you're an all-powerful, all-knowing God.
I just wanted to
I
say, because I am like the only woman on this panel, but like God could have also just, instead of, selling off women and
Marcy
promoting.
is.
Yeah,
Oh,
Marcy
I
I'm
was
is.
gonna
so
say, what
sorry.
about me?
I'm so
What?
sorry. I should have asked first. That's my
It's
bad.
okay.
Oh man. So I guess me and Marcy, being the women on this panel, instead of like selling women for like slavery and treating women like property, God could have also just given us rights from the get up. Also, I am
yeah,
so
yes
sorry,
ma'am.
Marcy. That is totally my bad.
You're
Yes
good. It's
ma'am.
whatever. But yeah, no, like God
So
has like so many hundreds of other options than keep women as slaves, keep women as wives against their will, or murder the babies. There are other options in that, so God can very much win in that situation if he just does the moral thing, which was okay. The bad people who did the bad thing have bad things done to them. Then the innocent, they are taken in and they are cared for. You can very much win in that situation. That is not a lose-lose situation, no matter what. Oh, atheists will always make God look evil. God looks evil because he did evil things. You can do non-evil things, and then you wouldn't be seen as evil.
okay, I don't really know. So I don't want to. Can I just clarify the room that I'm talking to? Because just like her, I don't want to offend anybody. So is it him, her that's in the group? And I don't
Yeah,
mean that in a offensive way. I
I'm.
just don't know
So
names.
I'm the only him, and
Okay,
then
and then it's her.
yep. Mhm.
Can I just get names just to make sure? Like
Yeah, it's
who just spoke before you?
I'm Justin.
Marcy.
I'm Justin.
Okay,
You just
Justin.
heard Marcy, and the other is Snitch.
Okay, cool. I just didn't want to.
No
I don't want to
worries.
sound. All right. Now let's say, for example, let me backtrack because I had a point before it kind of spilled off a little bit. Is there any point in the Bible where God specifies that He is going to like guarantee the like the safety or the well-being of any individual groups of people based on like their innocence? Because I know that in the Bible it says that if someone has not been like given the word that they are innocent. However, so like in my opinion, like the children that we're speaking of are spared of like eternal judgment, which in from my theological point of view would be the only thing that God should actually really concern himself about. If I'm an
Wait,
everlasting
hold on. I'm sorry. Clarify your
all
point. God should only be concerned with what exactly? It's not innocence
right,
that he should
I'm
concern
gonna
himself
clarify.
with, but
Hey, I'm gonna clarify. So if I'm God, okay, and I have created humans to be in my image to live eternally worshiping me. And then they transgress and they veer off the beaten path. What happens to them in their worldly, like transgressed path doesn't really concern me as much as like the end result.
Okay,
So if
so
I have a bunch of if hey, can I just finish? I don't mean to be rude. But if like the end result is what I care about. So a bunch of babies that have no skin in the game theologically for me because they haven't had the opportunity to be brought to God in the first place. A bunch of babies being killed is less of a problem than the original group of people who have transgressed against me that would breed more transgression against me because those babies would come to me because they're not guilty, just like you said, like guiltless kids. They are guiltless. God would bring them to himself because they can't be blamed for the acts of their parents and stuff, right? So like
okay.
I
Justin,
understand why it would
are you
be
trying to say something?
I'm going to.
yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
waiting
yeah.
for
Would
him
you
to
like to say
finish.
Sorry.
something, Justin?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
I think
okay,
you got
sure.
more.
Okay. I think you got
Yeah.
two statements here. First is that you're essentially saying that suffering is irrelevant. As long as the babies go to heaven, it doesn't matter what kind of suffering they went through. But if that's the case, then we should never prevent babies from suffering because they go to heaven, and it also means that Jesus' suffering was meaningless.
Well, I don't think that I was saying that suffering is irrelevant or that it doesn't matter if someone suffers. I don't think that suffering was God's intention from the beginning. Because if you believe from a Christian perspective, God didn't create us to become sinners. God didn't
But
create us
but
to
he caused it.
become like suffering.
When
No,
God
well, he
Yeah.
didn't
command
really cause
God
it. He gave us
when God
he
when
gave us
God
the
commands
option, right?
no, when God commands the suffering, he's causing it. Like if God says go
Well,
and
yeah,
put your
also
sword through the hold on guys. When God says go and put your sword through the babies, that specific suffering is caused by God and it's not actually necessary because God could do a couple things. He could made it so that the baby was never born. He could have just closed up the wombs of the people and said, "Okay, you're done having kids now." He could have just snapped his
well,
fingers. Hold on. He could have just
I
snapped his fingers and said, "Okay, the baby's with me now. The baby doesn't suffer at all." But he didn't do
I
either of
agree.
those things. He just said, "Oh, go and kill the babies."
Yeah, I do agree. And I think that for me to say like, or for me to offer you like an explanation would be for me to try to explain the mind of God. And I would, with all due respect, it would just be like blasphemy for me to say like I can understand what God, because I've had these questions too myself. I just think that like God, God Himself has offered Himself, from my point of view, to go through the same thing that those babies went through because in my opinion, God himself came down to earth and suffered through the same punishment that those babies suffered through. So
So,
it
is
like
suffering
from
What?
good or
a
bad?
is what?
Is suffering good or bad though?
Yeah, suffering is bad, but I would say that
Okay,
suffering is a self-inflicted. It would be like if you smoked a bunch of cigarettes for your entire life, and then when you were 60, you got lung cancer, and then you turned to me and said, "Well, is cancer bad?" Of course, I would say, "Cancer,
did
yeah, cancer is terrible."
did the
But
babies
if
do
you
something
smoke
evil?
cigarettes, did the babies do something evil?
Yeah.
No, but do the parents do the babies that get secondhand smoke from their parents smoking in the house their entire life, and then when they're 22 years old, they develop lung cancer, and it's
Secondhand
from
smoke
secondhand smoke.
is an unintended
Does
consequence. What God
It's
did
an
is a
unintended
punishment.
consequence from those
So
babies
hold on,
because
Christian, pay
of, yeah,
attention.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The the parent who smokes can decide to not smoke around that baby, which means the baby that gets cancer or whatever from secondhand smoke, it does it because the parent is bad. That is a bad parent to smoke around the children. The
I
babies
agree.
being killed by God is different. Were the parents bad? Yes. Was it inevitable that the result needed to be that the babies were murdered? No. What happens to the babies is God's decision. God just happened to decide that he wanted them murdered.
Yeah, but so from
Just one.
are you done? I just don't want to.
No, I was just
I
letting
don't.
Justin know that it's one's box. You can continue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So from my point of view, like the physical dying of a baby in that point of view, like for us, of course, like I wouldn't kill a baby. I wouldn't go next door to my neighbor's house and strangle a baby because their dad was a rapist or something like that. But from we're looking at it from a humanistic point of view, whereas like in my opinion, a baby or a child is guiltless in the eyes of God. So if that is the intent, like if I could guarantee that my kid upstairs laying in bed right now would live forever and like never get sick, never have to deal with any of the sins of the world, never have to deal with anyone dying around them, and they passed away, I would be okay with them passing away if that was
What
the
if
end
they
result.
passed away by the sword?
If I could guarantee that they would never, like if I knew for a fact, like I was the creator of heaven and I knew for a fact that when they died, they were coming to me,
What?
then dying doesn't seem that bad to them.
Okay, so
Like,
Wait.
we're back at the start, which is that
okay.
means their suffering is meaningless. If their suffering doesn't matter because they get to go to heaven, then it also means Jesus' suffering was meaningless. Either suffering matters or it doesn't.
Well, suffering matters for Jesus because Jesus suffered for the forgiveness of our sins.
So
Because
what?
there was
Does
there
suffering
was no
matter?
relation. There was no relate. You're equivocating Jesus' suffering
No.
for the
I'm saying
forgiveness of sins to
suffering
children who have never sinned.
wrong. What I'm saying is either suffering is good or it's bad. So is suffering
Well,
good or bad?
what would suffering be bad for you if you could guarantee an afterlife where there is no suffering? Like, would you put someone through?
What you're doing is creating a false dichotomy. You can get the afterlife without the suffering. So that's not
But it's not
necessary.
a. It's not.
You don't have to
It's,
suffer to get the afterlife. We already dealt with that 5 minutes ago. The suffering
but
that's leading to you dying is not a necessity. It just happens to be a bump along the road.
Right. But you're talking about the here and now. What I'm saying is God does not. God's end game is not the here and now.
I
Like
agree.
God cre-
Mm-hmm.
So if suffering has to take place in the here and now, but someone is guaranteed the afterlife, like someone is guaranteed heaven at the end of suffering, God himself has put himself through suffering with a guarantee of heaven on the other end of it. So I don't think that it would be out of place for God before that event took place to say, okay, these children or these babies, they're going to suffer, but eternally for the rest of existence, however long that might be, they are going to be in heaven. Like to me, if I knew that was the guarantee at the end of the hard event that happens, the like you put it, putting the babies to the sword, but they are forever out of suffering. To me, it's like what you're basically. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk too much.
Just focus for a second.
If you
All
want to
right, I laid it out in logical premises on the screen. Premise number 1 is suffering of
let me look at the screen real quick.
babies.
Hang on. Let me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was doing the dishes.
Fair enough.
Mike's gonna kill me if I.
You still with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Matt, I'm looking at the
Premise,
screen now.
yep. Premise number 1: suffering of babies is not bad because babies go to heaven. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Okay.
Well, okay. Yeah, I'll say I agree. I do have issues with that, like cut or dry, because I just think that suffering from us is different than suffering from God's point of view. Because,
But we're talking about human suffering right now.
yeah, so from a human point of view, suffering is bad.
Okay. Premise number 2: Jesus suffered and went to heaven.
Well, kind of. Like, he didn't really go to heaven. Jesus is God. So, um, but yes, Jesus suffered to pay for our sins. And I would say that logically, like, I don't think Jesus could really, like, Jesus knew what he was getting into before he suffered. So it's not the same dichotomy as like a
I'm
child who
aware.
doesn't know anything.
It would be
Okay.
even less bad because he agreed to it. Okay. So
Yes.
that means the conclusion logically follows, which is Jesus' suffering was not bad.
Okay. I agree.
Okay, fantastic. So then what we've concluded here is that you don't think suffering's bad. You think suffering's actually just good. So
Sort of.
what's your problem with abortion?
Well, I think that in Jeremiah, God says that he knew us by name before we were born, and I think that intends that every life is intentional.
No, but if you abort a baby, it goes immediately to heaven. So by the same argument you've already given, like we're doing a good thing by sending the babies directly to heaven.
Yeah, but I think that's a sin for the mother. So I think that like the sin overall, right?
Oh,
It's not like a sin
oh,
on.
that's okay.
It's not like a.
It was
I know it could be
it
like
was a sin
offensive.
for the
I'm
mother,
not
but it
trying
was
to
good
offend
for
you.
the baby. Actually, I actually think if you read the Bible carefully, you'll discover that this is probably Jesus's will, because like what Jesus says, this is my commandment. This is John 15, verse 12. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I has loved you. No one has greater love than this, than to lay down one's life for a friend. You are my friends if you do what I command you. Now, if we love others the same way Jesus loved others, that means we would want to lay down our life for others. And I think this would be even more true if we were willing to lay down our eternal life. Like Matthew 16:25, those who want to save their life will lose it, and those who lose their life will will for my sake find it. So if you lose your life for the sake of Jesus's cause, it seems like you'll gain it back, which means if I'm willing to lose my immortal soul by sending as many babies to heaven as possible, it seems like I'd be doing Jesus's work.
Okay, so and I understand your point is a little from my point of view. I don't mean this to be in like a disrespect. It's kind of like ludicrous to me, because you're basically saying like just abort every baby, they go to heaven,
Everyone.
and like you don't have to worry. Yeah. Okay. And I understand your point of view. I would say that God didn't intend for me, like let's say I was the mother. God didn't intend me to do that, because God loves me just like he loves the baby, right? So it would be a sin against God to say like I'm gonna sacrifice myself to eternal damnation for the benefit of someone else. Like that's not what Jesus'
But that's
point
a
of
risk
love
I'm willing
would
to
be.
take.
Then you take it.
I'm
I don't
willing.
think God has a part to play in that though. I think that's what my contention would be.
But what I'm saying is I'm willing to risk my eternal salvation to make sure every baby goes to heaven. Would that be a net negative or net positive?
It would be a net positive for the
Let's
children.
do
It
it.
would be a
Let's
net
go.
negative for you.
Let's go.
But that's not what. But
Suck them out.
What? How does that disprove God? Because that's a you problem, right? Like that's not a God problem. That's not a theological problem. That's a you problem.
No.
That's
God
a
never
theological
said.
problem.
God never said that everyone, because from your point of view,
Dude.
just based off what you said, like your line of thinking right now, do you think that everyone in the world would follow that line of thinking?
No, but what I'm
If
saying is,
And why do you think that is? But why do you think that is?
well,
Why do you think that is?
I'm showing you. Hold on, I'm showing you the route
No,
that you're.
but can you answer my question? Because I've
I
answered your questions pretty honestly. Can you
we're
answer
not
mine?
well we're not
What?
done with the abortion topic yet. I'm trying to get you to an end point,
Okay,
and
fair
I'm
enough.
more than happy to answer your questions
Absolutely.
once we get there. What I'm saying is, I'm walking you down a path demonstrating that this notion that the suffering isn't bad has like a terminal endpoint, and I don't know if you're going to like that terminal endpoint, right? So if we're justifying the suffering because there's some greater good, right? Then it seems like there's no good reason to prevent children dying of bone cancer from dying. Like if there's children right now in St. Jude and they're dying of bone cancer, now they're going to go to heaven. It seems like we don't have any good reason to heal them or make them better. Like if we were doing God's work, like we're getting people to heaven, it seems like we should just fuck off.
Well, I would say that I follow your line of thinking. Okay, I recognize that. I would say that your line of thinking is flawed because you're assuming that God has no longer cared about us in our born state. That God no longer cares about His creation. As
wait,
long as His creation
you're
makes it to the end game, that sorry, I just think it's a little
I
unfair. Like
just
I'm not
Yeah,
interrupting, and
let him finish. Let
like
him
I
finish.
get on it.
okay.
Like if your point is that life should be terminated at point of conception, so that no one is blameless, no one and everyone is guiltless, and they make it to heaven. I would say that from a theological perspective, that at that point God would send either revelation or another to point us in the right direction, because that is what my God has done whenever people veer off like the wrong path. Um,
But he didn't
but
do it with
I think that
Hitler.
you're well, he doesn't need to do it with Hitler because he didn't do it with a lot of rulers throughout the Bible. You know, like he didn't
Oh,
do it for hundreds of years before Pharaoh, but he did it with Pharaoh. You know, like
okay.
you can either see it or you can not see it. You know, like recent events. You know, you might not look at Iran versus, you know, getting what's happening in Iran right now. You might not look at that as like a theological judgment, but you could also look at it as a theological judgment, because what is Iran to the Islamic religion?
I'm not sure I
You
understand
know,
what this has to do with it. What my question was, what motivation as a Christian do you have to prevent children dying?
because I love everybody. Like
Why?
I don't want children to die. I want them to live a full life. I want them to
Why?
find God. I want them to. You said why?
Yeah, why do you want them to live a full life? If they live a full life, they risk going to hell.
Well, it's their own choice. It's like for me, right? I have 5 children.
Well, I know,
I raised my kid. I
I
raised my
know,
kids.
but well, hold on. We don't
Yeah.
need a story every time. I get you. Your response was enough. You think they have choice. That's not my point. My point is choice or not. If they're guaranteed to go to heaven because they die as children, wouldn't the greater good be them just dying and going into heaven versus risking going to hell?
Well, you're asking me to make a decision for my God. My God created me. I'm a
Nope.
creation. You're asking me to make a decision
Yeah.
Nope.
within God's creation.
Nope. In fact, intervening is making the decision. See, if God created cancer and God made it so that babies would get cancer, intervening in that would be telling God that he's doing wrong. So all I'm
Yeah,
simply
but my
asking
my
is,
God
in your
gave me rules.
framework, did your God say to heal babies with bone cancer?
Uh, hey, I mean, do you think that healing babies with bone cancer is a negative?
I think if it leads to children going to hell, yeah.
Well, but what if it leads to a children going to heaven? Like, what if there was
Well,
the atheist child that got healed with bone
because
cancer and then finds Christ and
because
goes to heaven?
letting
Is
the
that a
children die always ends in them going to heaven. That's what I keep pointing out. If you don't cure the children with bone cancer, 100% of them go to heaven. If you cure them, then a percentage of them only go to heaven. So to get to the greater good, you got to let them die.
But again, you're assuming that God doesn't care about his creation.
No,
Like
I
with
didn't say
that
that at
statement,
all.
you're saying, but that's what you're assuming, because at that point, like, why would God, why would Jesus heal a blind person? He would just be blind forever and then just die.
He's
You know,
he's not
like,
a child.
why would Jesus? But why would Jesus do
I'm asking
like
about
why would
children.
God send? Why would God do anything to intervene
But,
because
but
at the end of the day,
I'm not asking
if he
about
gets
God. I'm asking about you. I'm saying,
well,
given the listen, I understand this conversation is about God right now. Just pay attention. I'm asking about you because
okay.
your theological framework has meanings for you as an individual and for other human beings. What motivation do you as an individual have for healing the babies with bone cancer when you know that 100% of them will go to heaven and that if you heal them, a percentage of them will end up in hell? Remember, you said the suffering of the babies was good because those babies go to heaven. So I'm trying to figure out why, when we give a real life example of babies suffering and going to heaven, all of a sudden you seem kind of sheepish about letting them suffer.
Okay, well, I promise I'm not sheepish. So let's say I have 1,000 babies that are gonna be killed and they're gonna be guaranteed to go to heaven. Okay, that's the left side of the pool table, right? And on the right side of the pool table, I have 10,000 grown adults who are going to proceed to create 100,000 children that will be raised as idolaters or pagans, whatever you might call it, and they are all going to create a generation and then a next generation of children who are all going to be damned to hell. Now, is it
Not all adults are
unjustified
the
for
same.
me? Is it unjustified for
Wait,
me? Uh, uh, okay, again,
dude,
I can't get to the end of my
not
point,
all
but
adults are the same. Like
but
I'm
in that
willingly child
it,
free. That makes no sense.
but do
So
you
should you
so you
unalive me because I'm willingly child free?
no, I wouldn't unalive you for being child like that. That's not my bearing. But this, you're also
Well, I'm
taking
not
the
making
context of God.
children who
Just,
are going to. I'm not making
but
children, and if I were to
you're
adopt, I wouldn't raise them to be religious. So would you unalive
you're
me for
also
not raising children to be religious?
no, ma'am. I wouldn't. Absolutely not. But you're also making the assumption that God just snapped his fingers and said, "Hey, in the Bible, everything was hunky dory and everything was great." But then I just decided, let's kill all these kids. It's not how it worked. There were things that the Amalekites did
Like what?
that led to their judgment. They attacked the Israelites coming out of Egypt
Yeah,
when God was
Exodus.
leading them out of Egypt.
Yeah, Exodus 17. What did he do to
Right.
those people?
Well, I mean, I don't have it pulled up right now. I don't mean this is like I don't know the Bible like off the top of my head.
That's fine.
Do you want to pull it up and read it for me?
Yeah, yeah. He
Like,
granted them war in that initial victory in Exodus 17, but then he waited 400 years to follow through on his promise. Remember, the Exodus is in the middle of the 1400s, according to 1 Kings chapter 6, which is why it says, "I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt." So this punishment being handed down is 400 years after the people who actually did the thing. He's punishing people who didn't do
Do,
the
do,
thing.
do, do you think in 400 years from now, if there was a country that became like 1940, or 1936 Germany, that we would look at them any different that at the original 1936 Germany? I don't want to say
Actually,
the name just
I think we
because like
would because
YouTube stuff.
as it turns out, we didn't murder the babies of the Nazis because just because Nazis existed didn't mean that their babies would grow up to be Nazis.
But
So
you don't think any like you don't think like any babies got
for the same reason,
yeah.
we shouldn't be murdering the babies of the Amalekites just because the Amalekites did a thing.
So do you think it
also,
would have been more justified for us to allow that country to persist in their beliefs and their actions
What actions?
and continue to grow? Like what I
So
respect your platform. I don't want to say anything like crazy on there, but like
so
like
we
Germany in
don't.
1936.
Oh,
Do
Germany.
you Yeah, do you think like it would have been more okay for us instead of like rectifying that situation? Do you think it would have been more okay, like, hey, we're not gonna cause any suffering for babies because clearly like suffering for babies and stuff happened at that point, right? But hey, we're not gonna like bomb anything. We're not gonna invade. We're not gonna like hurt any because we don't want to hurt the babies
I have
or
no idea what you're
anything.
talking about
So
right
like
now.
so we invade Germany,
Mm-hmm.
World War II.
Yep, I'm aware.
Clearly, women, children, men, babies, they all kind of died in that area, right? Uh,
Well, there were civilian
do you think that's a
casualties. There were
Absolutely. But do you think it's a net positive?
there
Do
were
you think it's a
civilian.
net positive?
Crazy that you're not listening. I agree there were civilian casualties. I don't believe that civilian casualties are good if they can be prevented.
Now, do you
By the
think
way,
that,
oh,
I'm sorry,
dude,
go ahead.
I
Go
just
ahead, man.
wanted to say, I just wanted to leave, dude. I just have an exam tomorrow morning. I just wanted to say goodbye. That's all. That's all
Snitch,
I
it's
wanted
good
to
to see you,
say.
friend.
It's good to
Good
see
luck
you
on your
too.
exam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
good
have it
luck.
at 8
Thank
a.m.
you for talking to me.
See, the thing of it
Hello?
is, God didn't have to kill the babies. It was just a
Well, he didn't
decision.
have to, but it also doesn't really take any skin off the game for God.
Well, yeah,
Like
but
you haven't shown me that like there's any skin in the game for God doing that because
I
like
don't
from
know
my
what you
point
mean
of
by
view,
skin in the game. I think you're using that phrase wrong.
those babies are in heaven from my
That
point of view.
I'm aware, but that's not what
Can you
skin in
prove
the
me
game
wrong?
means. Putting
Well,
skin in the game means that you're invested.
yeah, God is invested in the outcome of his creation. If
Right.
God has to
Yeah.
allow if God has to, like I said, I didn't get to finish this analogy, but like on the left side of the table, if I have 1,000 children, right, that are guaranteed if I wipe them out to see heaven, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
God, I'm not worried about earth. I'm not worried about them growing up
Mm-hmm.
and having families and
Mm-hmm.
having jobs, whatever it might be. I'm just worried about them making it to heaven. If I have 1,000 babies on the left side of the table, and on the right side of the table, I have 10,000 grown people who are against me and they are sinning and they are going to raise a next generation of 100,000 or 20,000, whatever it might be, of sinners against me, then for God, it doesn't seem like out of line to say, I'm going to bring judgment on those 20,000. I'll take the 1,000 with me to heaven and I'm going to rid myself because they're going to breed my next generation of people, my creation,
Okay.
against me.
And you've already said this before, and do you remember my response?
Can you just remind me? Sorry, we've been talking
Yes.
for a while.
My response is just because your parents did a thing doesn't mean you're going to do it. For the same reason why not all the Nazi children, or the children born to Nazis, are Nazis right now. We didn't go kill all the Nazi children. Just because your parents did something bad, which, by the way, their parents, we aren't told they did anything bad. You have to assume that. Just because their parents did
Well,
something bad doesn't mean that their children are going to follow in their footsteps.
oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if it cut out. I accidentally opened my phone screen.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Do you think from God's point of view that like attacking the Israelites leaving Egypt would be a bad thing?
No, I don't
From
think
God's
it was
point of view.
from God's point of view, he should have not punished the Amalekites. They were in the Amalekite territory. They were stealing other people's lands. If I was living in a a tribal allotment of land in the land of Israel, and an invading force of 2.5 million Israelites started stomping through my territory and came by my land, yeah, I might be tempted to defend my property.
Does it sound like they were invading, or does it sound like that they
Yeah,
were fleeing Egypt?
both.
Okay, so if you had, let's say, a million, sorry, I don't want to assume. Are you American?
Yep.
Okay, so if you had a million refugees from, let's say, Panama, fleeing to America, or let's say 500,000, just to make it kind of like relative terms, 500,000 Panamanian refugees fleeing from slavery from Panama, and they crossed the border at Arizona. Do you think it would be justified for us to attack them because it's an invading force?
Yeah, if it's an invading force, yeah. In
But
fact,
like, what if what options did the Israelites
in
have?
fact, the options is not steal somebody's fucking land. Remember
But
the
it
goal
doesn't
of
really
the
say that they were
remember
stealing. It doesn't really.
the goal of the
Okay, I'm
Exodus
sorry.
was to murder all of the Canaanites. God told
But
them that the goal was to murder all the Canaanites, and if you keep reading the narrative, the Canaanites already knew when they got to the city of Ai. They already said, everyone knows about you. We already know that your God is here and that you're basically here to wipe us out. This is not like it was a secret. Did the Amalekites know? We don't know. All we know is that a huge, giant invading force in the middle of the Bronze Age, well, late Bronze Age, came through their territory, and they felt the need to defend themselves. And I don't think it's all that big of an issue. The reality is, these babies that got murdered didn't do it.
Well, the babies, this is what I'm saying. Like, I understand, like, trust me, brother, I completely understand from your point of view, the babies are the focus. My focus would be on the generations after the babies, right? And
Mm-hmm.
uh, it's like with the Exodus, during the Passover. Uh, is it wrong for God to kill the firstborn son of everyone in Egypt? Well,
Yes.
what if those Egyptians would have raised them and they would have been good people? Well, yeah, absolutely. But at the end of the day, if a good person, let's say someone raises their kids perfectly well, they're good, they have good manners, they're, they're gentlemen, whatever it might be, but they believe that Ta is the creator of people, and that Ra is the sun, and that
So what?
Osiris is the god of the dead, and
So what?
XYZ. In God's point of view, they are going to hell.
So what?
Is it more just? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you.
Does
It's your
God
show.
have to send them to hell? Like this is the wild thing about
But
hell is
it's
people just assume that like hell is out of God's control. Oh golly gee, they're going to go to hell. It's better to kill them now. God doesn't have to send them to hell. God doesn't have to send anyone
yeah,
to
but
hell.
God didn't make that agreement with everybody. He made it with two people, right? Like you got to understand that,
What
like
agreement?
when I make that agreement with Adam and Eve not to do something wrong, and it spills out of control,
Out of
God has to keep
control.
his promise, because we believe
Wait,
that God is all just,
when did
right?
God promise to send people to hell?
No,
That's
no,
not
no,
part of
no.
a covenant anywhere.
Yeah, I didn't mean that. He promised to send him to hell.
Okay.
Sorry if I misspoke. But
Does God
like
have
to
to
not
send
send.
a single person to hell?
No, I don't believe that
Oh,
God, at the beginning of creation, I don't think that God had to send. And I think that God was perfectly capable of creating a creation that would never sin against him. But I
I didn't
think
ask
that,
that. I asked,
well, I think that
could God just decide not to send anyone to hell?
I think he could, but I think it would be
Okay.
uncharacteristic. It would go against the
Yeah,
characteristics of God to be
it would
just.
go against God's characteristics to be merciful, you mean, because he's a monster.
Well, no, because God is also just.
But justice doesn't mean you send people to hell. So you
Well,
can't
well,
light somebody
justice
on
also
fire
means
for
that
all
like
of
God
eternity
has given us
because they're imperfect. So do you think if Adam and Eve died the day that they ate the fruit, would they go to heaven or hell?
I think that they would have gone to. Well, okay, hang on. I need a second to think about that, because God doesn't send us to hell for eating the fruit. God sent us to hell for not believing
Oh shit.
that Christ is
So
God.
so he'll light you on fire for the sin of just not believing in him. That's crazy.
Well, God's God. Would you agree with me that Adam and Eve knew who God was when He created them?
Yeah, but you've actually just spelled the point out for me, which is that hell is not actually a punishment for the wicked. Hell is a punishment for those who don't believe.
Well, do you think
Yeah,
that
eternal
if,
torture
if
over a thought crime.
well, I understand. Trust me, and I'm not trying to be rude to anyone. I completely understand your paradigm, and I just want you to understand that, like for me, um, it is not about the worldly action, right? God's initial creation was not for Adam and Eve to disobey His order and then to sin and then to create, the cascading effects of that sin.
I mean,
God's
I
order is
disagree, but that
that.
doesn't address what I'm bringing up.
Okay, can you bring your point again so I can maybe
Yes,
more clearly address it?
my point that God didn't have to send a single person to hell ever for any reason at all. And to Marcy's point, people go to hell for even minor infractions. If I say I live to age 15 and the age of accountability is 13 and I die an unrepentant 15-year-old, I don't believe in Jesus, I don't get the forgiveness of my sins, I'm going to get the same punishment as Hitler. We're both going to go to the hellfire for all of eternity. This can't be justice.
Can you point me to a verse in the scripture where it says that you're gonna go to hell for like a minor discrepancy?
Yeah, because if you die apart from Jesus, you don't get to see the kingdom of heaven. That's John. He says, unless you're born of the water and the Spirit.
Right. So what about the Amalekites who never got an opportunity to meet Jesus? In my
Yeah.
point of view, they all went to heaven. From your point of
Why?
view, they all went to hell.
You
Well,
literally.
because the paradigm you just stated, the paradigm for going to hell was that they didn't believe in Jesus
Wait.
and they
You
were
just
before
nullified your
Jesus.
point. If you said the Amalekites go to heaven because they didn't know Jesus, then you've nullified your first point, was that it was good to kill the Amalekite babies because they go to heaven.
Well,
You could just let them die,
it would be a
and they'll all go to
it would be a
heaven.
whitewash. It would be
Fuck,
a whitewash because they go to heaven,
if the
right?
Amalekites go to heaven because Jesus isn't around, then holy shit, God never should have sent Jesus, and everybody could have got to heaven.
Well, you're also, and I'm not trying to be pedantic, brother. Like I said, I watch all the time. I'm not trying to be like argumentative. In
No,
my opinion, Jesus
I
is
think
like
you're
very
being
prevalent
fair.
in the Old Testament as well.
No, but
So,
what I'm pointing out though is that your current talking point just nullified your first talking point. Your first talking point was that it was good to murder the babies because they went to heaven, but you just now said that all of the Amalekites went to heaven because they were before Jesus. And if people go to heaven just because they were born before Jesus, it seems like God's best way to accomplish his will is to just never send Jesus and everyone would end up in heaven.
right now, from my point of view, if I'm reading through the Old Testament without the context of the New Testament, there really isn't like a description of what is sending you to hell. Yeah, would you agree with that? Like,
In
there's not
the
like a clear cut Old Testament verse that says like if you don't do X, you go to hell.
in the
Would you
New
agree?
Testament, we
No,
have
not New
those.
Testament, Old
In
Testament.
the Old Testament, the only thing you have is Daniel chapter 12 because hell doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible. It's not there. You'll
Right.
never find it.
I would agree.
What you will
But
find is Daniel chapter 12 when he talks about the final days when the archangel Michael frees everybody and delivers them. It says, "Many who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life and some to shame and everlasting contempt." That's the only
right,
mention
so
of a negative afterlife.
right, and my like from my personal paradigm, I would say that it wouldn't even really be like a negative unless you're like like against God. Like I personally, I don't think that like the Amalekites are against God. I think they're against it. Like you said, God is leading his people out of Egypt. And the Amalekites are like, oh, we have this invasion force. Even if they're refugees, whatever you might consider them as, hey, we're going to attack them because they're on our farmlands or whatever. Okay, we're going to attack them. And God says, okay, and a couple hundred years or 40, whatever it might be, we're going to come and we're gonna put you out. In the Old Testament, it doesn't really clarify that those people are like damned forever. Now, the New Testament, it does give you prescriptions. Christ is God. Christ is God manifest on earth. He's here to die and be crucified for the forgiveness of sins. Those who don't believe in Christ. So to me, it makes sense.
But
Like
I don't know
God
if
has like
this
laid out the
addresses what I'm
blueprint.
saying. And you're a nice enough guy, but you just keep not addressing anything I say. What I said was if Jesus is the only thing sending people to hell because people who died before Jesus all go to heaven, what I'm saying is God would have accomplished his actual desire by just never sending Jesus. Sending Jesus was the wrong decision. He could have just not sent Jesus and everybody would have went to heaven.
Well, like you said in Daniel, it doesn't say that they went to heaven. It says they were resting in the earth, right?
That's what you said. You said
Well,
if the Amalekites
I'm saying what
died,
the
they
Bible
would
says.
go to heaven because Jesus hadn't come yet. So if they go to heaven, even though they're sinful, without Jesus, because Jesus hadn't come yet, what that means is God just could have not sent Jesus, and then everybody would go to heaven.
You know what? You're actually absolutely right. I did say that, and I would like to clarify. In the healing moment, I did say that they wouldn't go to heaven, or they would go to heaven. I will follow the Old Testament and say that they are not in heaven, but they are in the earth. It's not like I'm just like an everyday dude, man. It's not like I'm a rabbi or
I know
something
you're
like that.
doing
So
you're doing
when
your
I'm,
best.
yeah. And I'm not even, I'm not trying to justify, like I don't think it's okay for someone to kill 100,000 children. What I'm saying is, if the intention of God was that, 100,000 children, and I get it was probably lower than that historically, but 100,000 children who I am going to allow into heaven because they weren't around for Christ need to, you know, need to die at the sword. Again, this is not a humanistic. I think it's horrible. And I'm a soldier. I've been in the army for 14 years. I've been in Afghanistan. I've been in Iraq. I've been in Syria. I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff.
If you
I'm
were
not trying to
commanded
justify the
to
murder.
kill a baby, would you do it?
Does that baby have any bearing on the life of one of my soldiers?
They're going to grow up Muslim. They might be a bomber.
No, I wouldn't do it.
What if God said, I know they're going to grow up and they're going to be a bomber. I need you to kill the baby.
God would have to show himself to me as God.
Yeah, what if he did?
Then yeah, if God showed to me that he was God, I would have to do it.
Cool. So if God said, because this baby's going to grow up to be a bomber, I need you to kill the baby in like fashion, just set him on top of a bomb and light it off, you'd be okay with that?
Well, can I give you like a more realistic example?
Nope, just need a yes or no.
Well, I think it's unfair.
Nope, it's certainly fair. That's a weapon of warfare that we use in today's time.
And if I was an Israelite in the situation of the Israelites at the time, yes, I would have followed the commands of God.
Yeah, so if you were an ancient Israelite, you definitely would thrust a sword right through the baby, or actually what they typically did, believe it or not, they typically killed the babies the same way they did with small pigs. It was to take it by the feet, and they would swing it over their heads and smash the baby head on a rock. The other method for killing babies in the ancient world was just throwing them into giant burn pits. So you would have done one of those too, most likely.
But if I would have seen Yahweh like split the ocean in half so I could escape slavery, and then I would have seen Yahweh like come in a storm and shake the entire earth, like there was like justification behind their action, is what I'm saying. Like that's why I said, like if I was the ancient Israelite and God showed himself to me, right? I think it's a little uncharitable to think like if you're making the assumption that like if someone just said, "Hey, I'm God and I need you to kill these people, kill these kids and smash their heads on a rock," like that's not what I'm saying. If Donald Trump ordered me to go kill a bunch of kids, I would say no. But
I said God though, not Donald Trump.
But if God, I'm in slavery, I'm in chains, I'm getting beat every day, I'm building, whatever these, I'm in torment for my entire life, and then God comes and splits the ocean in half so that I can escape from slavery, and He says, "Go to this land," and on the way, these people come and attack me, and He says, "Hey, I need you go take care of this, and I need you to kill everyone." Then yes, of course. What human wouldn't? Do you think that the Jews that were
What if
escaping the
I wouldn't, by the way. I'd tell God that he can go take his watery ass back to wherever he came
you
from.
say
But also,
that from the comfort of your home, but
I do.
you wouldn't say that.
But also, we're not quite. Yeah, I would. God can go fuck himself. So what I'm asking you is,
I haven't been rude at all.
I'm not being rude to you. I'm just saying God's a fucker. I don't care about him. I care about you more than I care about God.
I appreciate that.
That's why we're having the conversation right now. That's why I'm not jumping down your throat, because you seem like a decent individual. It just happens to be that the God you worship is a prick. So, like, the last question I'll ask is, like, God does also cause people to even eat the flesh of children in the Bible on multiple occasions. If God said, "Hey, listen, I'm going to need you to eat the flesh of
Show me that real quick.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm not saying it doesn't say that. I'm just asking you to show me because I'm just not familiar with it.
Yeah, Jeremiah 19:9 is the first reference. I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, and they shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege, in the distress in which their enemies and those who seek their life to afflict them.
And who is he talking about there?
These are actually the Israelites.
Okay, I would have to read the context, but I'm not.
So he's so upset with the Israelites that he's going to bring an army to besiege them, and he says he's going to cause them to eat the flesh of their children in the siege.
This is just a theological question. I know you said last question, and you got to get on other guests. I get that. Do you think that like everything in the Bible would be considered like is there a historical example where the Israelites were like eating each other's flesh?
Yeah, Lamentations 4.
Well, like a historical, not I'm talking about like outside of the Bible. Is there like a like hey the Israelites in this historical context were like eating each other's flesh, or do you
But
think that
we don't have
like
any
eating each
records.
other's
We don't have records of the ancient Israelites outside of the Bible.
well we got some. You know, like
Not
I would
much.
say that I would say that like historically there's evidence for like a House of David, probably not like a kingship like we would like what we would see in the Bible,
That's not from the
but
Israelites.
historically, you don't think that a House of David is from the Israelites?
No, what I'm saying is that you're referencing the Tel Dan stele, and you're probably referencing the Moabite stele, the Mesha stele.
Yeah, absolutely.
But those aren't Israelite records. Those are other nations talking about going to battle with the Israelites. We don't have any Bronze Age records from Israel about what they were up to.
Okay, so I guess my question would be like when God says something like I will make them eat their flesh, like you take that as like literal, like me, I'm like upstairs like eating my daughter.
Well, they did. Yeah, when the siege came, Jeremiah wrote about it in the book of Lamentations. And he says, the hands of compassionate women have boiled their own children. They became their food in the destruction of my people.
Yeah, it's just we just agree to disagree. I just think that that is more of like a reference to like how like the people eating each other, not like physical, but I understand what you're saying. And
Who'd they
again,
eat?
I'll just say I disagree with that whole like if that was true, then I would say that it would be wrong 100%.
Okay, so it was wrong when God did it then.
Yeah, if you take it from the point of view that the Israelites were literally eating each other, then yeah, I would say it would be wrong for God to do that. Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. Well, thanks for coming up and having a chat with us. We appreciate you being courteous, and come back again.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'll be watching. You have a
All
good
right.
day.
Cheers.
Jeez Louise.
Because what religion does to you, you can be an otherwise seemingly normal individual and have to justify, killing babies with swords.
I was gonna ask at one point, because he was saying like, on one side of the table, 4,000 children, on the other side of the table, 10,000 disobedient people, and so why not wipe them all out? I was gonna ask him like, yeah, are you okay with collective punishment? Like, you do understand that's literally a war crime. It's against the Geneva Convention. You can't do that. That's not a thing you're allowed to do. You will be charged with war crimes for doing that.
Right?
But if God does it, I guess it's whatever.
It's a crazy
Apparently.
situation. So here's what I'm going to do. So it's 10 o'clock now. I'm going to get David Williams in here. I don't know if we're going to get another TikTok guest because we got our live restricted earlier, and it looks like they're not really pushing it out to non-followers anymore. That's fine, because we probably have enough guests in our YouTube queue to last until we're done here. So I'm not going to restart TikTok. If it was earlier in the day, I might restart TikTok. I'm just going to leave it as is. Thanks for hanging out with us, even though TikTok seems to be trying to end our live stream. But we'll keep pushing on. I believe, and I could be wrong, David Williams is the person in the YouTube stream that is everyone hates, T.Y. Wolf or whatever. Is that what I heard y'all in the chat, that T.Y. Wolf is David Williams? I guess we'll find out. I'm going to read a couple of super chats, and we're going to bring David in here. Good question. It says, about the grounding question. Naturalism grounds origins. Humanism grounds morality. Science and empiricism grounds knowledge. Interesting. I don't spend a whole lot of time worrying about grounding, but I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, naturalism grounds origins. I would have to agree with that. I think naturalism is like the explanation or the thing that gets us to origins. Humanism grounds morality, and obviously I agree with that, but I don't know if everyone would agree on what humanism is, but I think you and I probably agree that humanism is like, human, like how ought humans behave. And I think most likely you and I are going to default to some like variant of utilitarianism. But humanism grounds morality, science grounds empiricism. Well, I don't know what I would say about that. I don't know if, I mean, the process of science. Yes. Yeah. Because science is a process of observation, right? So unless you get somebody that wants to argue about hard solipsism, yeah, you could definitely say that science grounds empiricism. It's not that empiricism grounds itself. It's just that the scientific process demonstrates that empiricism works. And we don't really have much beyond that. Like if empiricism didn't work, if it kept giving us wrong answers, then we would just abandon it. Excuse me. I'm the Big Cheese. Thank you for the super chat. Says all morals are evolutionary adaptations for survival of the most okay. It is impossible to build a moral code where consent is evil, or thou must steal unalive and that species would survive. Let me make sure I understand this real quick. I don't know, Big Cheese. I think I hear what you're saying. Like it's impossible to build a moral framework where consent is bad, but I feel like some people could. Some people will try. I don't think it'd be good, right? Obviously, we would argue against it. But I think people have tried. I think people would definitely try to do it again. But I think we're in agreement that it wouldn't go very well. And Mr. V-Ball, good to see you again, says, watching your streams has sent me on a quest to read as much as I can about church history. I'm currently partway into A History of Christianity, the first 3,000 years by McCulloch, and it's amazing. It is amazing. I've actually got it on my shelf. It's an amazing book. Highly recommend it. It's a long read. It's like 1,000 pages. But it's a really, really good book, friends. If you want to do a book on Christian history, I think that's probably like my go-to text for normies. So definitely get on top of that. And based to Shara, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says Christians' logic is along the same line that our government isn't using Iran and its people. This faith will make people do atrocities with smiles on their faces. I mean, let me make sure I understand this. Our government isn't using Iran and its people. My friend, based to share, I think there might be a typo in this, unless I'm just not reading it correctly. You're saying Christian logic is along the same line that our government isn't using what on Iran and its people. I might need some more clarification. I apologize if somehow I've missed the forest through the trees on this one, because I'm not sure I gather what you're saying. But hey, I appreciate it. Send me if I'm crazy and I just missed it. You're saying it's using towards? Okay, let me try that. Logic that the government. Oh, Christians' logic is the same logic that our government is using towards Iran. There we go. Yeah. Meaning the ends justifies the means. Thank you for the clarification. That's good. So yes, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how they can justify doing these atrocities, is always the ends, right? But you got to remember, these are the same excuses used by the Third Reich. The ends justifies the mean. The slaughtering of these people is justified by the good that will come from it, right? But who gets to decide what the good outcome is? And so I agree. I think our government's making a huge blunder right now, and I think it's going to come back to bite us. So thanks for giving me some patience on that one. Ontological shock. Amazing name. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, Jesus said there's no greater love than to lay one's life down for his friends, according to John 15:13. So wouldn't that mean it'd be loving to risk one's eternal destiny by aborting as many babies or many of the unborn as possible? That was the argument I was making. Yes, if it's a good thing to risk your life for the gospel, for the cause of Jesus Christ, then yes, the greatest good you can do is risk your eternal salvation to execute as many babies as humanly possible to guarantee that they'll go to heaven. That seems to be the logical trade-off here. So that's why the minute you start saying, well, baby suffering doesn't matter, you get yourself down this really bad slippery slope where if suffering doesn't matter, unless it results in salvation, then man, we got a lot of questions that need to be had. But let's bring in David and keep the conversation rolling. How you doing, David? David? Oh, it's anticlimactic, huh? Were you the one that was in the comments for the last like 15 weeks chirping? Get a little sheepish? Okay. Well, guess we'll move on. All right, we'll try the next one. We've got Fast Eddie in our TikTok queue, which is surprising. I didn't think TikTok was going to be pushing us out at all, but welcome in, Fast Eddie.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Anyways, your chat is getting all mad at me because I simply gave my opinion when I commented. And when you said "fuck God," I just simply said it sounds like Matt's. It's Matt, right?
No,
Is it Matt?
Are you here to discuss?
Yes.
Do you want to argue with the comments?
No, I'm not. I just want to tell you my opinion on what you said. I said.
Yeah, we're not gonna
Yeah, he's been talking mad shit in the comments, and also bro just referred to you as it. Like,
he really?
Literally dehumanized you. Yeah, he literally dehumanized you over his like interpretation of your saying "fuck God" as being angry. He thinks that you saying "fuck God" means that you're angry, and then he just like dehumanized you over it.
Oh shit! Well, fuck God.
What a goober.
Yeah.
You can say that very calmly too.
Yeah, I mean, I brought him up to debate. He said he didn't want to, so I was like, "Wait, well, what the fuck are we doing here? I'm not gonna let you argue with the comments. If you want to argue with the comments, you can go back to the comments." But guess who came back? David came back. So let's try it. Welcome back. Maybe I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay. I don't know why it wasn't working before.
Yeah, that's all right. David, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, 47 years ago. And no, I don't believe in the Christian God.
But do you believe in any God?
I believe there's a creator. I'm a deist, but I also have scientific reasons for it. My background, Justin, I'd have heard you talk about it, and that was the thing that was going on in chat, was somebody made a comment about Big Bang, and then it came up about, I've heard you say, and I'll just ask you directly, that you don't accept Big Bang, but you believe the universe is eternal.
No, wrong. I believe in the Big Bang and an eternal universe. But also, what's this got to do with...
The comment that I had made in there is that the Big Bang violates the first and second laws of thermodynamics, and it also violates four principles in the scientific method.
It doesn't, but it's also kind of irrelevant.
The only thing I did by...
Okay. It doesn't, David, but we're not discussing the existence of God tonight. What we're discussing is whether or not God is a monster. So, I mean, for the sake of tonight's discussion, it sounds like we would just conclude that your God exists. The question is whether or not your God is a monster. That's what we're asking right now. Now, you're more than welcome to come back on the next time I'm running God is Imaginary, and you can debate me on whether or not you think God is imaginary. But right now, we're going to keep it on topic. So I need to know something about your God so we can actually discuss about it. So did your God create anything? Is it like the author of life? Like, tell me something about your God.
I believe that the universe is eternal, and the universe itself actually has an intelligence, which is the reason why that the universe itself would create DNA and also a ribosome at the same time to function simultaneously and things like that.
Okay. So you don't believe in God,
kind of debate.
Which is fine.
I do the same kind of debate
means you're obviously not a good fit for what we're doing here tonight since you don't believe in God. But thanks for being an atheist. Maybe eventually you'll come out of the atheist closet and you'll just admit it out loud. The fucking universe is conscious is not God. That's not what that means. Okay. Let's try Yeti. Welcome in, Yeti.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. I don't think God's a monster.
Awesome. Which God do you worship?
I worship the Christian God.
Awesome. And do you agree that sometimes the Bible? Let me rephrase this. When the Bible says that God does things, did He actually do them?
God does do things, definitely, but we also mustn't remove free will from the equation.
I'm not.
I'm just saying because, like your example with the Amalekites earlier,
That
we
wasn't
were
even my
talking.
example. I did not bring that up. The guest did.
You mentioned it earlier, two people back.
Yep, because the guest brought it up, not me.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, it was in the conversation. So it was talking about eating babies and the siege and so on. Yeah, and how can God allow that to happen?
Well, He commanded it to happen.
Well, He commanded it to happen, or I would say that it's essentially a statement that's going to happen, and it's the withdrawal or protection is what occurred because of the transgression.
No, God directly says He's causing it.
But it's essentially a withdrawal of His protection because He's
Well,
protecting
He doesn't say
Israel.
that.
It's a covenant. Well, it's a covenant that exists. He protects them, and because of their transgression, they're punished. He does not protect them. They're put under a siege, and we know
who's
doesn't
causing the
matter if it's
siege?
God or not. Well, the Amalekites causing the siege, but it
No,
regardless if it's God or not.
The siege that you're referring to is with the Babylonians.
Sorry, Babylonians.
Okay,
the siege
and
regardless,
who is causing it to happen?
The Babylonians are causing it to happen.
Okay,
Babylonians
no.
make the choice.
God's causing it to happen. He tells you He's causing it to
No.
happen.
See,
He is.
we're not automatons.
He is. I'll just show you the
No,
passage. It's okay if you haven't read the Bible. We're used to this. I'll read the Bible for you. Just put your listening ears on real quick. God says in Jeremiah 19, "Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I'm going to bring such disaster on this place that the ears of everyone who hears of it will tingle, because the people have forsaken me and have profaned this place by making offerings to it, to other gods, so on and so forth." So he's saying, I'm bringing the disaster. I'm doing it. It's a punishment. Yep.
Right. But again, He cannot take away a person's free will.
He can. Yeah, He does it all the time. You want to see where?
Sure, if you want to show me.
Yep. Genesis 20, Joshua 11 are two good examples. In Genesis 20, around verse 6 or 7, He explicitly takes away the free will of Abimelech to sin against him by sexually assaulting Sarah. Says, then God said to him in the dream, "Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her." So He intervened on Abimelech's free will to sin.
He protected Sarah. That's a slightly different
by
thing
intervening.
than by intervening, but He did not cause someone to do something.
He did. Yeah,
in
Joshua 11, He explicitly does. In Joshua 11, He hardens the heart of the Canaanites to come out to battle. In fact, let me grab that real quick.
But again, that would be something that pre-exists in their heart.
Nope, it doesn't. It says, it was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts, so that they would come against Israel in battle, in order that they might be utterly destroyed and might receive no mercy, but be exterminated. So God hardened their hearts to draw them out to battle. If they were going to come out to battle anyways, God wouldn't have to harden their heart.
But you have to have a heart that has the pre-existing condition to be hardened.
No, you don't. Show me that in the scripture.
Hold on a second. Let me go over here. So I'm a bit slow with this.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm pretty sure in Deuteronomy 4 and 5, whenever the Israelites were like kind of somewhat done with the Exodus, they were trying to pass through some land, and that would have been fine, but then God like forced the kings against the will of the hardening their heart to attack the Israelites, so that the Israelites would defend themselves and then kill the kings and wipe out their people.
Yeah, Deuteronomy chapter 2 as well. Yeah, Deuteronomy 2 is King Sihon of Heshbon says, was not willing to let us pass through the Lord. I'm sorry, for the Lord your God had hardened his spirit and made his heart defiant in order to hand him over to you. So nailed it, Deuteronomy as well.
Okay. I'm not going theologically, from a theological perspective, it would have to be a pre-existing thing that existed within the heart.
Why? Why would I accept that?
Well, you don't have to accept it. I'm just stating from a theological perspective, from Eastern Orthodoxy, from a theological perspective.
But not from the Bible.
You have a verse for that?
I'm not sola scriptura, so I wouldn't necessarily go by that.
Could God soften the heart instead of hardening it?
Could he? Well, if the person already, I'm sorry, continue.
I'm just asking you, so yes or no. Could God soften someone's heart instead of hardening it?
If the heart had already had a disposition toward it.
So why is God hardening people's heart?
If they already have this disposition, and then there's something to be carried out in terms of punishment or whatever, he will essentially use that disposition to carry out something. But again, the person can say no. The person can turn
My question is why? Why did he need to harden their heart?
Why? Well, it says it in scripture because they essentially need to be punished for something they did.
But why does he need to harden their heart for that?
Why does he need to harden their heart? Well, if he didn't, well, perhaps things would not go that way so much.
You got it. Yeah. If he didn't harden their hearts, they might not have actually got the result that God wanted. So God intervened in their free will by hardening their heart to get the outcome that he wanted.
But again, like I said, this is a disposition that already existed.
So what? Your claim was that God wouldn't intervene on somebody's free will. He clearly does intervene on somebody's free will.
He allows them to use that particular disposition. Again, it's not something that God can intervene in that he can help us not to do something that is so bad. But when he withdraws himself from us, things become worse. And that's what he does.
That didn't really address the problem. What are you going to say, Marcy?
I was gonna say, First Samuel 10, where God changes Saul's heart. Did Saul's heart already have a disposition for what it was changed for? Because God had to change his heart. It wasn't hardened. It wasn't something he already wanted to do, and then God just made sure he did it. He changed Saul's heart. That is the wording. He changed it. Not something he already had, but had to be changed in order so that he would do it.
You said that's Samuel?
Yep.
Yeah, First Samuel 10.
10:9.
Yeah, 10:9. As Saul turned to leave Samuel, God changed Saul's heart, and all these signs were fulfilled that day. Not that he hardened his heart to do something he was already going to do, but he changed it. This is a INIV, so the other one says gave him another heart. Same thing. Also, that wording already makes it worse. It wasn't his own heart that was slightly changed, but he was literally given a brand new heart to do something else.
Mm-hmm.
Could God have changed the hearts of the Amalekites?
Could he have changed it? I don't think he could have changed it in a sense to a positive attribute because it wasn't there.
Yeah, but that's the miracle, is that God is changing the heart.
The miracle is that he holds them back from what they were going to do in general.
Nothing about that is not a single thing you just said is actually in the text. So what Marcy clearly point out is that God changes people's hearts, right? He turned away to leave Samuel, and God gave him another heart. And all these signs were fulfilled that day. So God has the power to take somebody's heart and change it for good.
Or enlighten them.
Sure. So why wouldn't he just do that instead of hardening?
But again, what is Samuel's disposition compared to we're talking the
Saul.
Babylonians?
This is
Or
Saul's
Saul.
disposition, and remember,
Or
God
Saul.
regretted making Saul king in 1 Samuel 15 again. So not only does God not like Saul, he did change his heart at one point to be better.
But again, he can't change him to be perfect.
Doesn't matter. He changed it to be good.
But we have to actually look at what does it mean to be changed.
A new heart. It just means you've changed for the better.
Change the heart is basically he's holding him back. He's making him. He's giving him something positive. He can enlighten
It's
his
crazy.
mind for the moment, but
didn't say anything about holding anyone back. It says he changed his heart. If you read the story, it's because the Spirit of God enters him. The Spirit of God enters him, and it changes his heart. And then later, when God's done with him, he takes his spirit out of Saul, and a malevolent spirit enters him.
And why could a malevolent spirit enter him, though?
Because God allowed it. God sent the malevolent spirit.
But Saul was opened up to it.
So what?
And that goes back to the way that he was.
So what?
So he was doing wrong before. So
Was Saul destined to be evil or good?
Actually, that is determined basically on Saul's choices.
Was Saul's disposition to be evil or good?
That is completely up to Saul.
Okay, what you're doing is double talking right now. You're saying that
No.
God.
It's just like you or me or anybody else.
You're saying that God sent a malevolent spirit to Saul because that was what was already in his heart. But in the passage that Marcy already brought up, if what is in his heart is malevolent, then why did God give him a new heart and a new spirit temporarily?
Okay, I tell you, for that, honestly, I'm not that familiar with that passage, so I can't give you a good answer for that. So I'm gonna say I don't know for that part.
Just read the passage. It's on the screen.
Oh, I can't. Okay, sorry, I can't see this. I can't see that on the screen. Sorry.
Yeah, and also like to recap, it's like your argument was for the free wills that they already, like, whenever you hardened their heart, it was something that they had already done. My response was that, or like, and God doesn't interact with free will, that wasn't something that was already in your disposition of the heart. And I showed you a passage where God had specifically changed their heart, not something that they are already predispositioned to do, and hardening their heart and to make them doing something that they probably already would have done, but to literally change who they are as a person, changing their heart, giving them a new one. This is not something that he had already had a disposition in his heart to already do, like you had tried to like initially say, but this is God changing somebody's heart, giving them a new heart, not hardening something that they probably already would have done, which is also, as far as I'm aware, not what hardening their heart does, but we're just kind of, granting you your interpretation on that for now.
I can only say that he would have done it just for the leadership and for the sake of his people.
Okay. So, what do you make of when God sends lying spirits?
Lying spirits.
Mm-hmm.
And where shall we find that?
1 Kings 22.
Yeah, but hold on, before we do that, like, if I were to put a lying spirit in somebody's mouth, so that in the mouth of a prophet, which a king to listen to, and the prophet lied to the king according to my own will because I put the spirit in their mouth, that would change the action or like courses of a war, would you consider me to be somebody who is lying, somebody who is being untruthful because I put a lying spirit in a prophet's mouth? The prophet told a king to do this thing and the king did it to alter the course of a war.
It
I would be
depends if the
lying,
king
right?
really had the right to know that knowledge.
I'm sorry, repeat yourself?
If the king had the right to know, and in that respect, God would decide whether the king had the right to know something or not.
I don't think that we'll get there in a second. I don't think I understand the passage yet. Before we read 1 Kings 22, though, I forgot about verse 6 in 1 Samuel 10. It is amazing, by the way. So then the Spirit of the Lord will possess you, and you will be in a prophetic frenzy along with them, and be turned into a different person. So God sent a prophetic spirit to Saul that literally turned him into a different person.
But that's only for a temporary point of time.
So what? Remember, we're doing this because you said God wouldn't intervene on people's free will, and he just clearly does.
But in that respect, it's only for a temporary point in time, and that,
so what?
That doesn't change anything.
So what?
He's not forcing him to go to war. He's not forcing to hurt somebody. God is taking possession of something that belongs to him rightly.
But that's not my point. Your point was that God would not intervene on humans' free will. We've shown you a very clear case where God not only is intervening on someone's free will, but is changing them.
Well, I say that's a very good point.
Right. So what we can conclude is that there are times when God will intervene on people's free will, and in fact, he will actually change their hearts. And that's like the whole point behind the circumcision of the heart.
But again,
Jeremiah
that's
31 and Deuteronomy 30. In Jeremiah 31 and in Deuteronomy 30 says that people's hearts are going to be circumcised. In Deuteronomy 30, it says, when God circumcises their hearts, then they will obey all the commandments of Moses. Meaning God's circumcision of the heart is the thing that enables them to follow the commandments.
Right.
All right. So I don't know why this whole talking point came up of God not intervening on free will. It just isn't true. God absolutely will intervene on free will. He does it all the time, and he tells you that he does it. Why did this talking point even get brought up?
I don't know. But
I kind of lost it.
Yeah, should we hit a hard pivot? Because honestly, I feel like we could talk about Leviticus 25 real quick. You know,
I think
because we haven't talked about that all night.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So before we pull it up and before he reads it, so that he gives an honest answer. If I was a king and I was leading a nation, and I told the nation that you may purchase people as if they were property, you may purchase and sell them as long as they weren't your own race, and you were permitted to buy and own them, treat them as property, and treat them as property for the rest of their entire life. Would you say I'm a good king or a bad king for that action?
Well, if we apply it to present day standards, I would say you're a horrible king.
Yeah, so I would be a bad person if I was ruling a nation and I permitted them to own, buy, and sell human beings as property for the rest of their entire life, which you may also beat with rods, like almost to death. Almost to death.
Right.
Yeah. So
But
unfortunately, that's exactly what God permits.
Of the Bible, completely different time.
I don't really see how that would matter though, unless you believe in subjective morality. Does morality just magically change over time, or is God
Well,
always correct in
well,
every
it,
commandment He
it's
gives?
presentism. It's applying a different standard.
No,
Nope.
not really. It's only presentism whenever I'm like judging humans for doing things of their time. This is the unchanging God who has supposed objective morality that like never changes, is the absolute word and authority for what is and isn't morality. If He once said that slavery was okay, then slavery's okay because He is unchanging. Unless you want to argue that
Well,
God
yeah.
does change.
Well, I would say in the Old Testament there was a difference revealed between the Old Testament and the New Testament. Yes.
Not according to Jesus or God. According to Paul, maybe. Jesus said to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you have to follow the law of Moses. That's Matthew 5:19.
But there was also a change between that which was civil and ceremonial.
Oh no, that's not
We
true.
don't.
No.
Yes, there is. It is
Well,
because present Christians
not
don't follow that. Yes.
not according to Jesus.
Source?
Yeah, that's the truth. That's
Show me in
why
the Bible where
Christians
Jesus said that.
That's why Christians can actually eat.
Show me in the Bible where Jesus said that, because Paul and Peter said that, not Jesus. Jesus said, as I quoted, to follow the law of Moses. Then not one jot or tittle is going to fall away from the law of Moses.
But it doesn't matter. That's how Christians take it, and that's
Well, I know that's how Christians take it. I'm asking you about Jesus.
The apostles took the teaching of Jesus. So
right, no, they didn't take the teachings of Jesus. They took the teachings of Paul. And if you actually read your early church, which I don't think you have, the reason why they say that you don't have to follow the law is not because Jesus did away with it. It's because there was a progressive revelation after Jesus' death. In fact, the earliest record on this is the disputation between Celsus and Origen. Origen explained that Jesus didn't declare the law was done away with. That was after his death, and that was done by the power of the Holy Spirit, not by Jesus.
But Origen was also declared a heretic, so
I'm sure he would, but he's the only one in the early church that actually gives this explanation as early as he does. It comes later through the other church fathers, but my point is, the early church fathers are not painting Jesus as getting rid of the law. That's something that Paul does after Jesus is dead.
I don't know about that, because all four Gospels already are written quite early.
They weren't, not until at least 70.
63, 70,
70.
about Mark.
But my point is, Jesus and his dad said that the law is forever. In fact, God himself in the Hebrew Bible says these are perpetual, permanent statutes for you. In Deuteronomy 30, which I didn't bring up, but I was going to bring up, when God circumcises the hearts of the people, he literally says that he's going to enable them to follow the law of Moses. The period where the hearts are circumcised is the period that the New Testament is speaking of. Why Paul says that they've been circumcised in the heart, not in the flesh. God says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So, according to God, even in this era, this end times era where the hearts are circumcised, you're going to follow the laws that Moses gave.
No. Christians take it that Christ's death eradicated the ceremonial law.
Right. Well, listen, Yeti, we know what Christians teach. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you to address the passage on the screen. Is your first time reading Deuteronomy?
I'm sorry. I cannot see the verse. And there's a long delay between you and I.
You can't see the screen. Huh. Why can't you see the screen? Give me a second.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. There's a delay on my side. I apologize.
No, it's not. It might not be you. It might be me. Hold on. Now you can see the screen, right?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry.
That's my
I can
bad.
see it now.
I had the wrong camera turned on for you. So what it says,
Okay.
when God circumcises the hearts of the people, it says, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. And then it says, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I'm commanding you today. Those commandments are the entire book of Deuteronomy. They were given in one day.
At one point, that was true. Yes, and that's
not true.
Again, because again, he was preaching to the Jews. That was true, but
nope.
The theology and everything evolved.
Verse 6, right?
It
says, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. When did this happen?
This happened in the New Testament, yes.
You got it. It happened after Jesus came, right?
Right.
Okay. Now it says, when this happens, you shall then again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So what that means is that when God circumcises the hearts of the people, they're going to follow the commands given to Moses.
But then he provides us the two great commandments. You shall love the Lord your God with all your mind, all your might, and so on. And then love the second is like the first. You shall love.
I'm aware. You're still not addressing what I said. What I said was, according to Deuteronomy, in this period where hearts are circumcised, they're going to again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that Moses gave them in Deuteronomy.
Right. At that time, you're absolutely correct.
Okay,
Because
fantastic. Does it say they're going to stop?
Yes. At that time, no.
Okay. Does the Old Testament ever say the laws are going to go away?
The Old Testament does not. But in the New Testament, there is a change of law because we are given the two great commandments.
But again,
and then there is the institution of the Eucharist.
But again, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a discrepancy that you're unaware of. You're unaware that Jesus and Yahweh said to follow the law forever. Paul said not to. Paul said, if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you. God said the opposite. Jesus said the opposite. That's what I'm trying to show you right now. You don't follow Jesus. You don't follow God. You follow Paul.
No, absolutely not. Because most of the laws and most of the ceremonial laws and everything else were in preparation for the coming of the Messiah. When
not
the
a single one of
come,
them.
those laws are for naught.
Nope.
Yes.
Show me one verse where Jesus said that or Yahweh said that. Again, you keep repeating stuff that comes from Pauline theology, not from Jesus or Yahweh.
I feel like it might be easier to argue that the laws are good because, like, I mean, Justin, me and you both know that the laws are eternal, but I think it might be easier just to argue that the laws are good according to, like, what the psalmist says and what God says over and over, that whether or not you are under the law and whether or not you have to obey the law is kind of, like, besides the point of whether or not the law is good, because the law is described as good and righteous, and whoever obeys the laws are good and righteous. So whether or not you follow it doesn't really matter of whether or not the laws are good. And inside the law, it says you can own people as property, so owning people as property is a good and righteous thing to do. It might just be easier to argue that than it is to, convince him against his own Pauline theology.
Yeah, I mean, oh, well, I guess we don't have to do that because he ducked. He quit.
Damn. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like it might be easier just to argue that I was pulling up Psalm 119, where it's like, "Blessed those who are whose ways are blameless, who walk accordingly to the law of the Lord," so on and so forth, and it just keeps on saying that whoever obeys the law is good, and that the law is good, and the law is righteous, and so on and so forth, and it's like, okay, sure, like we both know that the law is eternal, but it's honestly easier to argue that the law is good, and therefore owning slavery is good, especially if that's what we're going to be mainly talking about.
Yeah. Well, I guess we didn't get that far. Also, I've received some messages from Forrest, and I'm seeing people in the comments saying that Forrest needed some assistance with a call. I think that call is probably over by now. I did send him a message, tell him I was live. But so here's what we're going to do. I don't know if they're going to be live all night over there on Skep Talk. So I'm going to read what's left of our super chats because it's 11 o'clock now. And we're out of guests, and our TikTok stream has been already revoked from the algorithm for tonight. So I'll read what's left of our super chats, and then after this, I'm going to send everybody over to Skep Talk if they're still alive. I don't know if they're going to be live when we're done, but it looks like they're having a good time over there with some Christian callers. So maybe we can keep the party going. Chase Martin says, "Call him Mr. Steele." Mr. Steele, your girl. Fuck. Maybe. I don't know if I'm stealing anyone's girl, but I appreciate that. I appreciate the vote of confidence in me, though, friend. And Brian, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, "My omnipresent God went away from everywhere, huh?" I know. I love. People always want to talk about God like he's got a location, and then once you point that out, they're like, "No, he's omnipresent, motherfucker. You just gave him a location. Don't be back talking. Don't be backtracking on the talking point that you came with." Also, friends, while I'm reading this, make sure everyone on TikTok is following Marcy and send her some love as well. Marcy just started streaming recently now that she's allowed to stream 18 and older. So let's make sure that we give her a huge welcome into the streaming community. And I think she's going to be a huge asset. I'm excited to get her
I was
into
gonna
the
say
mix.
I might go live to steal some of your viewers if any of them want to see an Islam live, an Islam specific live.
Absolutely. And also, we need to have a conversation about making a visit on the line. I don't know if they have an age limit, but I think they'll be interested in having you on. So I'll make a suggestion for you. But Roy, thank you
Yeah.
for the $3 super thanks, friend. And Boogit says, "New schism for the anime, sub or dub." Wait, what's that mean? Sub or dub? Subtitle or dub to English? That's a good question. You know what? I'm going dub. I know y'all gonna be mad at me. I'm sorry. I know the anime lovers say subtitles. I get it. I'm lazy. I'm not an enthusiast.
Once my anime, not read it.
Sorry, friends. I'm going dub. You can murder me later. It'd be like watching those really cheesy Asian flicks with the bad dubbing. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with bad dubbing. Yeah, I see right. The Discord's rebelling against me. Sorry, sorry, friends. I love you. I've just committed an anime heresy, apparently. Well, we'll work it out. Hey, there's another dub in the comments. Lucky stars, thank you. Alien says, "Hi, Justin." Well, hi, Alien. I appreciate you being here, friend. Thanks for supporting. And also, Draconic Driz is a wild name. Says, "Do you remember the Revenge of Murray the Mantis?" I don't actually, but now I kind of want to. Let me look that up real quick. Murray Mantis. Oh, that was a Ghostbuster animated series. You know what? I never watched that, believe it or not. I'm shocked that I didn't. My older siblings probably would have all seen it. I don't know why I wouldn't have seen it. I would have been, at the time it came out, I would have been 3 years old. But to be fair, I watched most of the stuff in the 80s, even though I was young, because we always had the VHS hanging around. I'm shocked that we didn't have that one. I guess my older siblings just didn't care enough to keep it around, maybe. Herbie, my friend, good to see you, says AI overview on Job 2310. Now I need to find out. I'm going to say Job 2310 AI. overview. What's it give me? The Google AI overview is always trash, though. By the way, please. Like, I'm not crazy about getting answers from AI, but I feel like Google's the worst of them. But it says, but he knows the way that I take when he has tested me. I will come out as gold. Is a verse of profound faith and trust in God during times of intense suffering and uncertainty. It reflects Job's confidence that although he feels abandoned and cannot find God, God is still aware of his situation and is using his trials to refine him, not to destroy him. It's crazy that that's the AI overview because it literally links a YouTube video for that from some jerk preaching. That's why you don't trust AI overview. It'll just grab nonsense stuff from a pastor on YouTube. No, God, according to the passage, clearly sought to destroy Job. And in fact, it literally says, God accuses Satan. Is it Job 6? Says, you had me slay him without cause. Was it Job? It might be Job 4. Right. Let's see. Or you provoked me against him without cause. Let me see.
I swear, after this, whenever I go live, I'm gonna hate to see all the comments of the Muslims having the victim complex. They're always gonna be like, "You're obsessed with Islam. You'll never talk about Christianity." And it's like, I just came from a live that like basically only talks about Christianity, where at least it's like the focus point. Like, come on, I can never win with these individuals.
It's like that. You know, I take a lot of Christian guests because, you know, America. And sometimes I'll have Muslims or has Christians get up here and be like, why don't you do this with Muslims? Well, I do. It's just that you guys are dumb enough to get in the box and some of them aren't. But yeah, Job 13, Job says, see, he will kill me. I have no hope, but I will defend my ways to his face. So Job's like, hey, fucking, he's coming to kill me. And God didn't refine him. There was nothing to refine. When you refine somebody, you're like removing the bad part, keeping the good part. Kind of like what he did with Israel in the Babylonian exile, but he didn't do that here. There's nothing that Job did. That's why he's a righteous sufferer. HP Lovecat says Guts at Gibbing has a great video about the heat problem that the flood would cause. It's way more than so. Actually, you're right. So I've watched the video, and here's the thing. The video was so good, and Gutsick is so smart that I didn't remember a lot of it. I have to re-watch it to remember a lot of it because there was a lot of new stuff in there that was like news to me. So, anyways, I need to rewatch it because that's a really good defense against the flood narrative is the heat problem. Also, Jeff Peanut Butter says anime recommendation for Justin. Check out Bible Black. Wait, there's an anime called Bible Black? I'm receiving word that Bible Black is a don't do it. P.S. Do not actually check out Bible Black. There it is. It's right in the message. Okay. Is this a dirty film? Is this like not safe for work? Oh boy. Okay. Well,
let me look it up.
Oh no, Marceline's about to get 1,000 ads pop up. Marcy just sacrificed their internet for the cause. Oh boy. Anonymous says, have you ever considered reading manga, Justin? Not fucking once. Not even manga Bible. If you're watching anime, you should read Berserk. It's a very interesting outlook on religion. I love like philosophical fiction, like Dostoevsky, but like I'm not ready for manga, y'all. I don't even like the amount of fictional books other than the Bible or like historical stuff that I've read in the last decade. I can count on like one hand. Like I've read The Red Tent. I've read the Brothers Karamazov. Fuck. And that much. I'm not a fiction reader, y'all. What'd you find out about the anime?
Well, I'm like 90% positive it's not safe for work, but they have like a prequel called Bible Black: The New Testament. So I guess there's like NSFW anime sequels called The New Testament.
Okay.
And also, as soon as I search up just the words Bible Black, instantly it's safe search off on a blur or filter. So it was definitely very quickly. A harmless looking college, the teachers and staff are practicing dark religion by devoting their bodies to perversity and chant their dark spells. That's the description on one website. So I guess it's about, teachers being weirdos or something along those lines, maybe.
It sounds like it might veer down the path of like bukkake anime, and that sure is
no.
something with teachers. Beard of Empathy, my friend, great to see you. I hope you're doing well tonight. It says, how many Christians does it take to change a light bulb? None. They say, trust God, and said, let there be light, and that he'll come back and do it again. Yes! God already did it.
And they will convince everybody that there's a light there, even if the room is dark, because they have faith that the light is there.
Absolutely nailed it. That's exactly what would happen. They would just deny reality, and then they'd have apologists create entire channels about denying reality. Klein says, God, violence is bad. Also, God, to demonstrate this, I will drown everything. Makes sense if you don't think about it. I know. That's why I keep saying about Christianity. Everything in Christianity makes sense unless you think about it. The minute you start spending like any time thinking like, okay, how do we logically think about like multiple layers deep on this? It always just falls apart. It never works at all. Which is why it's so easy for ex-Christians to be like, hey, here's the problem. And Chris, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says the Bible equals my favorite horror story. Listen, there are some horror stories in this book. And I meant to do a series on that. I haven't done it yet. I need to do a long YouTube video and a couple short videos on TikTok about some of the Bible horrors, like the lesser known Bible horrors. Because there's a lot of them. I think everyone knows about the common ones, but there's some lesser known ones that are fun.
We need to talk about the Yuri and Ruth, the girl love and Ruth. Your people will be my people, your God my God. Wherever you go, I'll go. But they were just friends, totally.
There's definitely some people that question whether or not there were some non-hetero relationships in the Hebrew Bible, and they're definitely fun topics to dig into, like David and Jonathan, perhaps. But
I was gonna say that your love is greater than that of a woman. They kissed each other. They wept in each other's arms.
Yeah, it sounds sultry. I mean, maybe I read that manga. Dad Tech Geek says, if there is evil because of free will, does that mean that there's no free will in heaven? Might be a good response. Well, Dad Tech Geek, we talk about this one a lot, and thank you for being rock hard for Doug, Simply What for sharing, and Gabe for Justin, but we didn't bring it up tonight. Typically, I bring up Revelation 21, verses 6, 7, and 8, where it says that there's no more pain, no more suffering, no more sorrow. Well, if there's no pain, no suffering, no sorrow in heaven, or in the new heaven, new earth, then one of two things is true. Either God has a mechanism for allowing you to have free will, but having no free will hurt anybody, or there's just no free will. Either scenario, this is something God could have just done, and he chose not to do for, whatever reason, because the God obviously likes carnage. That seems to be the case. Or because God's a monster. And Taco Joe, my friend, good to see you. Hope you're doing well, says Justin. Kevin is Kevin from Canada, who constantly trolls the line and AXP by pretending to be simple-minded. Is that the same Kevin? No. I've talked to that Kevin before. In fact, my first time ever on the line was a Monday night with John, Godless Engineer, and we talked to Kevin, and we talked about Numbers 31, and he had a very distinct Canadian accent, and he calls in a lot. I've heard his voice all the time. That Kevin didn't sound Canadian. And the Kevin that we talked to really has that dumb guy voice, not like the innocent voice. He has like the I'm a dumb guy voice that you can't control. I'm not convinced it's the same Kevin, but I certainly get what you're saying. Unless there's another Kevin I don't know about. It might be that there's a different Kevin that's not part of my knowledge base. Science Lover, thank you for the super chat, says, I never really liked grape. Well, I mean, that's the way it should be. I always preferred strawberry. I see what's happening here. Or chocolate or passion fruit. God likes grape way too much. Highly sus. Well, Science Lover, I appreciate the play on words there. And I have to admit, I do like strawberry and passion fruit. And another argument against God being good is that he hid chocolate from the world until what was it the 1200s? When was chocolate invented? That to me seems evil. Chocolate's fucking delicious. I don't know. That's a very sus move if you're gonna ask me. And Mike Jen Jones says, thank you. I've always wanted to hear the free will argument framed, rebutted from the victim's perspective. That's a thank you to Marcy. Marcy gave that rebuttal. So big W for there. I typically don't give that rebuttal, but it's a good one.
Nobody ever gives the argument that like whenever it comes to well God can't intervene because of free will. In that situation, somebody's free will be violated. The child violated because they don't want that to happen to them. Or the rapist's free will be ended because God intervenes. In that situation, somebody's free will is going to be violated. So why is it that the child's free will is always violated and never the rapist's?
Yeah, if the situation is inherently going to mean somebody has their free will violated, they should have designed it so that the bad person has their free will violated, not the good person. It makes total sense to me. Not a robot, I swear, and trust me, I still believe you. Says, my new habit, sing No True Scotsman to the tune of the Farmer's Insurance jingle. We are farmers, bum 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 bum, when callers start that. So we have to say, No True Scotsman, bum 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 bum. Got an okay ring to it. I don't know if you want to hear me singing, though. I'm not a jingle guy. I can't carry a tune, not even in a bucket. You might, the viewership might get drastically worse. But Sonic Shroom says, Scientific Snitch, what do you think of Alex Gray? And unfortunately, Scientific Snitch had to drop. I'm sorry I didn't see this sooner, but Scientific Snitch has her own channel on YouTube and TikTok. You are more than welcome to follow her on both platforms and field questions, or when she goes live. She does go live quite often, if not on her stream, on other people's streams. So she is around the community. So keep an eye out for Scientific Snitch. And Brad, thank you for the super chat, says, if you need a third eye to see God, as the caller said yesterday, I don't have a third eye, but I do have a third mammary gland. That can I milk God? Well, shit. I mean, maybe. What kind of milk is it? Is it goat milk? I think God would go for goat milk. I could be wrong, though. Let me know. Chris says Luke 3:23 literally says son of Joseph. I know there's a parenthetical mark, as was thought, but I get what you're saying when discussing Jesus' lineage. How do we ever get Mary or anything but contradictory lineages? Well, you don't. It's always going to be contradictory lineages. So, like, even give me a second. I'll ask ChatGPT to make a case for Mary. Make the case that the genealogy of Mary shows up in Matthew or Luke. And see if it can make a case. It's probably not going to make a very good case, but it is pointing to Luke 3:23. Let's see. The claim that Mary's genealogy appears in the Gospels is usually made about Luke 3:23 to 38. That's what I said, even though the text itself names Joseph. The argument tries to explain Matthew and Luke have different genealogies. We agree. All right. See. Luke emphasizes Mary throughout the birth narrative. So what? Doesn't matter. It doesn't change the text. The other argument says that the Greek wording allows a legal reading. Jesus being the son, as was thought, of Joseph of Heli. The argument is that the Greek does not explicitly say Joseph begat Heli. Well, it's irrelevant. It says it's in the genitive. It's of. That's how that works. That's how genitives work. It simply.
You'll not believe what I just. Are you done with this one? I was gonna say you won't believe what I just. I got tagged in a video, and I wonder if you can try to hear it. This is hilarious.
Tagged you in this video is because you're a little coward, and I just want to let you know face to face. I think you're a coward, and you ain't gonna do nothing about it. And Jesus is the true God. you're gonna burn that lake of fire. If I tag you in this,
and it's just his face. It's just
Oh shit.
him and his face real close up. Yeah, I'm just like I thought somebody tagged me in a video to like go stitch somebody or something, and it's just some dude saying that I'm gonna be burning in hell, and that I'm a coward and not gonna do. It kind of sounds like he's kind of threatening me. You're a coward and you're not gonna do anything about it. What do you want me to do about it? Oh no, someone online called me a name. Boo hoo.
Right. I actually don't check stitches anymore.
Sorry, I just came across that. That was funny.
When people tag me on TikTok, I
I
don't
only
even
do it because I
know.
make short form content.
Right. Yeah. I stopped responding to people. It seems like it's a time situation, right? Elvis Presley touched me. Crazy name still. Says cat lap, the condition wherein, by virtue of having a cat in your lap, you are prevented or inhibited from getting up. Oh, fuck. I know about cat lap. Yeah. That being said, my cats are really nice about letting me just pick them up and getting up. They don't complain at all. But if they're sleeping, I feel a little bit bad about waking up. They're really cute when they fall asleep in your lap. Come on, you can't wake that up. It's not the same as a sleeping baby. There's one golden rule. If a baby's sleeping, you don't fucking move a muscle. You don't even breathe if you can help it. Never wake a sleeping baby. That's like a golden rule of the universe. But cats, maybe. We'll see. Interstate says the Jewish Bible only mentions, I love how they call it the Jewish Bible. The Hebrew Bible is really the best way to say it. Mentions one historical person as the Messiah. By name, it ain't Jesus. Isaiah 45:1, it's King Cyrus of Persia. I think there might actually be more than one, but yes, in terms of the prophetic literature, I'm pretty sure that's the only Mashiach that's mentioned. Because a Messiah was just an individual who in fact was anointed. Although there is two others in Daniel 9. There's two anointed ones. One of them probably either Zerubbabel or Joshua. The other one, obviously, Onias III. But yeah, I mean, Jesus ain't mentioned, that's for sure. And Simeon, my friend, says, has anyone just said in response to Matthew 5:10 that at least it implies they're still going to heaven even if they don't follow the law? Well, my opinion on Jesus is, in fact, that people will go to heaven even if they don't follow the law. The question is whether or not you should still follow the law anyways, right? So let me put Matthew 5:10 on the board for you, see what's going on here. Blessed are those who are persecuted for the sake of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. And there are others, like Matthew 25. He says, those who visited me in prison, well, really to the least of these, those who do well to the least of me's, they get entrance into the kingdom. So there definitely is a version of Jesus's kingdom where people who are like decent individuals make it into the kingdom of heaven, despite the fact that he also says elsewhere, contradictorily, that you must be born of the water and spirit to be into heaven. It seems like it's probably both. That being said, the law, according to Jesus, I don't think is necessarily done away with just because you can get into heaven without following the law. But I would reiterate that in Luke, was it Luke 14? I mean, is it where rich young ruler was? Which passage I'm looking for? I'll grab it real quick. Luke with the rich young ruler.
He made a second video. I'm not gonna play, but he made a second one just saying the same thing. Tagged you and the Bible guy and me, saying y'all are scared to face me, keep running, and trying to make fun of me because I have stuffed animals in my background.
Never even heard of the clown. I'm not sure who I'm running from. This is the only spot where Jesus seems to intimate that following the law was a salvation issue. It says, a certain ruler asked him, good teacher, what must I do to inherit eternal life? Jesus said to him, why do you call me good? No one is good but God alone. You know the commandments. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not murder. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness. Honor your father and mother. He replied, I have kept all these since my youth. Then Jesus heard this and said to him, there is still one thing lack. Sell all that you own and distribute money to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven, and then come and follow me. So it seems to me like Jesus here is saying that in order to inherit eternal life, you do actually need to follow these commandments. But it seems to be contradicted elsewhere, which is another reason why Christianity can never figure out their shit, because it's not consistent on Jesus' own teachings. Birdkeeper, good to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. Says, if only those are the good ones, I'll be good. Haha. Just wanted to hear it from a good background education. Thanks again. Keep doing what you do. Well, thank you, Birdkeeper. I appreciate that. I assume it's in response to your previous message here about the message you sent on Discord, perhaps. But thank you for being here and for supporting the stream, my friend. And Duskframe says, it's so sad that Jesus died of ligma. Indeed he did. Indeed he did. And maybe a little bit of CD's disease. Shipwrecked. Interesting way to spell shipwrecked. I like it. I saw the movie Noah with Russell Crowe. I apologize now. It was a horrible movie. After the movie ended, a lady yelled out, "That's not the story." I wanted to know if she was correct or not. That's not the story. She is correct. The story that you're going to get in the Russell Crowe version is not really... It's like a weird humanist rendition of the Bible, like God is mad at human beings for not taking care of the earth. It's like a weird liberal take on the story. I didn't think it was all that accurate. But, I mean, listen... If you're in the Bible movies, there's not many other movies that you could watch about Noah other than the Russell Crowe movie, or what was it with Steve Carell? What was the Noah movie with Steve Carell? Let me ask. Evan Almighty. There we go. Yep. Evan Almighty might be a little bit better, actually, to be fair. I don't even dislike Russell Crowe. I think he's fine. Evan, speaking of, Evan Rock says, I had sociopath Christian rents, but got out and I rock. I know, that's what I'm saying. Listen, just because you have crazy parents doesn't mean you're going to turn out bad. For the same reason that just because Nazis have kids, their kids didn't turn out to be Nazis. You can have parents or even a lineage of people before you that are evil, and it has nothing to do with whether or not you're going to turn out evil. And as we've already seen, God could literally just change your heart. He could come and give you a new heart, soften your heart, do whatever it takes, and make you do good. So, Sonic Shroom says, why do we talk about war as if it's a necessity? God could say, don't do war. Fair point. You know, I used to bring this up a long time ago when I first started doing the God is not good topic, because God routinely uses his good, holy, righteous people to murder other people. And in doing so, his good people get brutally murdered in war. If God wanted to get rid of the bad people, he doesn't have to do war. He could snap his fingers and get rid of the bad people. The war is not a necessity. Even in Exodus 17, when they fight against the Amalekites, it's so silly. God, when Moses is on the rock holding up his arms and his arms get tired, he starts to lower them. God starts to allow the Amalekites to win the war, and a bunch of Israelites get murdered because Moses' arms got tired. So, like, the war in the Bible is completely senseless when you have an all-powerful God. All-powerful deities don't need anyone to go to war for them, especially if you keep reading Kings. The commander of God's armies, the heavenly host, shows up and, like, kills 180,000 Assyrians. God doesn't need us to go to war for him. It's an irrelevant side quest. He could just send his own warriors. Oh, well. And also in 2 Samuel 24, the angel of the Lord slays 70,000 Israelites all by himself. Like, he doesn't need us to go to war. Well.
Yeah.
And Furtive Patach, good to see you tonight. Again, I love this name. It is a creative name. I appreciate that. God could have magicked those babies straight to heaven if he wanted. Agreed. Same with the Exodus. He didn't have to do any of that shit in the Exodus. He could have snapped his fingers, got him out of there, and been done. But he really wanted to show off. He had to show off. You know, how else are people going to know he's God if he doesn't go kill those babies? And Garba Gaming, hey, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. It says it's all suffering fetish. It's all a suffering fetish thing. I think it might be right. South Park guys did a great job at making fun of Mel Gibson getting off on torture, making the Passion of the Christ. I think that is the case. I think God is some kind of a sadist. He definitely is getting off on suffering, which is why hell exists.
I was gonna say it was very random, but I just thought about it because it just popped in my head. But like nobody ever talks about like the first like 4 chapters of Judges where God is repetitively like selling the Israelites into slavery and then like giving them back, or like freeing them and then selling them into slavery and then putting them back, and then so on and so forth, just repetitively. And it's like, if God is so against slavery, or he had to do it because of the time, why did he keep on selling his own people into slavery over and over and over for mere disobedience? It was real weird.
And it's funny too, because like, what was the goal? Like, what did they think was going to happen by selling them back into slavery? Like, they're going to wise up? Like, they're going to get better? Like, what was the goal? Whatever the goal was, I don't know if he actually achieved it. I am the big cheese. Good to see your friend. Says, if Christ was written on your heart, your human moral disposition would agree with God, as a human defense is a sin. I don't know about as a human defense, but I agree with you. In fact, if you go to Jeremiah 31, when God does like change the hearts of the people, like it's going to be cataclysmic. Let's go to Jeremiah 31:31 real quick. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah. It will not be like the covenant that I made with their ancestors when they took them out of the land of Egypt, a covenant, blah, 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 blah. But this is covenant I will make with them. There we go. I will put my law within them, and I will write it on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they will be my people. No longer shall they teach one another or say to each other, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest. So God is going to write that shit on your heart. It is going to cause you to know the Lord. The fact that we don't know the Lord is only because God didn't write that shit on anyone's hearts. And Evan says, I'm low-key concerned for Christians' kids. Shake my head, and you should be. Right now, with the rise of Christian nationalism, these kids are going to get possibly more and more radicalized. Well, hopefully that won't be the case, but we'll find out. Speaking of Big Cheese, good to see you again, buddy. Did God punish the Israelites for being hard-nosed in the wilderness and questioning God about going into the land? By that logic, mourning death of children is a sin because if God determined it, it's his will. It's his will. True. Also, remember, after the golden calf, and there's another incident where God commands the killing of individuals. He even says you can't mourn them. Like when the death of Nadab and Abihu happened in Leviticus 10, if I remember correctly, he said you're not even allowed to mourn the dead. Give me a second. Similar to Jesus, though. Jesus said, let the dead bury their dead.
I feel like it never gets talked about how God in Ezekiel 25, where he gave the people bad statutes and bad laws so that he could like literally just fuck with the people to let them know that he is the Lord. Like every time they say something about like, God's truthful or something like that, like we need to start bringing this up. Like God gave people intentionally bad statutes which they couldn't live by just to fuck with them. Just to also made them sacrifice their own children just to fuck with them.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's Ezekiel 20, 25, and 26 is a pretty wild passage, although Christians will dispute what it means by, and all kinds of lies necessary. But yeah, remember when Nadab and Abihu die in Leviticus 10 for the unauthorized fire, the parents aren't even allowed to mourn. It says, and Moses said to Aaron and to the sons of Eleazar and Ithamar, do not dishevel your hair and do not tear out your vestments or you will die. So they're not even allowed to mourn the death of their children. Crazy, vicious God. Bryce Aroni, think of a super chat, says, what's the point of anyone being born in this life at all if heaven is the end goal? Why does God insist that any babies be born at all? This is basically my point. Like, listen, God has to have a reason for this suffering to go on down here. What is that reason? Christians don't really have an answer, and they're not going to get one. Bryce Roney with a follow-up says the Amalekite babies never attacked anyone. Absolutely fucking right. They didn't do shit. In fact, we don't even know if their parents did anything. Remember, the Amalekite babies were murdered 400 years later. Like 400 years after the events that God is mad about, he finally wipes them out. We're not told they're bad. We're not told they're evil.
Yeah.
God says it's for
isn't
the
like one of the lies
yeah.
that they... Isn't one of the lies that they always tell us, like, well, the Amalekites for generations and generations and generations kept on attacking the Israelites, but there's like just not a single Bible verse that says that.
No, it's not really there. There's war between the
'Cause,
Amalekites, but we don't hear of them attacking.
Yeah, because I was on another person's live and they kept on saying like, oh, well, he gave them 400 years to repent and they just kept on attacking Israel. And I really wanted to just be like, okay, source, like what Bible verse says that? Because as far as I'm aware, there is no Bible verse that says that they continued to attack them for 400 more years. But I also didn't want to say source and then they actually pull one up and then like I look a little stupid, you know?
Mm-hmm. I mean, there are some Amalekite wars, and some even that the Amalekites win. So I'm thinking Numbers 14 is another Amalekite war, but there's a couple of them, and none of them seem to be depicting the Amalekites doing anything evil. I think the only thing you might be able to point out is when they're in the land of Midian. Because remember the story of the Numbers 31 incident where they're going to get payback for the incident at Peor? That basically happened in Midian. And there was an Amalekite situation there in Midian. But, like, again, they didn't really attack anyone. They just induced the people to worship a foreign god and to commit some fornications. So the Amalekites really don't come off being all that bad. In fact, David raids the territory of the Amalekites. We're explicitly told that the Amalekites are raided by David, but we're not told that the Amalekites did the opposite. So one of those things where you have to make it up. Tom, hey, good to see you, Francis. Apparently, thermonuclear war for God is the ideal scenario. More souls to heaven. I agree, yeah. Listen, if killing all the babies gets them to heaven, I mean, theoretically, you got to off the babies. Like, that's doing God's work. And Diff Owner, thank you for the super chat, says the kittens are sleeping in a big mutual hug. It's so cute. I know they're fucking adorable. They're not there right now, but they're very sweet. They cuddle and nap with me, with themselves, with others. Just adorable, adorable kitties. Derek, hey, by the way, by a show of hands, maybe put a 1 in the comments. Should we start a separate channel for the kittens? Should there be like a Volta and Faraday like TikTok page? Let me know. Derek says psychics guessing letters in a ghost's name, then moving to complete sentences are like theists knowing all about God, then can't fathom his ways. Yeah. Such a good point. Like these people that talk to dead people will be like, listen, I'm getting a message. But then when you ask anything specific, they're like, well, it doesn't work that way. I can't tell you that. These are the same way. They're like, well, I know God in this particular way. And then the minute you start probing, asking deeper questions, like, well, you can't understand God. Well, why the fuck not? How did you understand this shit? And you can't understand the rest of it. It's like a nonsensical thing. That's a very good point. Punt Adelastay. Think of the super chat. Is that a gerbil? Turtle? Maybe. I'm not sure what that is. But thank you for the super chat. It says, I served in the army. I would never follow a command to kill children. Never. Nope. Me neither. I don't even care if that shit comes from God. If I felt like God was talking to me, I'd be like, you know, this is a fucking test. You can get the fuck out of here. You're not going to get me to kill a baby. Joe says not on TikTok. Well, I mean, you know, if there's going to be a channel for the kittens, maybe put it on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook. Triple post it, right? Fuck, maybe on YouTube as well. Berillian says splitting the ocean was 400 years prior. Caller, you wouldn't have seen it. Well, I think, though, if I could be fair to the caller, I think the caller was talking about the conquest of the Canaanites at that moment, maybe not the conquest with the Amalekites, but that's a fair point. If he's talking about the conquest of the Amalekites, that was 400 years ago. Not relevant anymore. You didn't see that shit. And, you know, they even talk about it, forgetting the miracles of the past, of the forefathers. Chris says, advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Fair. That's true. In fact, here in a while, in a number of years, we're going to be seeing people doing magic with technology that we never thought possible. I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Megatrek says, lunch at Sunday service this weekend. Bring your own Pi? Pop? But what's BYOP? Prophecy? Shit. Hold on. What is BYOP? Bring your own phone? Huh. It could be a typo too. Anyways, hey Mega, hope you have fun at church, friend. Chris says, Justin, it says that the Bible Christian Justin, it says that in the Bible, Christian caller, can you prove that without the Bible? It's funny that
Yeah,
how
that was
little they
pretty
listen.
odd of him.
Yeah, like the Bible says a thing, and they're like, well, can you prove that it actually happened outside of the Bible? Why? Since when are the claims of the Bible not sufficient? Like, I don't get it.
Especially since you are the Christian. Like, you
Yeah.
are the Christian. You're the one who believes in this book. I'm pointing out in the book where it happens, and now you're asking what's the source outside of the book. So do you not believe in the book?
Right. It sounds like they don't. Well, he was Orthodox, if I remember, so trying to be Weasley about it. Jumpin' Viking says, now, if you can't turn your own baby into paste, store-bought paste is fine. To be fair, if God says to turn your baby into baby paste and you don't have one, I would imagine, I think, was it Deuteronomy 17 applies, where you can purchase your own baby paste. This goes along with the law where God says, listen, if you live too far away to bring your own animals into sacrifice, you can bring money, and then you can buy animals to sacrifice once you get there. That seems to be a pretty good principle for the baby paste as well. It wasn't Deuteronomy 17 though. Let me grab that real quick. Let's see. Deuteronomy 14. All right. Yeah, Deuteronomy 14, we get the laws. Remember, Jesus was mad about the money changers in the temple. The money changers are in the temple because God said for them to be there. He explicitly gave rules for like what to do if you live far away. Says if when the Lord your God blesses you, the distance is so great that you're unable to transport it because the place where the Lord your God will choose to set his name is too far away from you, then you may turn it into money. With the money secure in hand, go to the place that the Lord your God will choose, spend the money for whatever you wish, oxen, sheep, wine, strong drink, whatever you desire, and there you shall eat there in the presence of the Lord your God. So, bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, the money changers were right. We should bring that up sometime. The money changer were right. Anyways, let's move on. Archibald, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says monster derived from the verb monster is derived from a verb meneo, to remind, warn, instruct, foretell. Also, an imaginary creature that causes terror and fear. Yep, sounds like God to me. Premise checks out. I did not know the etymological history of the word monster. I'll have to look into that, but thank you for the information, Archibald. Birdkeeper coming in again, thank you, says, you got anything to say to the guys in the military that are in this war but share your beliefs? If you're in the if you're an atheist and you're in the military and you feel like this is a war that you just disagree with on moral grounds, and again, you don't have to do, you're not me. Here's what I would do for me. I'm dumb enough and stubborn enough to take a dishonorable discharge. If I'm told I have to go around the world to bomb people that never attacked me, I'm just going to take a dishonorable discharge and move on with my life. That's just fucking me. I'm not saying you should do it. All I'm saying is I wouldn't be able to sleep at night unless I was being utilized for a just war. That's one of the reasons why I even though I could have joined the military to do electrical engineering, I specifically chose against it because I knew that there's almost no such thing as a just war anymore. But that's just me. Hayden says deism is pointless and theism is ridiculous. I couldn't agree more. In fact, when people get up here defending deism, I don't know why. I don't understand the point. Randy, holy shit. I don't know if y'all keeping track. Randy, in Deconstruction Zone memberships, we've got 20, another 20, and another 20 for a total of 130 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships tonight. Absolutely fucking astounding, Randy. You're absolutely crushing the membership drives. Thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate it. And so does everybody who got a membership who going to get access to the deconstruction cheat sheet. Huge W. And with the follow-up super chat says, I spent decades in this religion and all the channels like this will help those that want out. I agree. That's why this channel exists, friends. The goal of this channel is to equip people with the information and the tools they need to make a decision to get the fuck out of these religions. And don't even feel bad about it. Don't look back. Don't feel bad about it. Don't worry you're going to hell. Get the fuck out. And the world's going to be a better place. You'll be fine. Gentleman Viking says, God straight up Phineas gauged Saul brutal. I know. Dude, I think that Saul got a raw deal. Like, Saul barely disobeyed God. Like, he only disobeyed God like twice. And one of the times he disobeyed God was not doing enough genocide. Like, he preserved King Agag. Holy shit. And that's why you're upset with Saul. So you removed the spirit from Saul and you're like, okay, let's put an evil spirit in him. Holy fuck. Well, now what's going to happen? What do you expect's going to happen? If you look at all the stuff that Saul did after that malevolent spirit sent by God entered him, that's all the bad stuff. All the really bad stuff Saul ever did was after that spirit entered him. So seems like God's on the hook for Saul's bad behavior. Don says, does this caller know that God hardened Pharaoh's heart? I assume so, and I assume the apologetic would have been the same for anyone else. Well, that was already in his heart. But again, it doesn't really say that. And it seems that his heart was softening at one point. Hold on. My cat is moving my camera tripod. See if we can get this thing back over. There we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I did fairly decent by bringing that verse up because it would be hard for him to prove that point anyways. But if I could or if I could bring something up that automatically destroys his point, like it's just a lot easier because like it was changing his heart versus hardening his heart. These are two different things. He's made into an entirely different person.
Yeah,
But,
that was
I think
a
I did
great
good by bringing
verse.
that up.
No, that was a dynamite.
Did you have
passage.
that like on hand or like do you remember or like were you thinking about that?
I've got it. I wasn't going to bring it up, but I've got it on. I've got like a little mini sheet of. I wrote down all the instances I've read over the years of God changing or intervening in free will. That was on my sheet, but I almost never go to it. In fact, when you brought it up, I was like, "Oh fuck, I forgot about that. Let me make sure it's on my sheet." And it was on there. I'm like, "How come I wasn't using it?" Because it's such a good reference. So I'm going to use that more and more. It's such a good referral to God intervening.
And the fact that also, like you said in verse 6, where it says he changed into a whole different person. So he changed into a whole different person, and he was given an entirely brand new heart. Yet God can't do things because of free will?
Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
It's true as well. Like they'll say things like, well, God can't intervene on free will. Why? He never promised that he wouldn't. It's not like he has to uphold a covenant for any reason about free will. Oh well. Don says, does caller know? Oh yeah, sorry, we did that one. Randy, hey Randy, thanks for the additional super chat, friend. Says, this Christian religion is sick. I agree. That's why we got people committing to murdering babies. This Christian religion is sick. We need channels like this to help those that are slowly learning how sick this religion is. And I think a lot of people don't know. I think a lot of people aren't aware that the religion is sick because they've been only given like a snippet of it, like the snippet that they were given in church. They have no idea how vile it actually is. And Erica says, psst. Which Erica is this? Erica America is a fun name. It's a good rhyme. Hey, to you, friend. Hope you're doing well. An ancient, holy shit, that's the name. Ancient Echoes podcast show. Okay. All right. It's a great channel. Love your content, Justin. Keep up the hard work. Hey guys, my podcast launches 3/22/26. some educational stuff. I fucking love it. Hold on, let me follow you. Give me a second. Let me get over to your channel. See if I can find it real quick.
And while on the topic of following new creators, hey guys, follow me because I'm cool. Yeah.
Absolutely. And Marcy, are you on YouTube yet?
Nah, not really. I mean, like, I have a YouTube account, but like, I don't post anything. Like, I post absolutely nothing. I haven't posted on it in genuine years.
I'll have to get that going. It looks,
guys,
it looks like.
I was gonna continue self-promoting, but you're good.
Oh no, go. I was just saying the Ancient Echoes podcast. I can't seem to find it on YouTube yet. Is the YouTube at Ancient Echoes podcast, or is it at Ancient Echoes podcast -D1T? Because it doesn't come up for either one of them. Oh, podcast show. Sorry. Because I love a good educational channel. It does. I don't see it coming up at all. Ancient Echoes, you know me. I love a good educational channel, but I can't seem to find your actual channel. So you might have to drop it into the Discord so we can all give you a follow. It's a shame. Derek Teat V? Derek TTV? In response to free will, Proverbs 21:1, the Lord's hand, in the Lord's hand, the king's heart is a stream of water that he channels towards all whom he please, or all who please him. Yeah. That's a really good reference, actually. In fact, let me see on my free will sheet if I had that, because if not, I actually do want to add that one. No, I don't have that. Let me add it right now. I've got Psalm 115. The Lord is in heaven; He does all that He pleases. But I don't have this one. So let me write that down. Psalm 21:1. All right, I'll make sure and grab the text of that and add it to the sheet later, friends. I am going to be adding my entire free will document to the cheat sheet soon. I just haven't done it yet. It's pretty long. It's a couple pages, but I think it'll be worth it to have on the cheat sheet. Chocofro, think of it as super. It says bad light bulbs can't be changed. They need the predisposition to be lit, according to Christians. 100%. 100. They have to be predispositioned. Well, it's a really weird apologetic. I've never heard that before, to be fair to the guest. And we got a super chat from Carnage Asada. Thank you so much, Carnage. It says, Smash Mary Unalive, Vinland Saga Edition. Options are Thors, Askeladd, and Prince Canute. I'm going to... This is a tough one. I'm going to marry Thors because he's obviously, I think, the best of the characters in terms of like character, like the moral development, personality wise. Definitely, probably going to smash. Well, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, smash. This is a tough one. I'm going to smash Canute, I think. Because I don't think Canute is a danger, and yeah, fuck, he's kind of cute too. And now that leaves the unalive. That means I've got to unalive Askeladd, and to be fair, I think he might deserve unaliving since he killed Thors, and also because let's be honest, he might kill me. I don't know if that's a person that we can trust necessarily, but I'm only on season 2. So I might learn something more about Askeladd as it goes on. But amazing question, Carnage. I appreciate that. And also, from Ethan, says, here are some additional places that teach obedience is required. Romans 12:1, 1 John, Romans 12:1 through 6. Well, let me grab these real quick and see what they say.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. I was also going to say earlier, I have a bunch of notes on Islam. They're not really complete, and they're not, like, impeccable or anything. I could try to work on them. But if you ever wanted to add like my notes to like the Islam thing for like a Islam cheat sheet, I'd be full down to give you my notes.
Yeah, we should. In fact, I've got a tab dedicated to Islam on the cheat sheet, but it needs a lot of filling out still yet.
Yeah, I have a lot of it down. It's just not perfect, you know.
Right. No, you're really good on the Islamic topics. I've seen you. All right, I got most of these passages. We need Romans 2:13. And then Matthew 7:19 through 21. And Matthew 25:30 through 46. But that doesn't, I'll punch in it. That doesn't say what you think it says, but it's fine. Oh, 30 through 36. Okay, so you're saying these teach obedience to the law. Let's see what they say, friends.
I read Romans 12 1 through 2, and it wasn't really anything serious.
Yeah, I mean, Paul seems to suggest that the law is good, but you don't need to follow it. It says, I appeal to you, therefore, brothers and sisters, on the basis of God's mercy, to present your bodies living sacrifice, holy, and blah, 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 blah. Do not be conformed, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, nothing in there. Let's see. Abide in me as I abide in you. Bear fruit. Nothing in there really about the law. Now, James does talk about being obedient to the law. In fact, he goes on to say that without works, faith is dead. Paul seems to be, or not Paul, James seems to be fighting back against Pauline theology, but this is not the passage in James you would have wanted for that. Romans 2, here, okay. There's not hearers of the law who are righteous in God's sight, but the doers of the law who are justified. Fucking A, we got one. That's a good one. When Gentiles who do not possess the law by nature do what the law requires, these, though not having the law, are a law to themselves. So, Paul, in Romans 2, does contradict himself, basically saying that it's good to follow the law, but he will go on to say that you shouldn't follow the law because following any of the law, even taking circumcision, means that you're now guilty of all of the law. Like you have to follow all the precepts. So it's better not to follow all of them and be in through grace. Let me grab the one you listed here, though, for Matthew. It says every tree. Oh, this is about bearing good fruit again. Okay, so this is a lot of these are mostly about bearing good fruit. Yep, this is about Matthew 25 is about doing good works. Okay, but not specifically about the law. So we didn't get much in there specifically about the law, but there are passages in the New Testament where it talks about doing good works, and the works are considered works of righteousness because they are good. But in specific to following precisely the law, there's not a ton on there. So. Namaste Latin says Ghost in the Shell standalone complex needs to go on your anime watch list. I didn't know I had an anime watch list. Shit. Okay. What's going on the list, friends? The concept of God comes up in a very interesting way. Well, I'd be interested to hear it. So maybe I'll get around to it. I have an anime guide who has been guiding me through what to watch. So I don't really have a list. I just watch whatever she tells me to. So it's that's how I'm approaching it right now because I don't know anything about anime. So, but I do know it is now almost midnight. Let's see who's still live so we can go raid. I don't know who's still live, but we're done. We've read all of our super chats, and I'm curious if Skep Talk is still going. Hold on. Shit, they are live. Hold on. Yeah. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Who's live on TikTok right now? Surely somebody's live on TikTok that we can go raid. And while we're waiting for that information, let's all go raid the line. I know they're probably going to be trying to get offline. Don't fucking let them. Everyone go raid the line right now on Skep Talk with Forrest and Erica. Tell them I sent you. Don't let them go to bed. Tell them they're up all night doing debates. Mezzo and Joel are live right now. Let's go raid Mezzo and Joel on TikTok and go raid Erica, Gutsick, and Forrest on the line. Tell them we sent you. Tell them Marcy and Justin sent you. And be looking forward to see y'all again. And Marcy, thank you so much for joining me today. We didn't get a single Muslim caller, which is rare. We usually do.
Yeah. We should try doing an Islam-specific live one time.
I think we're going to have to.
Like, yeah, I was going to say, like, do you know how often you would, like, want me to be up here? Because I don't want to just, like, force my way to every live, but, like, you know, coming up here was fun and being up here was fun. You know, I want to do, like, a little bit more, but I also don't want to, like, you know, be everywhere, you know?
Yeah,
do it in proportion.
Shoot me a message on Discord, and what I'll do is we'll set up a date and we'll do a Muslim specific live stream.
Yeah, I wanted to say earlier in the stream that like we should have because like I don't know, because I don't want to like try to make suggestions on your own live, especially if it's like the title, but like your God is a monster, and then underneath in smaller parentheses, yes, even the Islamic one, and then prove me wrong. That way, like at least like on the forefront, it kind of invites Muslims more in. It makes it like makes it even more in your face, like whenever you scroll by that you are included Muslims, like you're able to come up here and talk too. Rather than, you know, just seeing like some white American saying your God is a monster, you're probably going to be talking about Christianity, and then you go into the live and you're talking about the Bible. It's a Christianity live. I'm not going to come up here. I'm Muslim, you know. But
Fair
yeah,
point.
something like that.
Okay.
I wanted to say that.
plan it
Also,
out,
M's messaged me earlier saying like hey, bit of advice, like try not to when they're deep in conversation, not to interrupt and try to tell if someone's in the box. So I wanted to ask, like, before we dip out, like, was there anything like I kind of like, you know, like you want to give me advice, push back on little on anything that I've done on the live, like, you know, hey, like, you know, you did or said this earlier, like, you know, I was trying to do this or whatever, you know, something like that, little critique or anything.
No, I think you're a great debater. So the only thing, and it's something that everybody always has to work on, it's not like a you thing, it's something I fuck up all the time too, is it can be painful for the audience if we don't let the other person finish, but there are times where letting them finish would delay the conversation, and it's useless because they're not responding to the point. If that happens, I typically interrupt them, but if they're just saying a couple things that are nonsense, I try to let them finish, and then I try to address as much of the nonsense as I can as after that, unless they're being assholes. If they're being an asshole, then I just interrupt them. But if they're being nice, I try to let them finish. Because, I mean, to be fair, if they're being nice, typically they're not interrupting you. And so we want to try to be nice to the people that are being nice. Because, like, if they're up here being nice and they see us interrupting a nice person, it kind of reflects bad on us. But again, this is not a criticism for you. This is kind of just a debate. What's the word I'm looking for? It's just kind of debate tactic for everyone to remember all the time, because remember, we do want to come off as being the good guys, and when you have a nice guest, then we interrupt the nice guests, then it comes off as like we're not the good guys. But I fuck that up all the time.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you are you planning on like dipping out because you got to go, or you just
I'm going
time or something? Because I wanted to.
I'm going to bed.
Oh, I was gonna say I wanted to try to give you the sex slavery argument. Also, Reverend Chad just said to check your Discord for them real quick.
Right.
But I wanted to run the Islamic sex slavery argument by you, so you know what's going on with it. But I mean, if you're tired, you know, that could be another time thing, not unnecessary.
Yeah.
Just
we'll talk
something
about
I wanted to do.
When we do our Islamic live stream, we'll have dead space because we're just depending on people to call up for Islam, so we won't have as many callers. It'd be a good time to run through it.
Yeah, here, I'll try to shoot you a Discord message. That way I'm like at the top for your thingy.
Yeah. Well, I know you're gonna send me a message, so I'll look for it.
Yeah, I don't have like my thing. I'm Josephine Kilgannon on there. It's part of my favorite band, Coding Cambria, from their comic series.
I would not have guessed that. If I saw that in my inbox, I wouldn't have looked at it for you. Okay, now I know it's gonna be Josephine. Yeah. Okay, all right. I appreciate that update. Okay, I'll make sure we'll chit chat. We'll schedule a time to get it done, and then also we need to talk offline. I think I think have you seen The Line? You've seen The Line. Well, I've sent everyone to The Line just now.
Like the AXP or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna hook you up with somebody over there. I think they might be interested in having you on. So, anyways, we'll chit chat offline. I appreciate you joining me, and we'll see each other again soon.
All right, see you.
See you, friends.